Welcome to the biggest match in UK 8-ball history. Presented by MacDaddy Promotions and Pigeon Pool Promotions. In conjunction with UK World Pool, Smart Rack, Ace Competitions and All Stars. Hosted by Legend Sports and Pool Bar. Streamed by Beard Productions. Now on to the match. Race to 30 for 180k. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Pride of London, the People's Champion, the man that keeps proving them wrong, the biggest balls in all 8-ball pool. Doubt him at your peril. The man, the myth, the legend, Ian, the Third Ali! Please welcome an Ultimate Pole Pro Series champion and 3-time finalist, currently ranked world number 7. Last time it was bedtime, but this time it's showtime. When he's flying, he's on autopilot. It's Shaun Storry. And introducing today's professional referee, in charge of this year's World Championship final, breaking records once again after taking charge of the previous biggest games in history, please welcome Brian Moss.
Ladies and gents, quiet please. Thank you everyone. Thank you. So, this is about to be the biggest match in English 8-ball history. We want one thing to decide the outcome of that match, and that is how Ian and Shaun play today. The outcome of the event will be decided by everybody else. My one condition, nobody enters the arena, nobody shouts out when the players have their hand on the table. Respect both players and enjoy the match. Best of luck, gentlemen.
What's going on here?
Let's go, Fabi!
Go, Fabi!
So the scene has been set. We are here at Legend Sports and Pool Bar in Braintree, Essex. We've made the journey up from the southwest with the Beard Productions team to witness the biggest money match in history. £180,000, and it's going to be played out a race to 30 between Shaun, the autopilot Storry, and Ian, the Fav Ali. They are going to be playing black ball rules. So it'd be interesting to hear your predictions. What do you think? What do you think? A possible 59 frames we're going to witness today. And thank you for joining us today. And also thank you for signing up to Beard Productions. If you could give us a share, that would be great. We want to get this game out to everybody. This could be an absolute classic. Shaun Storry wins the lag. He is about to get frame number 1 underway. I'm joined on commentary by the man of the moment. It's Mr. Tom Cousins. Afternoon, Tom.
How are you, Nick? All right?
Oh, I'm good, thanks, mate. I'm really good. So, the previous biggest money match to this was, I think, £86,000. That was between Ronan McCarthy and Mark Farnsworth, and that was a number of years ago, probably a decade ago. I can't remember the exact year, but a long time ago, and that's just been eclipsed today by over double, Tom. I mean, you know both of the players. You've been practicing a lot with Shaun lately. You played Ian in the week. Just give us your thoughts on Shaun to start with.
Yeah, first of all, this is what a fantastic match this is going to be. £180,000 is biggest match by an absolute mile ever. I practice with Shaun twice a week regularly. He's looking good at the minute. Beat me in practice the other day. First to 30, beat me 30-26, and he's not making many mistakes, I can guarantee you that. But obviously I played Ian again on Monday for £1,700 each, whatever it was, and Ian looked pretty good as well, so this is going to be a fantastic game. Very close
indeed, and the crowd are already roaring in anticipation. It's almost like the Lion's Den in here. We've got Shaun's fans to the left-hand side of us, Ian's fans to the right, and they're kind of baying each other already. It's going to get noisy in here today, Tom. I know that much.
Yeah, well, a lot of it, I think, on the day is going to be how Shaun can handle this crowd, because they're very loud, and hopefully he can hold his nerve. But it's a lot of pressure playing against a crowd like this, I know.
So both players have got good money match experience. Shaun's played a number of matches over the years. Most recently, probably played Gav Robinson, I think, was one of the. There was another one since that as well. Trying to think who that was. I can't think off the top of my head. I will find out.
What, that Shaun played?
Yeah. Was Gav the last one, or was
I'm pretty sure Gav was the last game Shaun played. Yeah.
And of course, Ian. He's just been on a run. I think he's won his last 6 money matches. He really has been playing exceptionally well. He played a big money match against Shane Thompson with a 5-start race to 30, and he won that one 30-27 down in Taunton. They don't mind travelling, these boys. They pretty much pride themselves in making wherever they go their home. And just looking at the table, we've just been focusing on the players. This is the first frame. I mean, these first frames are always key, aren't they, Tom? I mean, it's a race to 30, but it's easy to say, well, the first 3 or 4 frames don't matter, but they really are key, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's very important. Ian, to me, from what I've seen, he has got a big set of something
Kahunas
on him. Yeah, and he seems to be able to handle the pressure well, which obviously is going to be great for this sort of match. But missed a sort of simple double there.
Yeah, just probably the pace, wasn't it? He was just a little bit harder to judge when you just got to play them that gently. You prefer to punch a double.
Yeah, and I played on this table on Monday night, and it doesn't seem to come off as you would think for a double or a treble. So you need to sort of play them slightly different to what you would on your sort of practice table. Well, that is the case for me anyway. So maybe Ian hasn't practiced his doubles and trebles yet today, and he's forgot how they're reacting. But yeah, you would have thought he got that one.
You just wonder, Tom. I mean, Ian has played a few matches recently where he's had a start, and that psychological edge. I mean, he played you. He had a start as well, and he had a flying start as well. And now today he's playing off of levels.
Yeah.
And you just wonder whether, if he doesn't have that really ferocious start, very early doors, this could get away from him a little bit.
Yeah, it could. Like I said, Shaun is playing fantastic pool at the minute. I've been practicing with him. I played him Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever this week, and he beat me 30-25 or 30-26, whatever, the other day, and then I beat him the next day. But that was one of the highest standard practice sessions we've had in a long while. He's looking very good. So I think if Shaun can get a good start and settle in with a crowd, he's going to be very hard to beat here.
So just needs to give this a bit of care and attention. The yellow does pass the other one that it's next to, and I think he may just have the angle that he can screw back into the 8, or he may just be able to just punch it back an inch or so. He could, just flick the 8, but he's pushed the 8 on top of the red now, and I'm not sure. There's only really one pocket that 8 ball goes into. That's top right, I think, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, I think for me, I'm potting the yellow to the left of the black, swinging it round off 2, and just leaving a slight angle on the yellow closest to the red next to the black.
Yep.
And just play a gentle can and leave yourself a long yellow. But yeah, I mean, just see what Shaun thinks. He might just want to guarantee himself a shot.
Yeah, I think playing it this way, he's going to do exactly what you mentioned. He's
a bit straight.
Come a bit far.
He's going to have to stun this dead now. Leave an angle to screw back into the red and black. Just stop this dead, pretty much. Has he got the right line? He's happy with it.
Yeah, I think he's okay. He's got a good line. I can see the table. It looks just off. Well, do you think he'll take his medicine, just come below it?
Yeah, he might do.
Yeah. From this angle, if he was straight back into the 8 and you could cannon directly into the 8, then I think he probably would, but I think he takes his medicine here. Oh, just a little bit tentative.
I know it's first frame, but this is such a big shot.
A little bit tentative.
This is such a big shot. I mean,
this is a tough one, Tom.
I think even if I'm playing this, I'm hitting this with bottom right and spinning the white up to the top end of the table off 3 cushions or 4 cushions, but he might just roll it in dead weight.
He's missed that.
He's played my shot.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's one of those, isn't it? I mean, he played your shot, but you know, if it's in the back of your mind that you're going to miss it, sometimes you do miss it, don't you?
Yeah.
Almost one of those that maybe if he committed to it, and he's left nothing particularly easy for Ian. He's left this long pot you expect him to get, but then he has to stun across table to get to the red on the left, and then still awkward to get down onto the 8 ball. So that's a great angle. That's a great angle.
Nice shot from Ian now.
Yeah, he can just drift this in now. So both players had a bite at that one. You've got to say a little bit unlucky for Shaun. I mean, he didn't judge that cannon particularly well, pushing it on top of pushing the 8 on top of the red, and then he just never got back in shape to be able to manipulate it. And that last shot to get on it was just a bit tentative, wasn't it?
Yeah,
he was just trying to guarantee himself a shot.
I mean, you could say it was a little bit careless from Shaun nudging the black onto the red, or whatever it was, the red onto the black, but yeah, good start from Ian. So this is where I think Shaun's got to come back straight away with an after dish or a good finish, because if this crowd gets on top of you, I think that's very difficult to handle.
Yeah, that's a big frame.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the first of a possible 59, but that really is a big frame.
Yeah.
Psychologically, Ian will be absolutely flying now, whereas if Shaun could have made that 8, but he's sat in his seat now. He's just, just a little bit, just a tiny bit of doubt. I mean, he's still absolutely confident, but he would have just loved to have seen that 8 ball sink and get that first frame under his belt.
He did miss it by a long way as well, to be fair.
Yeah, a bit of a snatch. And Ian has got a huge break.
Yeah, I noticed that last Monday.
Oh, little kiss. Well,
Look at these reds. If that red goes in the middle, this frame's over.
yeah, I think it does. Played confidently, and so the pattern here, probably take the two at the black end of the table, and then work his way back up the table. Maybe leave the one up in bulk as his last ball to drift back down that right hand side for the 8. Do you think, Tom?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, oh
Oh,
my God.
wow! Holy moly! Well, still a little bit of nerves in that back elbow. Just a little bit of a snatch.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy there. I don't know if he's not happy with the crowd. I'm not sure. That was a snatchy one. This is a big first shot from Shaun. Get himself into the match. He's either going to play the yellow down the rail on the left hand side. Yeah, that's what he's playing. He's either going to leave himself a double on, leave himself straight on a double if he's feeling confident. Oh, he's going to leave himself a plant. Oh yeah, I'm forgetting. In ultimate pool rules, you might not want to cover the hole, but
Yes.
in black ball it's a little bit different. So yeah, he's just going to play the plant. At least get the pocket. This is one he should get. Simple enough plant, but if he doesn't, he's still big favourite for the frame as long as he can get the pocket. Oh, he's missed that by a way.
Oh, he has, yeah. Push it straight into the cushion. A little bit too tentative there.
Yeah, I mean,
Understandable.
I know Ian can take out any finish, but this is unless he fancies playing a double on the red that's covered.
Yeah, the one in bulk.
Yeah. I don't know. He could play it sort of as shot to nothing. He could play the double into this bottom right hand corner or top right hand corner and sort of cover. If he gets a bag, then Shaun's got a awkward yellow maybe. But I mean, it shouldn't be too difficult for Shaun, even if he was to leave it over the hole.
Ian's in the way, but body language suggests that he's pulled up away short.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the pocket, but for somebody of Shaun's calibre, he should still be able to not be a problem.
I mean, cause a mild headache because the yellow to the right of the 8 now doesn't go into that pocket, but he just needs to find an angle to play short position.
I mean, he'll play the plant, play the yellow down the rail, and then play the yellow over the hole, and just try and get somewhere near past the corner middle bag, sorry, for the awkward one. It's gone that way. I mean,
yeah, I
thought he'd play the one over the hole there, Nick. So he's got because he's a little bit straight on this, so then he's going to have a little bit too much angle on the red over the hole. So he can't get on the sort of awkward yellow, as we say.
I was with you, Tom. I agree that the plant would have given him a bigger angle on this.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the one at the table, so he can see the angle better than anybody, but you can see from his body language that he's just a little bit straight on this now. It's hard to get out.
I mean, to get on that yellow, the only awkward yellow, it's got to be somewhere near the red.
Yeah.
I know he could easily get a decent angle on the one on the black spot, just an over, but you'd rather try and play on the awkward one first rather than leaving a natural angle.
He's left a big angle.
Yeah, he's going to try and come off 2 rails and try and cannon on the red underneath the black here for the yellow in the right centre, somewhere near that line.
Oh dear me. Wow. Big moments early doors. This is really going to buoy Ian's crowd. You can see them. They've taken a lot of heart from this. It's given the voice. It's given them the voice they need.
Yeah, this is a terrible start for Shaun. He's had 2 chances now, should be 2-0 up and be flying, but instead he's probably going to be 2-0 down.
Just seems that his thoughts are just a little bit clouded at the moment. Like, as you mentioned a minute ago, Tom, it just seemed, if he takes the plant, makes the angle wider, then that clearance should be fairly simple.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely gone the wrong way there. You'd still think Shaun would take the finish out, but this is pressure for you. This is the biggest pot in history of 8-ball pool. I mean, it's not easy, but Shaun's, I don't think, thinking straight at the minute.
Oh, hello. Well,
he's got away with it.
He has. He's had a real touch there. What can you do here?
All depends if that's a dead straight plant, Nick. If the reds are a plant, Shaun's in trouble.
Yeah.
But if it's not, he can.
I think if you play it, it's one of those. If you play it gently, the pocket takes it. I think.
Yeah, possibly.
It is just to the right knuckle, but it's one of those you could probably throw it as well, because they look like they're almost touching. Oh, what Shaun would give? Just have a get this first frame on the board.
I mean, I think if the 2 reds are a plant, I think Shaun's probably got to play the yellow onto the yellow, hit it with pace, and try and either get a cross double or some sort of fluke. Because if that's a plant, that's a pointless shot. Unless he thought he could plant that, I'm not sure.
Ian's giving that a good look. So, it's definitely set to the right knuckle. It's just whether you can...
I think the way the yellows are, he can play a safety anyway. Yeah.
So he's hit it on the far right-hand side as he's looking at it, which throws the other ball into the pocket, so he could just make it. But again, he needs to cue this well. The yellow just below the bulk line is going to play pretty big here. Yeah, he's taking his medicine, but it's not great medicine, to be honest. That's not a great angle at all.
I don't know if can he screw into it enough to cannon the black neck. I'm not quite sure on this angle.
That looks like that's what he's trying to do.
That's a good effort. He's left himself a treble. I don't think the double will go, but
it must be close. It must be close. I think the line of the line of the double, if you just miss the yellow, maybe.
White's in.
Oh, and the white's in as well.
Wow.
What a start. What a start.
Big
Littered
pressure
with
out
mistakes from both players is great, isn't it? We love to see this.
I'm not sure that was on, Nick, to be honest.
No.
I'd have been playing the treble there myself, but obviously it's different angles from here. Come on, Shaun, settle into the match.
These 3 balls they can't be easy enough for Shaun.
No, I mean, if he misses these, he might as well walk home, but he's not going to miss this. Good shot. Just cue it in.
What a start to the game. So, both players have had 6 or 7 chances already in the first couple of frames on us. well, as I said just before we went to the ad break there, what a start to the game. 6 or 7 chances for both players, mistakes littered in those first couple of frames. Talking about frame of mind, Tom, I mean, who's going to take the most from that early exchange?
I think Shaun will feel he's got away with one there, because he probably missed 1 or 2 more chances than Ian. I know Ian missed a double and whatever, but Shaun will be the happier of the two coming out of that 1-1, because he definitely should have been 2-0 up, and then, mind you, so should Ian. But
Tom, while you were talking there, what a break from Shaun.
Yeah.
He's absolutely flushed them, and it was probably only about 70% power as well.
Yeah.
What a break. I mean, he's not been that fortunate, to be honest. The yellows are all there, but he's got a... this one goes to the middle,
I
so it's
think
not
he'll
too
take
bad.
This every day of the week, Nick, to be honest with you.
I wasn't sure if he could just get through to this yellow, but now that goes, these are pretty straightforward.
So it's just preference, really. He's going to put the 2 up the top, come down for the 2 yellows next to the black, and then probably leave the one on the side rail to his last. And I think he's definitely got to leave the one on the rail to his last shot, because otherwise positional could be a slight problem. He's probably going to play together on it now, is he?
Yeah,
You can just play this with a load of check side, just to hold it for the yellow in the left centre.
Yeah.
Looks pretty thin, but
It does look thin. It looks like the cue ball's going to be travelling, but
he might just.
I think he can
try
just
and
kill it. Oh, he's going to go.
Oh God!
Another one. Look at this. What is happening here?
That's what I was sort of saying, Nick. I think he might have left that to his last pot, just so he can play it at less pace, because he was going twice across the table there. That was never an easy shot.
When I first looked at the table, I thought that was going to be his last ball. I mean, the 8's in the middle of the table, just waiting for him. I mean, it's still not a particularly lovely table for Ian. He does obviously have that free shot that you get in black ball rules, which is a huge advantage. So you can clear one of these pockets, but all of the balls on the cushion.
Yeah, this is not a nice finish for Ian.
That's a clever little shot. I mean, it's I thought he was going to try and open up the yellow on the bottom pocket, but use the cue ball to try and break out 3 balls at the same time. It didn't quite come out as he wanted, but it shows he's seen the table well.
Well, that was never an easy finish, but I think he's sort of played a bit of a nothing shot there. He hasn't really gained anything. He's still got 3 on the side rail. I mean, if he gets these, then fair play, but I think he could have used his first shot to a better advantage there. I don't know what, but sort of didn't really gain anything from that. I mean, sure.
Oh, this
play a double, play a long one down the rail, play another one down the rail, and stun out for the black. Yeah, good luck.
That's the first double that he's got in. I mean, but this is a proper tester.
Yeah.
And there's already been a lot easier test of cue action that he's missed, so that will be in his mind.
Ian's such a good potter, though, to be fair to him. That's a great shot.
Oh, what a lovely kiss as well.
Told you he went the right way, didn't I? That's a fantastic shot, to be fair. He's just going to pot this, just come to the side rail, leave himself a shot on the black.
Yeah, that will give him so much confidence, that ball up the rail. That's one of those, if you want to get your arm going, that shot alone will do it. And I've got every faith that he's going to nail this 8 now.
That's a great finish.
Already.
Great finish. Fair play, Ian.
Already the fist bump at 2 frames to 1. what's going to be happening over that in about 5 hours' time. Goodness me, look at this. What a shot. Didn't even touch the sides. Great shot.
Well, that'll certainly settle him down, I know that much.
That will definitely get the crowd going as well. They're pumped. There you go. There's a guy in the middle there, doesn't know the words. I'll teach him in the break. Tom, while we've got a breather just for a second, let's just reflect on the last 6 months for you. I mean, you know, what a time it's been. I mean, literally the only thing you haven't won was a virtual competition where you came second to Mick Hill in the GOAT.
Well, yeah, nobody was ever going to beat Mick in that, was he?
Exactly, but you know, that was just a bit of fun, obviously. But you know,
we got to let him win something, Nick.
Exactly. I mean, things changed for you. You know, from I think, you know, we can all quite clearly see that you just went through a bit of probably a bit of a lull over the sort of year, maybe 18 months leading up to that to that run, and then obviously, you know, you had a change of mental state where you actually just found it and found some hunger and desire for the game, and got back on the practice table, and I mean how it's turned around.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, like I've said, me and my girlfriend had a conversation where it was either try your best or just give up, because, you know, spending 4 or 5 days away from the kids every month or whatever,
weeks,
and that's not something I really enjoy doing. But obviously, if it's worth it, then you know, it's not as bad. But I'm going away for 4 or 5 days, coming back with nothing. So that was the sort of decision we had, and I'm lucky because of Shaun Storry. He's willing to come to my club twice a week and practice for 5-6 hours. So, you know, if it wasn't for Shaun, then I might as well have given up, because I can't play on my own. I never have been able to do. But luckily enough, Shaun's keen as mustard for practice. So it's just given me the opportunity to actually put the effort in and sort of become a decent player again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we all know what you're capable of, Tom. We've seen it year after year. But I mean, you know, you always have to have self-confidence. But is this beyond your wildest dreams? Carving your way through these fields, and fields of the highest quality players in the world, and just to do it, you know, time and time again, it's just incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, well, don't get me wrong. To win one of them ultimate pool events, you do need a fair bit of luck, because the standard's so high. You know, even to win one, you need luck on your side. Obviously, I've won 6 in the last 6 or 7 months, whatever it is. So, yeah, I've played well, but I've also had a luck on my side at the right. You know, it's like the crucial points where in a match at 5-5, my opponent goes in off a break. I've had that a fair bit. I've had decent splits at 5-5, 6-6, and whatever, and just give me, you know, basically balls over the hole. But yes, I've played well, but yes, I've had the kisses and flicks and whatever you else need to win these events.
I mean, I think it was Jack Nicklaus. I could be proven wrong, but I think it was Jack Nicklaus in golf that once said, "The more I practice, the luckier I get."
Yeah,
you know, I mean, it really is. You make your own as well.
Yeah.
You know, you've got the skill. It's, you know, it's just about getting it into practice.
Yeah.
So just back at the table, just for a second, we see Ian just falls short of position. He left himself a tough shot there to get around onto that last yellow, so he's just played a little bit of a containing shot there, knowing that Shaun's got these 2 balls tied up.
Shaun's just going to stun the white dead here, surely, and just leave Ian snookered on the yellow.
You would think so.
I know Ian could smash at it and fluke it, but percentage wise, it's just snooker him. And
the thing is, the yellow's in. I'm not sure about this. The only reason, well, I guess he's splitting the balls up at the same time, which is, I guess there is that he's kind of breaking them open. But I was with you. If you leave it in bulk, the yellow is so close to those two reds. Ian's going to have to hit it with some pace. Chances are he's probably going to break open those two reds anyway.
Yeah.
But Shaun leaving nothing to chance.
Oh, that's rolled off.
That
is rolled off.
That was a foul. It was a foul, but it did just pull away just fractionally.
Wow.
The eagle-eyed referee is Brian Moss. Brian was watching that one closely, and you could see it did just seem to maybe just hit a finger mark or something as it rolled towards the yellow, and it just went to the left-hand side. In fact, you can see the finger mark right behind the ball.
Yeah.
So as it's just landed in that, it's just pulled away slightly. Otherwise, it would have just gone on and touched the yellow. Well, not sure about that one. I mean, if the red on the bulk line passes the other red, then he's fine.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure that it did, but
that's. I noticed when I was playing Shaun the other day, he can be very, very clever on the loss of turn shot, but sometimes, like, he seems to want to put the opponent's ball safe when you put it safe, clearance. But you don't actually gain anything from it. You just.
It's almost a defensive tactic, isn't it?
I mean, he still should be all right here, but that was a nothing shot, really.
Should have been so much nicer on that, though. And look what's happened. That's just manifested itself into another poor positional shot.
Yeah, he could have just split the reds open with the white rather than the yellow, and pretty much been guaranteed this frame. But I think you can still put the red over the left middle here, but
may have to swerve it though.
No,
he's okay, is he? This could have been easier.
Well, that's not very good, but
he's dead straight now. Nothing coming easy for Shaun Storry at the moment.
I mean,
he can top it through and just take the one that's in the bulk area first.
This is a test, Nick. You're 2-1 down. You've made quite a few errors. Now you've got this dead straight one. You need to roll through 4 or 5 inches. How's your queuing?
He's taking his time on it.
Missed it. Oh, he's gone in.
Just took it. The pace allowed the ball to go in. Wow. Still nothing between these
could
players.
Be 4-0 either way.
It really could. What a game so far. This is the kind of start we wanted. I mean, it's okay seeing the breaking clearances, but it's good. Gives it a bit of an edge when there's a few early mistakes. It shows the players are human. Anyone can break a dish, Tommy.
Yeah, well, yeah. Anybody can, yeah.
Apart from me. What a great start to the game. Honours even, 2 frames each between Shaun Storry and Ian Alley. So we're just popping that on in between frames. We won't miss a ball, don't worry. But these are some of the kind supporters of Beer Productions who help us bring you these streams. So the Smart Rack from Alan Yates, and Pigeon Promotions, McDaddy Promotions, All Stars Club in Exeter, Taunton and Western Supermare. Of course, Legends and Ace Competitions. Thank you to all of them for their support, and another solid hit. Look at that ball spinning. Just shows that he didn't quite flush the cue ball. Put a lot of just hit it on the side and put a lot of.
Yeah, he was playing when I was practicing with at my club all week. He was hitting the ball with side on the break every time. But he said when he come here to practice at night, he was flushing it for whatever reason that is. But yeah, he just caught that a bit aside. But I mean, what a layout that is!
It's another really good layout.
He's got a slightly awkward yellow next to the black.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Plenty of balls to knock it out.
Yeah, really just needs to. Yeah, he's looking at the angle there, so he can play that yellow and then maybe just cannon into the red. He just needs to push the red out of the way, and then he's got a plan.
I think he's going to pop the yellow, Nick, and then leave an angle on the one in the middle, and then play the cannon.
Yeah. That's what I was getting at. Just didn't explain it very well.
Oh, right. Well, he's not perfect there. I know it might have been the right way to go, but me possibly, I would have played the cannon there no matter what. Because if you cannon the red or the black, you're fine.
Yeah.
As long as because if you cannon the black, the yellow goes in two more pockets, the middle or the bottom right. But
what's he looking at here? Is he looking at a 3-ball plant? A 4-ball plant?
4-ball plant, I think, Nick.
I mean, was this ever necessary?
This is I don't know what Shaun's thinking here, but this is not right shot. This is silly.
I mean, he's
got lucky there. He's missed that by an absolute mile and come off the side rail.
and landed plumb on this yellow at the top of the table. But he did actually, he came down and looked at the angle on the ball to middle. So he had considered it. Yeah. So maybe he just felt that he couldn't get to that place, or it wasn't quite there, the angle wasn't there.
I think he just played such a bad shot, Nick, to be honest. I think if he was looking at it, the angle was probably there to do it, but he's just come a little bit short, and then but obviously there's so much pressure out there for these guys, £180,000. So you can forgive him for not playing it right.
You played some mammoth money matches over the years.
Yeah,
and a couple of classics against Mark Boyle along the way. You know, at what point do you stop thinking about the money? I mean, it's there in your mind. I know you haven't played for 180, but you've still played for some pretty huge pots in the 50s. You know, I mean, is it there, or can you just? At what point do you just you're able just to focus on the table and just forget about everything around you?
I think for the first 3 or 4 frames, you can do nothing but think about the money.
Yeah.
But after that, and you get your arm going, it's probably you don't think about the money until the last frame. But
you just need to find a zone, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, whether your release be. Oh, he's not come low enough here either.
Shaun is just not thinking straight here to play for that gap. I mean, that to be so precise there, but I know it's easier said than done, but Shaun's just not quite thinking straight at the minute. Off a red in the middle, possibly.
Yeah, that's what he's looking for, or straight. Middle tried. He gave it a go. Ian will be very happy to look at this table, though. It's everything's there for him. Not too much hard work to do. 1 ball on the cushion. It is in a kind of awkward place on the cushion. They are, I'm never an advocate for moving a ball on a cushion, but if there's one just below the pocket, it's about the only time I would ever suggest you might want to move it, because that's about the toughest position you can get them in, isn't it?
Yeah, I know a lot of people, a lot of the top players don't play a cannon if you don't have to, but I'm every day of the week playing to leave an angle on these 2 reds and knock that red over the middle bag. Yeah. That's just, if I could put a ball down the rail like Chippy, I wouldn't. I'd just play on it, but for some reason I don't see the angles great along the rail, so I'm always one for a double or sort of kick it out.
When he played the percentages here, he ran out of position and just played the percentage shot.
I mean, he might be able to cut this in, might he not? I know he's not going to be ideal on the black, but
he can see an edge, yeah. But I mean, that would be super skinny.
Thing is, if he does manage to cut this in, the white's going to. Oh no, he can't. He's got to go off 3 rails. I thought he could see that.
A good hit, but well, I think the red is closest 2 passes to the middle, so I think he's probably okay here. You see Shaun just wiping his face in the background. He's a fit lad, and even he's feeling the heat in here.
Yeah. Yeah, he's always on these special diets to try and give himself the edge.
Again, just falling into a bit of nothingness here. He's going
to have to play this one at the top. And
just play it as a shot to nothing.
Back gently, yeah. Just screw it back gently, and then you shouldn't leave a yellow if he's to miss. But
he's okay.
Centre of the pocket, nice shot. Just roll this in, leave an angle. All right, punch it in off the side rail then here.
So you're going to hear his crowd come to life. Probably a little bit closer to the 8 ball than he planned, but he's perfect on it. And indeed, that's enough to ignite the crowd. Players trading blows at the moment, 3 frames to 2. Brian Moss is the man in charge of the game. Good, very, very experienced referee from the northeast.
What's the next big money match we got coming up then, Nick? Any in the pipeline?
I'm not sure, to be honest. No, I mean, I'm hoping we get you on one.
Well, yeah.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah, possibly.
Someone was saying the other day about Mark Selby, obviously his comeback last weekend, and you know, I mean, he played some impeccable pool over that weekend as well. I know you played him and edged him out in that game, but what was it? Was it 7-6?
Yeah, 7-6. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he played some great pool over the weekend. There was a lot of people talking about, you know, the possibility of trying to get Selby in a money match. I mean, I don't know.
I bet they are. Yeah, and try and back Selby.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever would, or if Mark would ever be interested. But
I mean, I watched Selby in the first event on the weekend, and I honestly thought, how can this guy lose?
Yeah,
he is.
His cue ball is just impeccable. Isn't it?
And obviously he doesn't miss a single pot. So if somebody's thinking about offering me to play Mark Selby, they can think again. I think I'll find an easier game than that.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the typical chat that goes on the forums. You know, I no idea even if Mark would even be interested.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't even entertain it, would he? But
why would he? Unless he just, you know, he doesn't need to challenge himself in that kind of form, unless he just fancied the challenge. But
yeah, maybe. But I could probably find an easier game. Thank you.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There's. I mean, when you say easier game, goodness me, there's not many people who relish the challenge of playing you at the moment.
Well, I don't think I could pick a harder game, to be honest.
No, that's true. That is true. That is true.
Frank, do you need a drink? What? Coffee?
I'll have a.
Don't miss me about.
I'll have a coffee with 1 sugar, please.
Coffee?
1 sugar, yeah. So again, as we're talking, it's Ian Alley. Cue ball gets kicked into the corner pocket. It was a little bit unfortunate, but the cue ball was heading that way. Shaun looks like he can just flick this yellow away from the pocket here. Stoke is.
Cheers, mate.
Which is just going to open the pocket for the red that's next to it. Oh no! I mean, it's better than it was. It's still not great.
A little bit careless there from Shaun.
Yeah.
I mean, he still should be okay.
I know there's been, your name's been bandied around for some time now, involving a money match. It would be great to get one going. If there's any challenges out there that relish taking on the man, I don't think there's going to be a queue, Tom.
I mean, there was a few talks with possible number 3 with Mark Boyle.
Yes.
But he wants to play it in Scotland.
In Falkirk, yeah.
Which is fair enough. I said to Ian Smith, yeah, that's fair enough. I'm 2-0 up. But my one condition is I'm not playing on a blue cloth.
Yes.
Green or grey, then I'll play at his venue. But I'm not playing on a blue, and I'm not sure if he would play on a different cloth. So otherwise, I'm not desperate for the game, and I think on a blue cloth, I don't think I can win, to be honest.
Yeah.
So we'll just leave it unless it's green or grey. So just punch this one in at the top, leave an angle on the one in bulk. Then try and play the one in the centre of the table, and then dot to dot. It's going this way. Oh, he's missed that by an absolute mile. Wow. Play the cut back here, Nick, or is he going to cue the one at the top?
Well, it looks like he's eyeing up the cutback. Again, I mean, the cue ball looks like it's tracking straight towards the 8. It shouldn't cause too much of a problem. It holds him for the other red at the bottom of the table, but
I think it's quite thin. But he's going to be nervous about getting on his position. But
what you don't want to do is catch the 8 ball, quarter ball, and stick it in the pocket. Or can he avoid it?
I think he's going to go straight to the side rail here, Nick.
Is he?
No,
he could. He could get past anyway.
Cheers, Nick. Chris.
That's Nick. Frank. Coffee to Frank. That's Nick.
Cheers, mate.
Oh, dear me. I mean, he was jacking up trying to avoid that in off, but actually he pushed the cue ball to the far left of the pocket. If it found the middle of the pocket, I think he avoids the in off. But he actually almost made it.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Shaun look quite as nervous as this, to be honest with you, which is not great signs. He just doesn't look settled yet.
His main backer is just sat on the barrier watching, and he's the man who guaranteed the pot. A little bit intimidating having your main back. I don't know how much don't think it's any secret that it's
What was that, Nick? Sorry?
Terry Rogers, obviously Shaun's main backer, and has probably got a huge chunk of this pot. He was, he's pretty deep in this, and I say he's just on the rail watching Shaun. Can be a little bit intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, Ian's gone about this finish completely the wrong way. I mean, he's a great potter, so I fully expect him to get this, but yeah, nice shot. He doesn't want to be dead straight.
Oh, the angle! I tell you something. He's going to have to nail this. He's going to have to nail this.
He might just be able to punch it, Nick, off the side rail and back across.
Just enough angle, you think? It looks too straight to me. I mean, he's got a little angle, but I
don't even think he can screw back because the red's in the way. Oh, what a shot that is.
What a shot.
What a shot.
Shaun tapping his knee in the background. He is a great QSD in alley. He's got some shots in his locker. He really does. And the fist pump comes out again.
Yeah, what
6
a shot
frames
that was.
in, and that's the second fist pump.
I'm all right, mate. Cheers.
We probably need to do it under-over on fist pumps from Ian Alley, don't we?
Yeah, what a shot that was. Great shot.
That's the second one in 6 frames, so
yeah.
that's good though. He's geeing himself up, getting himself focused. That really was a great shot.
I think, I was just going to say, Nick, Shaun's looking rather hot. He's taking his top off. I played with him yesterday, and he was wearing that his autopilot top, and he said it's very hot.
Yeah.
The material. So, unfortunately, for his sponsor's sake, he was trying to wear it, but it's just too hot out there. So he's taken it off just to give himself the best chance in this match.
Yeah, you can see his t-shirt sticking to him a little bit, so he's just going to give himself a chance to cool down, and I don't blame him.
I'm not quite sure why he had 2 tops on, but
yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that's the right decision. I'm sure his sponsors will understand.
Oh, cue ball. Oh, goodness me.
Oh God, look at these reds as well.
That cue ball just arced towards the middle pocket. Unlucky to get kicked in off, but he didn't flush it at all. That cue ball squirting towards that. If you put that ball adjacent to a pocket, then you're in danger of it being kicked in. So
this is worrying times for Shaun Storry fans.
a lot of twists and turns in a race to 30 though, guys. A lot of twists and turns.
I like this from Ian. He's not trying to put a ball safe. He's not trying to do whatever. He's just getting on with it, and he's got the finish there. He's not trying to make it all negative. He's just going to get on with it and just pot the balls.
Yeah. Don't let it cloud your vision.
Yeah.
Whereas you mentioned earlier, Shaun may have tried to push a ball safe or something. When actually, no, I'm going to make this clearance and just back yourself. Yeah.
Sometimes the free shot can not help, to be honest, even though you'd think it would. But just get on with it and just he's got an easy enough finisher.
I've got to say, I've seen Ian Alley play quite a bit, and I've seen him play quite a few money matches, and he now looks like he's in the zone.
Yeah.
His focus is solely on that table. He gets a buzz from that fist pump, getting the crowd going. He really does.
Yeah.
He gets a lift from his crowd. And he loves getting them going. And now suddenly that's just got his focus.
He's such a dangerous player. Such a great potter. Ian's the sort of player that can reel off 5 or 6 without having 2 or 3 dry breaks. So this is not a great start for Shaun.
I mean, this shot in the first couple of frames, you'd have said, oh, it's a bit of a tester, but actually now you feel he's in the zone. He's just going to find the middle of the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way Ian's missing this. It's simple as that.
It was just overhit at a fraction.
Does the red not go past the black, isn't it?
Well, I thought it did. Well, maybe it doesn't. So maybe he's actually underhit it rather than overhit it. I thought he'd...
Wow. Oh, my God.
Well, hold on to your hats, guys.
Oh, my God, he's fluked that. And the black's over the hole.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Nice meeting you, mate.
Goodness me. Wow. How's your luck? Look at this.
That is unbelievable.
Missed it. The 8 ball comes around and flicks it in and comes up the top of the table and goes over the pocket. That's got the fans going.
One thing you don't want to do is give this crowd something to cheer about.
Absolutely not. They are absolutely passionate about their pool. They are right behind Ian Alley. They literally follow him everywhere he goes. All of that team of players love their pool. Play out of Edmonton.
Shaun's just looking a bit nervous at the minute. I mean, when he can get,
I think Ian's
doesn't want to go too far behind, but
I think Ian's just asked the ref what the score is. So I don't think there's a scoreboard anywhere for them. I don't think there's one out in the arena, which is unusual. Oh, look at this. I mean, what is going on? Shaun would be thrilled with that, because look at this split. I mean, this was another one. This was another nailed-on frame to Ian. Look at him shaking his head. That was a great break. Cue ball came right back up the middle of the table. Well, you know, I mean, he sat there shaking his head, ruined his bad fortune, but actually, he's had a great big piece of luck in the last frame.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's all swings and roundabouts. It's easy to forget it's easy to forget when you have a touch, isn't it?
yeah, and that's, you know, Shaun is such a good player, but sometimes he can sort of, you know, just get a bit negative on certain things. But you know, I've said to him plenty of times recently, you might have luck one day, Shaun, but you got to accept the fact that you won't get it the next day, and it's as easy as that, to be honest with you.
Yep.
So
It
Shaun
evens
has
itself out.
Yeah, that's right. Especially at this level. I mean, Shaun knows that. He's just.
So this is just about getting on to the 8.
Yeah, he's just going to pop the one over the centre and just stun the white dead to leave himself perfect, to roll the yellow into the corner past the red and just roll past and leave himself straight on the black. This is exactly what Shaun needed here. Just try and set himself back into the game. Just drop this in.
Does he just take his medicine and run into the red here and just leave himself that half ball cut?
No, he should be able to just go past the red here, Nick, and just leave himself straight on the black.
You're right. There you go. We'll make a pool player of you yet, Tom. I tell you what, you've seen some shots here today, mate. I don't know how you do it. If only you could recreate it on the table, you'd be winning tournaments.
Yeah, if I talk a good game, don't I? That's exactly what Shaun needed there.
Yes,
straight back into the match.
Absolutely. 6-2 would have been a bit of heartache for him. But 5-3, and his break in the next, he's suddenly feeling a lot better.
Thing is, race to 30. I mean, these players are so good. A 6 or 7 frame difference doesn't really mean a lot, but you certainly don't want to be 6 or 7 behind. But you know, it's not too late to come back into it. Shaun will just be home for a ball on the break. Right.
Next week.
Has he got a ball? Yeah, he's got a ball, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's got a yellow.
Made a yellow.
Oh, yeah.
Reds have come out nicely.
Shaun's been doing the cut break a lot in practice, so I'm expecting to see that at some stage. First 4 yellows, Nick.
Yeah?
Mainly because of the black. Well,
My first thought was reds, but...
was it? Yeah. Thing is, if you can put this yellow, the one he's playing now, and play the middle of the 3, then he's sort of got a sort of links to the black. I know he's got the yellow on the side rail, but if he can...
Yeah, it's easy to look at that cluster of yellows and think they're on top of each other, but they're actually not. You put the middle one of the 3 and it opens up the other one to the middle.
He just, after just putting this yellow, he wants to leave an angle to get on the yellow on the side rail, and then he should be good to get out. Might be able to... Oh no, he's a bit straight. So it looks like if he can stun it dead, leave himself straight on the yellow into the... Oh, he's coming, just going back.
He's going to come back and take the one to the right of it, and then screw across. Just needs to make sure he leaves the angle. This is the key shot. Looks about right. Maybe maybe just a fraction bigger angle than he'd hoped for. The middle pocket now comes into play.
He might have to play a little cannon.
Yeah. The natural angle kind of screws up into that middle pocket, so just needs to. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful.
Nice use of the jaw there.
Beautifully controlled.
Yeah, just roll this in. This is basically the black ball. Nice shot.
Now this for me is the clearance that Shaun needed.
Yeah.
You know, from his own break, I think it's his first break and clearance. So this really will. This is when he knows he's in the game. He's going to have forgotten about all those early errors and mistakes.
Yeah.
Now we're going to start. For me, we're going to start to see the best of both of these players now.
Terry Rogers very happy with that.
Yeah, Terry, a fist pump there. You don't see Terry at many games. You know that he's heavily invested in this match. If he's sat here watching this one.
Any other games on today, Nick? Do you know of?
There's a few on. There's a few on today. Yeah, I think Tom Jones is playing George Tierney. I know that yesterday Kyle Cope played Daz Cheetham. Kyle won a decider, 21-20. But yeah, pretty big game. At the last I heard, it was about £34,000 for Tom Jones.
Night?
No, Tom and George today. So round about that kind of money. No doubt Terry will be looking at his phone for that one, because no doubt he's got a little investment on George as well. He loves his pool as Mr. Rogers.
It should be a nice easy win for Tom there today, I'd have thought.
Yeah, whatever. Tried again, didn't it? Whatever they achieve on that pot up there is going to be eclipsed by anything we're watching here today.
Yeah,
£180,000, just incredible.
Ian's been a bit unlucky here. He's not actually on anything, I think. Yeah, that's why he's just playing a simple safety. So you carry on, Shaun. I mean, does the red go in the middle, Nick? I think it does.
I think it does, yeah.
I mean, if you can put the red in the middle and leave yourself somewhere near the black, you've got an easy enough double, and then, you know, you'd like to think you'd get out, but Ian obviously didn't fancy that.
You can tell that's an ironic nod of the head from Shaun there. It's and a tap on the table as well, because it's a clever little shot.
I know he hasn't left anything easy, but if this red goes in the middle, Nick, I fancy Shaun to get these. You know, he's only got to play this pot and then a double in the middle bag, and he's out.
I think. I mean, I can't imagine that red goes. I think maybe the first red is just covering the edge of the pocket, perhaps. Well, I just think he would have already played it. If that went, he doesn't have any other options.
The only thing I think, because he did look at the angle, is if he plays it naturally how he's going to have to, because he's bridging, he might be close to the in-off.
Yeah.
But he's looking at the red as a double, so that to me says the red goes, and he's going to try and get out. But
the trouble is one of those shots, isn't it? I mean, if he makes it, he's got a good chance. If he doesn't, it's frame over. And this is another key frame. He really wants to win this frame here.
I think this white is very close.
Yeah, this one gets him back to parity. What a shot.
Good shot.
Don't know if he's on anything though. You were right, he was in off, because he's punched it across.
Yeah.
I know he had the cue down on it anyway, but
yeah,
he's just punched it across that side cushion.
But that's what I mean. Ian's played that shot not thinking really. If Shaun gets his double, he's out here.
Yeah. Just a touch high.
I did say to Shaun before the match started, if you practice your trebles and doubles, because this table acts slightly different to the one we practice on.
He's close to his work here, but just cuts back.
He's in off.
Oh! Tried to grip that cue ball. It was difficult. A little bit unfortunate, just clipping the yellow in the way he did, but always a chance of that happening. Both players have found gravity quite a few times now.
Surely he's just going to pot him here. Not think about safety, putting the yellow safe or nothing. Just pot him, Shaun.
A1 position.
He might pop this bottom one to the bottom corner.
Yep.
I know he's going to play the one in the middle. Then the one in the bottom right, bottom left, and then leave himself somewhere near where he is now for the yellow and red in the middle. Just wants to be somewhere near the black spot after this shot. Perfect. See, going this way, it doesn't even matter if you leave yourself straight.
Since he took that shirt off as well, I fancy it's cooled down a couple of degrees in here actually.
Yeah.
It just seems a little bit cooler than it was. And since Shaun's taken that shirt off, he's a lot more comfortable. Suddenly the cue's flowing. He's wearing the glove anyway, but the cue's flowing through the fingers.
Yeah, we got a game on our hands here, guys.
Fantastic. 5 frames each. Ten down. Nothing between them. So frame 11 is being prepared. Shaun Storry will break, and we now have a scoreboard for the players. Got a scoreboard rack up on the wall. Quite cool, that. I mean, it's dry, but he's left absolutely nothing. Unless Ian can get cushion first and pop the yellow, but it was another lovely break. Great split, look at that. Ball's all the way across the table. Maybe he can get through to it. He could. Thought he was just touching the back of the red there and just couldn't get through, but he's absolutely fine. And this should be done. Not much Shaun can do there. He's flushed it. He's hit it well. Just not found a pocket. There was probably a dozen different ways Ian could have gone about these. All with the same result. And that's a frame on the board to him. So stays in front. He's I don't think he's been behind yet, has he? Won the first.
No, I don't think he has, Nick, to be honest. I think he went 2-0 up, didn't he?
Yep.
And yeah.
I mean, Shaun. I think Shaun from where he was 4 or 5 frames ago. He's just going to be in a whole different headspace now. He's he's. I think he'd be over the moon. He got to 5-all.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, either player could be, sort of 8-3 up here.
Yeah.
If they were on top form, but 6-5. I think that's more than fair. I mean, Shaun will be happy he's only one behind, and Ian might not be happy he's only one in front. That's just the way it's gone.
Yeah. Cue ball again. Oh, I mean, he sent it up there though.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't blame anyone but himself there. It looked like it was going straight towards the pocket, got a kick away and then got kicked in.
Yeah.
But if you're screwing it back towards those corner pockets, I mean, it's in danger of getting rushed in. That's exactly what happened.
Well, this is 6-0, Nick, I can guarantee you that. Well, I say guarantee, but I mean, Shaun will be. Shaun's. He needs to get these.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he will. I mean, I think he's settled in now. He did look nervous, but I think Shaun will be alright from now on.
I mean, yellows are a peach, aren't they? You can play the one to top left and kind of pick your position on the one.
Yeah,
on the bulk line.
I think you just put the yellow in the middle, Nick.
Yep.
The one on the bulk line, and then just go from there. You then cut the other yellow past the red and come out towards centre of the table, and you've got an easy finish. But if Shaun tries to put a red safe or something, then he's just thinking negative. I don't know what he's possibly
he just needs to get that out of his head, because I mean, these yellows, if he just focuses on the yellows, they're pretty much unmissable. He could even open with a plant here, couldn't he?
He's going to put the red safe here, Nick, on the side rail. What's he doing?
Yeah. The thing is, I'm absolutely with you, Tom. I've talked about this over the years many times. If you're doing that, it means that you've got a layer of negativity in your mind.
Yeah.
You've introduced a layer of negativity in your mind. If you look at the difference between what he's done there and what Ian Ali did a couple of frames ago, Ian said, I don't care, mate, I'm clearing these up, I don't care where your balls are, and he absolutely did.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still confident that Shaun's going to get these, but by thinking to himself, I'll put a ball safe just in case, then you've stuck a layer of negativity in your mind, and you've said, I might miss.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of them. I mean, he hasn't even put it safe, so maybe on this occasion, and give him the benefit of the doubt, he just wanted to be perfect.
Maybe it was just the position,
but I mean, I don't like that sort of shot either way. But I mean, at the end of the day, he's perfect here. Should definitely get out from this position. And if he does, you know, you can't argue. But
as you say, he's that was probably all about the angle rather than getting the ball safe.
It just seemed too easy to even bother even thinking about wasting the shot. But you know, we all think differently out there. But
yeah, of course. I mean, for sure, we haven't seen the best of either player yet. We definitely will in a race of 30. I can guarantee you, we're going to see groups of frames where we get the best of both of these players. That's lovely. That's just floated the ball through the gap, judged it to perfection. Just showing you there.
He's just slightly the wrong side of this yellow in the middle, but he still should be fine. But he's just got, when he screws back in it, he's just got to be careful he's not hampered on the red. Doesn't want to decel this at all. Oh, he's gone up. Yeah, I mean,
still.
That's what. This is not perfect.
No.
I mean, I fully expect him to get it still, but this is not an ideal route. He's just run out of position here.
He's going to have to get the cue ball working here, and nobody ever wants to do that. I mean, if he brings the cue ball another roll and a half up the table, then he's pretty much got 3 drop-ins.
I mean, I think he's either going to have to play the one in the middle or play the yellow into the top pocket and he's going to have to play the one.
It's got to be the middle, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's going to have to because the reds are just too big. But
the trouble is the red on the top cushion plays really big here.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to play this with too much side because otherwise he might be on nothing. He's
going to come around.
That's a great shot.
That's beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Ian's fans trying to get in his head there. Oh my God.
A bit speechless there, to be honest. I mean, that just has to go down as a blip in concentration. I mean, there was no kick there, was there, Tom? I mean,
no, that was. I don't know what that was, to be honest. That was just bad cueing, I think. But I mean, like going back to the start of the frame, like we said, you know, just that first negative shot. He's not thinking straight out there. I mean, Shaun in practice has been absolutely fantastic for the last couple of weeks, but he's just not thinking straight at the minute. And he certainly hasn't missed balls like that against me. Still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even say that he was just trying to nick the pocket, and I mean, he was perfect to get back on the 8. So hard to know what's happened there. But it's going to be Ian Ali who opens up that 2-frame lead again. I mean, this one's a big momentum shifter.
Yeah, just pop this and just leave himself straight on. I want at the top, Nick, and he's. Yeah, that's fine.
You felt that Shaun, Shaun at 6-all is just such a danger because, he's not played great, but at 6-all with still his best game to come, you could see him just impressing himself on the game. But now that silly miss, and he's going to be 2 frames behind, and just fighting against the tide still.
Yeah, I mean, if Shaun was 6-all the way he's been playing and balls he's missed, they'd have been absolutely delighted with it. But 7-5 down. Ian's crowd something to roar about.
And I think this is there's a break at 15, I think. So
is it?
So there's a break at 20. So we're 12 down. So another 8 frames to play. I mean, these are some crucial frames now, because if Ian takes this session 5-3, for example, a 12-8 lead at the break, that's pretty huge. At the first break, that'll give him all the confidence he needs. So Shaun really, just find the focus, find the confidence.
It's complacency for me. Any chance we get someone commentating on
Shaun's looking a bit red in the face over there at the minute. It's warm in here. Big frame here.
Yeah, this is a huge break. Frame 13. Shaun Storry sticking with that front ball break. I mean, it has been working well for him. Look at that, parks the cue ball in the middle of the table. Beautiful break. Absolutely stunning.
Look at this for a layout.
Wow. If you could bottle a break and sell it, you would make an absolute fortune if it was that break there, because the cue ball's just in no danger of, unless it gets a horrible kicking off, just to park it in the middle of the table. I mean, it's almost textbook. I guess textbook would probably be screwing it back up the middle of the table, but second best is just to park it.
Yeah, that is the general idea.
You can't
screw it in and out of bulk in a straight line if you can.
You can park it if you're playing it as Shaun is. He's probably hitting them at about 70% at the moment.
Yeah.
When you're playing them at 100%, then it's a lot tougher to try and park the cue ball.
But yeah, it just depends what table you're on, Nick. When you play on tour, you don't have to hit it 100%, so you can sort of play the break that Shaun's played there, the gentle stun sort of break. But when you go to a club table, you've got to try and give it your full beans and just sort of hope the white don't go in. But this table's so reactive as well, you can sort of play that shot a bit more. Shaun's going to have to play this red in the middle, I think, Nick.
Yeah.
Play the other one up next to the right middle, then play the plant. I think he's going to play the plant. Would you want to leave
that one on the nearest the right middle now as your last ball?
No, that's why I would have tried to get on it now, then play the plant, then get on the one down to the right of the black, and just, depending on what angle you leave yourself, even if you leave yourself straight, you've at least got a black in the centre pocket for the frame.
Yeah.
Just give yourself a bit more options. Shaun's got to be so precise now.
Yes.
Especially where that red's gone on the side, on the sort of the rail there.
Yeah. I can see that. I I was looking at that ball over towards the left, thinking it's fairly natural. But you're right. You've got to land on it.
Oh, he's had
a touch there. He has had a touch there, I think. Well, I say he's had a touch. He's too straight on this. I don't even know how he gets across to the one on the.
This is what I mean, Nick.
Play the one down the rail now, isn't he?
I practice for Shaun a lot, and he's just not. He's not thinking straight at the minute.
Patterns are all over the place, aren't they? He just needs to take an extra few seconds.
He's such a clever player, but this is. I know there's a lot of pressure out there, but this is just not Shaun at the minute. That's a great shot.
That's
what
a
a shot
super
that is.
recovery. That really is a great recovery. That's equal to the one that Ian played in around about the fourth frame.
Yeah, great shot. That should settle him down a little bit.
Great recovery. So
Well
that's
done,
that's his second break and clearance. Was that his? Yeah, it was his break, wasn't it? Was it his break? No, that was.
Yeah, because he parked the white.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, of
parked the
course.
white, didn't he?
Yep. Yes, he's breaking. He's breaking the odd numbers. Ian's breaking the evens. Other way round. I'm talking absolute nonsense. Shaun broke first, so he's breaking the evens. So Ian needs to find this break because he keeps pushing that cue ball towards the tops. It's gone, it was heading that way again, but there were no balls to actually help it on his way that time, so he's okay. But every time that cue ball just does pull towards those top corner pockets.
I think if he can pot the red, the two reds on the bolt line, Nick, if he can just pot the red and just go past the other red without playing a cannon, just like that. Yeah, he's good here.
Yeah, that's the hard work done.
Yeah, this is 8-6. These dot to dot for a player like Ian. That's just what he'd have been wanting as well.
And just use the knuckle. Use the right hand knuckle.
I mean, a player like Ian, he might just stun this in dead and play the red next to the black up to top right. Oh, it goes in the middle, obviously, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, just what he needed to get himself back going.
Now the players are finding their groove. This is 2 breaking clearances in a row. I think that's probably the first time, I might be talking nonsense, but it feels like the first time in the match that it's been back-to-back breaking clearances. I think there's been too many in-offs for there to be any more than a couple. So that's 2 in a row, 1 for each player. Players starting to find their groove now. 2-frame advantage in favour of Ian Ali. Frame 15.
This is a big frame, Nick, because Ian Ali's not the sort of person you want to let get on a roll. So Shaun's got to keep with him here. Nice break from Shaun. He's going to go reds.
Yeah, Dave Roberts reminding us that that last one was actually Ian's first break dish. So yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thinking back, it was. Yeah. And you wouldn't have imagined it would be the 14th frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave Roberts is our stats man. All the way down there in sunny Devon. Hope you're well, Dave.
Yeah, just needs to put a couple of these reds and just leave himself straight on the one touching the yellow. If he can do that, this should be a simple enough finish, but just needs to make sure he's straight. I mean, so he's going to put this other red in the middle, Nick, I think. Try and leave himself straight on the other red in the middle.
Yeah.
So we can roll it through, play the other red, touching the yellow.
Yes. Tom, we've got a question from one of the viewers. I mean, obviously we're talking about people's breaks here. You've got one of the biggest, if not the biggest, break in the game. I mean, it's an absolute weapon of a break, sledgehammer, some might call it. What are you actually looking to do when you break?
Well,
I mean, obviously hit the front ball flush and hard, but I mean, you know, there's a bit more to it than that, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean. Right, is that right? All you're trying to do is try and control the white ball, obviously. So you're trying to get the white ball to sort of spring back straight down the centre of the table, back into bulk and whatever. I mean, it's something that you have to really. I know it's the break and you need a lot of luck, but you actually really need to concentrate on it rather than just whack it, I think.
Is it something you practice, Tom? Because you know, obviously, it's probably the biggest shot of any frame, and I think a lot of players, maybe club players, take it for granted.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't just sit there or stand there and practice a break for an hour or two, but just when I'm playing, you know, Shaun or Chris Day or Shaun Chipperfield, you know, you just. A lot of people think, oh, just get down and whack it as hard as you can. And sometimes that can work, but consistently, you have to try and cue it just like, you know, sort of a dead straight pot that you're trying to get the white back, centre of the table. You know, you don't want to screw the ball. You don't want to screw the white. It's sort of a, you know, centre of the white, maybe even above centre, because the power that you're hitting it at, the white will still come back anyway. But yeah, just concentrate. Don't just look at it as a smack it as hard as you can, because at the level that we play at, if you just smack it and don't control the white, you're not winning the match.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. So you have to try and hit them with pace, but control the white. You know, and if you don't get a ball, I personally think as long as they're splitting, you're unlucky not to get a ball.
Yeah. Just keep faith with it.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that in just a second. I mean, obviously in the meantime, Shaun with a really nice clearance there. Just looked like he ran out of position slightly. That penultimate ball, he used the whole pocket again, but the pace of it took it in, and he's back within one frame again. That's 3 break clearances in a row. Yeah, so just going back, I mean, I remember interviewing Jack Whelan years ago on comms, and he said, you know, I mean, he's another one that's got a massive monster break, and he said he's almost surprised when he doesn't make a ball. You know, what? I mean, you break from just left of centre, if I'm not mistaken. Like, It's almost middle of the table, but you just maybe take it an inch or two to the left.
Yeah, I do sort of mix it up, though, Nick, because sometimes on tour you'll have divots because a lot of people are breaking the same place.
Yeah.
So if you put the white in a divot every time, when you're hitting them at such pace, it bounces.
It jumps,
which you don't want because that can take out some of the power. So
take away all those factors, Tom. No divots. You've got a perfect table, new cloth.
Yeah.
You know what's your go-to?
Probably 3 inches left of the centre on the line.
Yeah. And when you're playing through the front of the cube, I mean, where are you looking? You're looking to hit flush dead centre of the front ball?
Just above centre, Nick, probably, to be fair.
Yeah, but in terms of the pack, so you're looking at the pack, are you looking to hit them dead on, or are you looking to play through that front ball?
Just like Ian's hit there, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's just whatever you think, where the white's going to come straight back up the centre of the table.
And do you impart any side at all, or is it just natural?
No side. Just slightly above centre of the white ball, and just give them a good whack. That's is the best I can.
I only ask that because a lot of players they play from a similar place that you do, just kind of left the centre, but then they put on a trace of right hand side almost to help the cue ball back up the centre of the table. That's I think Phil Harrison does that as one of the players I can think of.
Yes, I mean that's not something I do. I just try and hit the centre of the white.
Just natural, yeah. Nice. Good insight for all the guys at home who are maybe struggling with their break. I mean, I know I went through a period where I just kept dumping it into the middle pocket. I play cue ball probably about quarter of the way from the left hand side of the table, and my hand will be, I think it's probably because of my size as well, my hand I kind of hold the top left knuckle and just cue from there, and then just try and play through the front. But I was I was just dumping the cue ball straight into the middle.
Yeah, I mean,
plagued with it.
It's like if you go in off in the middle pocket on the break, you have hit the break so bad that you don't deserve to get a ball. Basically, I mean, Shaun Chipperfield is the one. I've tried telling him if he had a decent break, Shaun Chipperfield would win most tournaments. I mean, he's so good, but his break is so bad, and I don't want to try and teach him too much because then I probably wouldn't win anything myself. But he is such a good player. Like I practice with him. He's so good, but his break is so bad, and
he's just such a natural, isn't he? He's amazing.
If you watch any player on tour, he will go in off in the left middle bag more than anybody else on tour. And I don't know why it is, because he's such a good potter, but the way he cues the break is not great. I mean, if you're going off in the top, you can sort of call yourself a little bit unfortunate, but to going off in the middle, you've obviously hit him real bad. He does it so often. And that is one of the main reasons why you haven't seen him pick up a title yet, because of his break.
Have you tried a break cue in the past?
I've got a break cue only because during lockdown I was breaking with my playing cue and my ferrule snapped.
Right.
So Jason
so you
Owen
use one now?
Yeah, I mean it's just a snooker cue that Jason Owen made for me. It's not a specific break cue or nothing, but I think it's about a 9.5mm snooker cue. I just use that.
Some 16 frames played, and Ian Alley back with that 2-frame lead, and now that's 4 breaking clearances in a row. And now the standard really is starting to ramp up. These players are finding their rhythm, finding their groove, finding their break. But Shaun's under pressure here. He's 2 frames. He's 2 frames behind, and his problem is, if he goes drier, if he goes in off, he could come back to the table, find himself 4 frames down.
Yeah, that's right.
It really is heating up into that kind of standard. So, he'll be really keen to get back at, every time he comes to the table when he's 2 behind, it's absolutely essential that he just does what he has to do to pull back within one. Just keep that pressure on Ian.
Yeah.
Because the moment he goes in off, and if Ian can clear and then break and disconnects, then 4 frames behind, Ian's going to be flying. He loves the lead. He's a great front runner. So Shaun just needs to keep on his coattails at the moment.
I'm not sure on the reds on the bulk line if they go past the yellow or not. Otherwise, Shaun might have to put the yellow next to the black spot sort of play, and he's playing reds.
Yeah, I think the top one of the two goes. I think if he can find the right shape, he's going to be in a similar kind of shot that Ian had earlier, where he can play the top one and just float past for the other one on short position.
Yeah,
I think that's what he'd be looking for. But I mean, he needs to be accurate with his position. He's already run out here. He's cutting this one back into a blind pocket. Shouldn't cause him a problem, but just a little bit tougher than maybe it could have been.
Yeah, just a bit careless from Shaun there, 'cause he's got to play. I mean, it's a tricky little pot, but he's got to play position with the white now. Nice shot.
Yeah, controlled it well.
Yeah,
nice
good shot
pace.
there from Shaun.
So he's going to want to take off this other ball, the lone ball now at the bottom of the table. He's not going to want to leave that.
I think if I was Shaun, I'd be playing the red on its own at the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
Try and leave an angle on the red that he's into the top right.
Yeah, just below the bulk line.
Just so he can roll it through and come off a bottom rail and have a choice of reds into either the right centre as we look, or
Just wonder, Tom, if they're a dead set plant. If they're a plant to the right corner, I don't know if they are.
Yeah.
Don't know if we can get an angle on that either.
Yeah,
but,
that's Shaun's going my way. Just going to roll this through, come off the top rail, leave himself choice of reds into the centre.
Yeah.
Preferably he wants to be on the outer red, so then he can just roll it through, and then he's got dot to dot finish.
Yep.
And he is just about perfect there. So
yeah, lovely.
just stun this to the side rail, leave himself just off dead straight into the corner pocket, so he can roll it through to be perfect on the red into the centre, and just roll it in for the black.
I think if you were placing it with your hand, you probably would have just placed it an inch further down the table, but he can control this cue ball now, just kill it off the side cushion.
Yeah, Shaun's such a good player. He'll take where he is now, I know that much.
Just a little soft screw on and off.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Just going to run this cue ball now on and off the top cushion. Lovely.
Yeah.
And as I
place
say,
that better with your hand.
these two players are really finding their groove now. This is going to be now 5 breaking clearances on the bounce, and who'd have thought that after the first 5 or 6 frames?
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
it didn't look like they had a breaking clearance between them.
This is the standard we were expecting all match.
Yep.
I mean, is he absolutely perfect in it? Has he got to punch it to the side rail here?
No, I think
leave a black in the centre.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's a good shot.
Yeah.
Wasn't perfect, but he's played a nice shot there.
Does what he needs to do, and one more frame goes on to Shaun Storry's side of the scoreboard. He pulls back within 1 again. That's 17 frames under our belt. There's a fair question from Reese. I mean, both of these are ultimate professional players, and chose to play black ball instead of international. I mean, I don't know, I can't answer for the players, but I mean, I can only imagine that it would probably be that they're just more, I mean, international rules are still fairly new for these players. They've been playing a couple of years, and they're probably just still feel a little bit more naturally at home with the black ball rules. It's only my interpretation of it, but must admit it would have been a good advert for international rules had they played them. It would have they're still not, you know, players, a lot of players just still not absolutely familiar. You know, these players have been playing black ball rules for probably 20 years and international rules for just a couple, so it's, I think in a couple of years time we'll see a lot more money matches played to the new rule set. Much better break for me and Ali. Look at that. What a flush break that is. I mean, this guy is firing now. It just makes pool easy. If you can break like that, it just makes the game easy. And this is real pressure. Ian Ali said before the match that he was going to take Shaun Storry to places that he's never been before. And I didn't think for one moment that he meant Cleethorpes. Oh my goodness me, that is something I did not expect. Wow. Oh, it fell. Sorry, I looked away. I looked up, I was looking at Ian's face. That went in within the 3 seconds. You saw the referee go 1, 2, 3 with his fingers. He was counting it down. It went in just before the 3. So you just missed one there. Ian just missed the yellow. Well, it rattled in the pocket, and it fell. But I mean, it only just fell within the 3 seconds.
Right.
Only just fell. And it was a fairly simple pot as well, so Shaun would be fuming because I think he would have been half out of his chair, to be honest.
Right. It's a big shot.
It is a big shot, and he's just stood up off of it as well.
I mean, it's one you'd expect Ian to get, but he's got to cue it nicely
again,
just to get the bite on the white. Oh, he's missed that. Oh my! Look at the white as well. That's how bad he's cued it.
I just wonder if that miss, well, it wasn't a miss because it ultimately went in, but yeah. I just wonder if that was just still in his mind.
I think the second half of this match we're going to see a slightly better standard, but like I said before, this is the biggest match anybody's ever played, any pool players ever played. So fair play to both guys for even taking it on, to be honest with you. I think later on they might just settle into the match a little bit more. I mean, if I'm Shaun here, I'm probably going to play this yellow closest to the bottom corner and just try and flick the red by the middle bag, but he might look at it a different way. We'll play onto it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball here. He's obviously still got that lone ball up in bulk. Doesn't want to leave that until last.
This is basically the black ball in it because there's a big pocket. Oh, he's missed that. He's missed it. Oh my God, that's gone out. He's missed that by an absolute mile.
I mean, that's hit the cushion 18 inches up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only the pace. It's only the pace. Yeah. Brand new cloth, hot room.
Yeah,
makes it a generous table, but even so, that's he'd have feared the worst as soon as he let go of his cue there. How is that one gone in?
Yeah. just roll this through, leave an angle to stun up the top of the table, get somewhere near the bulk line, and he's got a big bag off the yellow, and this is 9 each, Nick.
I guarantee that shot's going to be up on the internet within about
Yeah.
half an hour.
Yeah, that's right. But you know,
I mean,
people can say what they want, but until they get out there and play these sort of conditions,
Yeah,
they ain't
absolutely.
got a clue. They just like to cause trouble for the sake of it. So don't take no notice of what they got to say.
absolutely.
Here we go, 9 each. That's about a fair score, to be honest with you. Both of these guys have made a lot of mistakes in this first half.
Don Evans reminded me that it's 5 seconds you've got the ball to drop and it's not 3 seconds.
Is it?
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know why I had it in my head it was 3 seconds, but is it 3 in world? Is it 5 in every rule set? I'm not sure.
What's
You'd
that?
think I'd know the rules by now, wouldn't you? All square. I said that, you know, Shaun needed that opportunity. He didn't want to go into the break 2-3 frames behind, and now, you know, okay, you know, he can still go in a couple behind, but it's you know, he's guaranteed to be within 2.
If Shaun can win this frame, he is going to be filled with knowing he can't be behind going into the first break.
The fans know the break's coming up, and they are geeing up Ian Alley. They're just getting behind because they know his head will just be down a little bit after that missed ball in the last one. You know, that was one you expected him to make.
Nick, to be honest with you,
Eh?
I can't really hear a word you're saying there. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I was just saying the crowd just geeing him up a little bit because
right.
you know, I mean, his head will be down a little bit after that missed ball, so it's just geeing him up for this next one. Flushed. I mean, apart from the few in-offs, and most of them were quite unlucky, it's been a bit of an exhibition of breaking from both players so far.
Yeah.
Not too many in the way of dry breaks, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, fantastic break there from Shaun again. I mean, these reds should be gone.
Yeah.
I mean, Shaun will be very happy with that break anyway. He'd definitely be going reds. You might just pop the red that he's closest to now in the bottom corner. Come across for the other red in the opposite corner. And sort of just try and land somewhere near the centre of the table and give himself a few options. Because as soon as he moves this red and then the other red, the two reds go into that top corner as well. So it's a great chance.
Yeah, so looking now at the 1-2 bottom right, and then the ball to middle.
Yeah, just looking at going a slightly different route to me.
Yeah.
But
I just wonder, is he? I mean, I was with you. Clear the ball on the left-hand side of bulk to open that pocket up. But is he looking at playing this red off the yellow? That doesn't seem a wise shot to me.
no, if he shouldn't be doing that.
Because
But maybe
you could
he
push,
is.
you could push that yellow up into the reds, and
I mean, maybe if he plays the red closest to the blue spot on the snooker table, he might not. He could probably just play that dead weight, so it's not an issue.
yeah,
Again, it's not the way I would go, but I would have tried to clear that pocket.
yeah, I'm with you.
On his second shot, but
I did wonder early doors whether he was going to try and just move that yellow.
because even if he pots this off the yellow, then he's then got the one in the centre, and then what's he got to play? He's got to fight. Yeah, I mean, he's just
he's played it at a good pace,
yeah.
but that could have gone wrong, Tom.
Yeah, but see now, Nick, this is where the problem is. He's got to pop this red into the middle, and then what's he got
Where's
to play?
your gap?
Yeah,
Where's your gap?
I mean, he might just roll it through to the side rail, play the red up into the top left, but then it's all got to be a bit cute with his white ball, but if it had gone the way that we mentioned earlier,
keeps it really simple. Take the one in bulk, clear that pocket, take both of these reds, or at least one of these reds up into that pocket. He's got to go off 3 rails.
So. I mean, he's perfect. He's played a great shot.
Yeah, that's again a great recovery, but it's a recovery he probably shouldn't have had to make.
Yeah. So he just rolled this in, come off the side rail, try and leave himself somewhere near the bulk line, in the centre of the bulk line, maybe, just so he can roll the red into the centre and give himself options for pockets. Yeah, something like that. Perfect. Just roll this through. Red in the opposite centre and black in the corner. Shaun is going to be absolutely thrilled with this scoreline. Guaranteed to go 10-all into the break. Possibly 11-9 up. And to be honest with you, Shaun hasn't even started into second gear yet. I mean, he's made more mistakes in this match than he has on the whole practice session against me the other day. So to be guaranteed 10-0, he'll be thrilled with this. He hasn't looked very comfy, but
this is the first time in the match that Shaun Storry's ahead.
Yeah, Shaun's looking good. He looks comfy, looks more relaxed.
Terry Rogers looks happy.
Yeah,
he's pumped.
Yeah.
Shaun Ty is sat to the left of Terry. They've both flown over from Dublin for this game. Shaun Storry fans finding their voice, and a few gestures from the opposition's crowd. They're starting to bait each other a little bit.
Yeah.
Someone's just holding up a nice wedge of money, saying, "Put your money where your mouth is."
Does he want to bet? Don't
let Terry see that. Terry pulls his money out then.
Got an alley fan in the Shaun Storry area. Oh God!
It's all in good faith at the moment, in good humour, but whether it stays that way.
Maybe after another 7 or 8 pints, I wouldn't be so sure that they'll be laughing as much, Nick. But you never know.
Yeah, when the pressure, I mean, Garrett, it's £180,000 pot.
Yeah.
There's going to be people here with some, you can guarantee there's not, 1,800 people with £100 on. There's going to be some people with a big old chunk of money on this.
Yeah.
A big old chunk of money. So there'll be some. There's a few people's rent money on the line, I reckon. This week.
I'd say so.
Emotions could run high later on. Could run high.
Nobody. I mean, Shaun's going to go yellows here. I think he's going to put this yellow in the middle on the bulk line. I know he's got to play either a gentle cannon or something on the yellow next to the black spot. But I mean, he'd definitely be happy with this opportunity. He may go reds. To be honest, I mean, he hasn't probably got to play a cannon on reds. Maybe not even yellows, but. Just to see the way you see it, I guess. I would probably go yellows, just so the one next to the black spot I could sort of play a delicate can on it and be on another yellow. But he's gone reds. That's fine.
Yeah, you could definitely make a case for either.
Yeah, I mean,
you need to be probably a little bit more cute with the cue ball with reds, don't you?
Yeah, this is the thing.
The ones around the 8 ball.
Yeah,
you need to be spot on.
This is a thing where Mick Hill would probably go reds all day long, and back his white ball control.
Yeah.
Where I would probably go yellows and just try and play that slight little cannon. I mean, obviously, some people will say I'm right, some people say Mick's right, but it's just preference, really.
Just a question of taste.
I'd rather sort of not be so tight with my white ball because that's just the way I've always played. Like I said about playing, I'd rather cannon the ball out on the rail or play the double. But you wouldn't see Mick Hill do that.
Yeah.
And Obviously, Mick is probably the greatest player that's ever lived at 8 ball, so who can argue with him? But everybody has their own opinion, but it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah. It's one of those. There's probably no right way, no wrong way. It's just a question of personal taste.
Whichever way you feel comfortable. I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable playing Reds probably. I'd rather sort of let me out. See this what I mean? Yeah. I mean, Shaun's not been tight with his white ball there, and now he's pushed the black safe, and things could go wrong.
Yeah, he's still got a shot, but I mean, he needs to play a delicate little shot here if he's going to hold for the red in the middle.
Not sure what he was trying to achieve there, but
yeah, that could have so easily gone wrong. It almost felt like he didn't need to do that, Tom.
No, that's right. I mean, obviously he should put these 4 reds and have some sort of shot on the black, but it's on the side rail now. So
Yellow's a big ball here, so he's having to load this up with check side. Gets it, kills the cue ball, but I think he's just gone a little far. He should be okay. But
I reckon Shaun might try and nudge the black here, Nick. If he can dig down, he's going to come off the top rail, side rail, and just try and nudge the black. Because if he hits a black full ball, he's going to be on that yellow, the red over the hole.
He's eyeing that line, but it looks like he's looking to come 2 cushions below the 8. Maybe it's not quite natural, and he doesn't want to go out of his way to try and make the angle.
Okay. That's a great shot.
Yeah, good vision.
Very risky. I didn't see the need of that, but just played it well. If Shaun can go 11-9 up here at the break, he is going to feel fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ian
from
will
where
be
he
kicking
was
himself, because Ian should be definitely 3 or 4 up at this break.
But this is what it was about. It was about muting the Ian Alley fans, and Shaun Storry's doing that well at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, this one would have been my last ball, but as I say, I'm not at the table. Maybe he didn't have the angle. I thought he could float on and off the top cushion and leave an angle, leave the red just off straight to come in behind the 8.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of traffic going this way.
I think I'd have left that red till last so he could get close to the 8.
That's what I mean. You can't get close to it.
He's guaranteed a shot on it, but from distance, this is the problem. Oh, we say that. He's played that.
Yeah, he's played that beautifully
about
well.
As well as you could expect. So.
Well, we saw him play one of these a second ago, and he hit the knuckle about 4 inches in front of the ball, and it was all about the pace. So it just needs to readjust here.
This is a massive shot in the match.
It needs to be dead weight. Just over dead weight.
Get in there.
Yes, it is. It is, and there's the first fist bump. And that is going to be a break, guys. That's 20 frames played. The players are going to go for a 10-15 minute break. I'm not exactly sure how long it is. I think it's probably 10 minutes. But you won't miss a ball. We will be right back. Go and get yourself a drink. Go and get yourself a cup of tea or a cold one out the fridge. Get ready for this next session, because that session was fantastic. We're going to be back for more. So say join us in about 10 minutes. See you soon. So a stark reminder for us that life's too short, and a wonderful tribute to an absolute top player in Jason Twist, who a very sad day for the pool world yesterday when he was laid to rest. And just a fitting tribute to the man. Anyway, just joined on comms now by Chris Day. Chris, let's just reflect on those first 20 frames. I mean, you're firmly in Shaun's corner and a practice partner and a good friend of Shaun. I mean, he's got to be over the moon with going into the break there 11-9, because for a moment it didn't look anything like that, did it?
Afternoon, Nick. Afternoon, everyone. No, it didn't, to be honest. At the start of the match, it didn't look like any of them were going to string a few balls together, really, for the first 2 or 3 frames. But it has settled down a bit now. And I think what we're seeing is the fact that both guys have put a lot of effort in the last few weeks. So they're not necessarily missing a lot of balls, and they're going to pot the pressure balls. I think the actual pressure they're feeling can be seen more in the patterns.
Yeah, very much so. It's one of the things that we mentioned, myself and Tom mentioned in those first 20. I mean, there were some strange patterns going on. Tom was like, I don't know what's going on here, because I wouldn't have played him this way. But then as we got towards the break, both players seemed to settle a bit more. Shaun more so than Ian. There were still a few mistakes there from Ian. A couple of big moments. I mean, there was obviously the moment for Ian where the ball hung over the pocket and then dropped. And then also, I mean, Shaun potted one down that right-hand side rail. I mean, it must have hit the cushion about 2 feet from the pocket, but the pace of it got it into the pocket, and that really is the difference at the moment.
Yeah, correct, because Ian didn't capitalise on his ball that dropped in, and Shaun did. So
yeah.
You know, that's where we are at the moment in the difference in the frames. But I think what has happened quite a lot, I've noticed, is the 8 ball keeps going onto the side cushion from both of their breaks quite a lot.
Yeah.
Which is obviously, you get half an eye on that when you sort of come to the table for your first visit. And I also think that the splits have started to come out a lot better towards the end of the first session, really.
Yeah.
I think the first 8 or 9 frames, you know, there was always some work to do. And in a money match, the last thing you want to do is go for a tough chance and give up a really easy one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm used to Ian's style of play. I mean, he doesn't mind putting himself under a bit of pressure and leaving himself a tough pot. He's done that all his career, so he's going to be used to that. But you know, it was a little bit more surprising for me in the first half that Shaun did that as well, effectively, with his pattern play.
It's not his game, is it?
No. He's normally plumb behind the ball. He's normally very good with his cue ball, and he seemed to be putting himself under pressure when he didn't need to be. But because of the effort he's been putting in recently, he potted the balls.
And noticeably, this 21st frame started in exactly the same way the first frame started, in that Shaun broke off and didn't have a ball to go at, and it's left a really good chance for Ian. He's had a couple of tough balls in here, and he's made a really good clearance so far. He's still got that 8 ball on the side cushion.
Yeah, but I think in these rules, you've got equity even if you hang it slightly, haven't you?
Yeah, especially given where the yellows are.
But yeah, I think Ian probably, Ian's camp have probably decided they need a good start to this session. For Shaun, it's probably a bit more of continue what you were doing towards the end of the last session, because obviously he was behind. I think he was 9-7 down, if memory serves, and he's won the last few. So from Ian's point of view, he would have wanted a chance like this to get back into the match, so to speak. So it's really important that he gets these last 2 balls now, I think, and he's probably going to play on the double.
Well, this is a tester. He got one of these earlier, and let me tell you now, if he gets this, there's going to be a fist pump.
Yeah, and there'll be some noise as well.
Just pulled away. Just pulled away, and I tell you what, it's pulled away enough to open up the pocket for Shaun.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's played the shot as if his thought process is, if I get the bag, that's fine.
Yeah.
But he hasn't unfortunately got the bag, and that's probably the worst start he could have.
So
because this slides in off the 8 ball, gets him on his other hardest ball, if you like, and then he's away.
And for Shaun, I mean, he just needs to keep this Ian Ali crowd muted, because Ian's a confidence player, and he feeds off the crowd. If the crowd are behind him, you'll see him fist pump, and you'll see that's where he gets his focus and his energy from his crowd. And if they're quiet, then Ian can be a little bit quiet as well. So
yeah, definitely, they're probably his best asset, but also his worst enemy at times. Because if he's sitting in his chair and his crowd are a bit quiet, he knows that's a reflection on how the score is. But if Shaun was going to write a script for the first frame, it would be Ian has a chance, misses it, and leaves me taps.
Absolutely. Yeah, the perfect start really for Shaun. Exactly. Well, the momentum is with him at the moment for sure. He 10-9 was the first time he'd been ahead in the match, and that turned into 11-9, and now looks for the world that it's now going to be 12-9. So
yeah, and always I think the first frame back after a sort of 20 frame session, it's good to have a chance like Shaun's got, because although people probably won't think it makes a great deal of difference, the table has been brushed and ironed, and it would have been slowing up ever so slightly towards the end of the session, and now it's going to have that extra inch or two of pace again. So a chance like this is ideal, just to basically get your feel back for the table.
I don't want to read too much into it, but when you look at Ian across, I can see him just by the side of the screen, and just looks just a fraction dejected. It's hard to read, but the shoulders are just slightly slumped at the moment, and he just looks. The eyes are a little bit drooping. He needs to get his energy back.
Yeah, I think it's quite a strange scenario with this match to me, because Shaun's played a couple of money matches, but hasn't really made his name on the back of money matches, whereas Ian has made his name playing big money matches, and he's gone to places where it's really hard to win, and he's won.
Yeah.
But it seems like Ian's the one with something to prove in this match, and not Shaun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it should be the other way around.
And you feel, of the two players, I mean, I don't know, I'm not going to talk about players' personal situations, but this is it's a huge pot by anybody's measure. But I mean, this is some big money here for Ian. Like the commission on this alone, I don't know how much he's backed himself. I'm absolutely certain he will have. But I mean, when you're looking at a 10% commission, that's a great wage.
10% or 20?
Well, 10% of the entire pot, so 20% of the winnings, isn't it?
Yeah,
essentially.
I guess so. I think I had heard that Ian had 10 grand on himself.
Yeah, well, that's huge.
Yeah,
that's huge.
But I think he's in a really good space at the moment. I know he got married not so long ago, within the last year or two, and this is the best support structure he's had around him from what I know.
Oh, amazing, absolutely amazing. And this is the problem he's had with the cue ball. He's just done this so many times. That's maybe the 4th or 5th time that he's done that, and he's gone in off every time it's gone towards that pocket. He's had no luck, because it has either just gone in or it's been kicked in, or that's 4th, 5th time.
Yeah, but also for me, obviously here we're playing on a new cloth with a nice new or clean set of balls. There's no big divot in the breaking area, so if the referee is racking them up correctly, which he is, and you're hitting the break hard, you are going to get a lot of balls coming up this end of the table. And unfortunately with Ian's break, he's always screwed or stunned it to the top cushion. So basically, as the cue ball's coming up the table, the rest of the balls that he's just hit are chasing it up the table, and he's often getting kicked in. Whereas Shaun's break, he's trying to stop the cue ball in the middle of the table, which means he's flirting with the in-off in the middles a couple of times, but less chance for Shaun to go in-off, I feel.
So imagine that he's now going to take yellows, use that ball as his free shot, just to clear that red out of the way.
Yep. And now he's settled, you expect to see a much better pattern.
Yeah. I think he's got the top half of the middle pocket, so I think the yellow does sneak past it, the one that's closer to the pocket where his arm is now. So a decent chance. Just needs to think about the cue ball. I wonder if he may elect just to come back down. I mean, he could even take the one that's closest to the 8 ball now, because that's a bit of a tricky ball. It goes to left middle, but he's on it perfectly now. He can come back to it, obviously, but you know, it doesn't go to the natural pocket, which is the bottom left. So
I mean, for me, that's the trickiest ball on the table, as you've alluded to, and it's either take it now or leave it as your last ball.
Yeah.
And there we go, he comes back for it now. First call I've made in the comms box, Nick.
100% record.
Still, I've only got Tom to follow, he kind of got many right. He'd have been saying leave the cue ball in the middle of the table, treble that one across there. I also think it probably goes a little bit unnoticed so far that Shaun's actually settled into a really nice rhythm around the table.
Yeah, it's a great cadence.
Whereas Ian, as we know, is a bit more of a confidence player. When you think of Ian Alley, you think of him reeling off 5, 6, 7, 8 frames in a row really quickly, don't you?
Yeah.
He just hasn't had the opportunity to do that yet, because Shaun's potting off of his break and Ian's not always getting chances off of his own break.
Yeah. I mean, I was just saying to Tom earlier in the match. Obviously, you know, Ian's played some big money matches. He played Stevie Dempsey, played Shane Thompson, but obviously had starts in those games. And you know, even when he played Tom the other day, I know it was only a small pot practice game, but he had a start against Tom and got a flying start as well. Yeah. He is a confidence player, and he, you know, not having that start, I did wonder how that would affect him, whether it would affect him, because he's a front runner. He's a really good front runner.
Correct.
So it's really, now he's going to probably go 4 frames behind it. It's going to be really interesting to see how he, you know, adapts to that. You know, he's going to have to come from behind now. Still loads of time, obviously. You know, we're in a race of 30 here. You know, this is still very early days, but he won't want to fall too far behind.
No, you never do. But I mean, it's going to be the contrast in styles as well, isn't it? Because I think Shaun goes a few frames ahead. You'll just see him manage the game. He won't be afraid to leave Ian a sniff and just say, "You're under pressure, have a go." Whereas if Ian were in front, I think you find he just got quicker and quicker and slapped in the finishes.
And the other change for Shaun as well, obviously, he was getting quite hot, took his shirt off, and since he's taken his shirt off, just cooled down a couple of degrees, and now he looks a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, we did say to me over the side, actually, he said, I was getting really, really hot around the table, he goes, and I thought to myself, I can't be under this much pressure already. He goes, then I realised and took my top off and thought to myself, no, actually, I'm all right here.
I'm all right.
But I think what you would say, going into this match, is not many people had a clear favourite.
No.
And that's what I like with these money matches. Both players not afraid to take each other on, even though they know they might not necessarily be favourite.
I've lost count over the last few weeks how many times I've been asked who I like for this game. And honestly, I mean, even Terry Rogers messages me and says, you know, what are you thinking? And I said it's 5 to 6 a pair, because it's just about on the day. Like, my first instinct was, you know, Ian with his crowd behind him. I think he may have just had the edge, but actually I think as it got closer to the game, I started thinking, well, actually, like the practice that Shaun's been putting into the table with Tom and yourself, I mean, that's just going to, you know, those sessions time and time again with Tom, are just huge, huge, and that's, that can be the difference.
Definitely.
Very lucky not to go in off there. I don't know if he can get through to the yellow that's at the top of the table. If he can, he's okay.
Yeah, it looks he's pointing where he wants the cue ball, so I think he can definitely get through.
Yeah, it's only really the 8 ball that then causes a bit of an issue.
Correct, yeah. And if he does pot this first yellow, he'll be probably thinking frame ball.
Yeah.
And besides that, you've got a lot of equity on yellows because the toughest ball on the table is a red.
And that really, that tells a bit of a tale as well, doesn't it? Because every time Ian's gone near those top corner pockets, he's found gravity, he's found the pocket, whereas Shaun's sticking it in the pocket and leaving himself a finish. That's not going to help Ian's mood.
Correct. But I think Shaun did hit the cushion closer to the middle pocket than he did the top pocket and got kicked up there.
Yes, yeah.
Whereas unfortunately Ian's had been tracking towards the top pocket and then been kicked in.
Absolutely, yeah. So he tried to move the 8 here, screw into the red.
I think he might be moving the red half ball potentially. Yeah.
Delightful.
There we go. I've got a call right, folks. That's my job done. I won't be calling any more. And at this point now, having played obviously money matches myself and other matches, not to the scale of this clearly, but if you're Ian, I don't think you can help your mind wondering to the fact that you've chalked this one off. You're now 5 behind.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to give yourself positive thoughts in this situation.
It's all about, it's about mental strength, and it really just shows the contrast, because a moment ago the scoreline was 8-6 in favour of Ian. It then went 9-7 in favour of Ian, and it looked like Ian was I'm just going to keep doing my job. I'm going to keep him 2 frames behind. I'm going to put the pressure on Shaun's break. If Shaun goes dry or goes in off, then I'm going to be 4 frames ahead, because then I'm going to clear my next one as well. And it just felt like he had the control of the game.
Yeah.
But then just subtly there was a little momentum shift. A couple of things happened, and now suddenly we've gone from 9-7 to 13-9. This is now. Well, this will be the 7th frame on the bounce for Shaun, and that's a telling factor. Definitely,
because the positive thoughts that you tell yourself, if it's your break, for instance, like it's Ian's break next, he might be thinking to himself, right, I'll break and clear, dry break, I'll break and clear. You've got 3 in a row quite quickly, but he's still going to be behind if he does that, and unfortunately, that knowledge can sometimes be a bit of a killer.
And the sound of the play has most definitely ramped up, especially from the Shaun Storry camp. This is pretty relentless now. Terry Rogers looking slightly more comfortable than he was earlier. Heavily invested in this match.
Yeah, not quite as twitchy as he was earlier, is he?
So here we go, the Ian Ali fans are just trying to G him up. But it's one or two voices, not got the cohesion that it has when, he's just won a couple of frames and he's bouncing.
Yeah, I think these fans are more singing because they've had a beer at the moment, not because they believe. But Ian needs a bit of a momentum shift here.
Sticking with this same break. Towards that top pocket again every time. He's just pushing the boundaries of that That top corner. I mean, he's gone dry. It was a lovely connection. Look at the split. Most of the balls in the top half of the table.
Yeah, and these reds look great, don't they?
Yeah. Just a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. There's a big that big cluster in the bulk area, so he just needs to think about the pattern. Just about cue ball control here.
Yep. Yeah, they all go, as long as you take the right ones in the right order. And he's got margin for error to try and get on him with his first shot, and if he doesn't, he's still fine.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. He's just found that gap. He can take the middle red of those three now, which just opens up both of the other balls.
Yep.
And this should be fairly plain sailing now.
And you can also, there's no need to get on the reds next to the yellow here as well. You can give this a nice hit into the pocket, come out for the other one.
Yeah.
And then you'll be thinking that's another one chalked up in his head, I'd imagine. Just got to be a tiny bit careful to avoid the yellow here.
Yes.
Might play it with a tracer right. There we go.
Yeah, just as you predicted, he had he's got a choice of a couple now. Probably take this one to middle.
Yeah, and now here comes the speed, because job done.
Yeah, all the hard work done. Just a series of drop-ins. Just needs to transition. He's looking now just to somewhere just to the left-hand side of that blue ball spot. I mean, he could drop this in and stun it down. He's looking at just playing up towards the top cushion and using the side cushion. Well, he can still stun down here. He doesn't need to use the side cushion at all.
His main focus there, I think, was just make sure I leave a slight angle and make sure I don't leave myself hampered, really.
It's just a fairly natural angle just to stun down the middle of the table.
Could use the cushion, I think.
Yeah. And does. Gets him a bit closer to his work.
Now it's do I want to risk coming around the back of the 8, or do I just play a load of raking right hand side and leave a massive pocket in the middle?
Yeah, I think he's checking this off the bottom cushion. Maybe not. No, he's going to come around.
Yeah, and there was always that chance there, I think. Because the last thing you want to do is snooker yourself on that yellow, and that yellow would have played quite big in his mind, and that's the reason he's come short. And unfortunately, it looks like a bit of a natural in-off.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I maybe just had way too much angle, but I thought he could just check that up. As you say, it's a massive pocket in the middle. So
I think you could have checked it off, because even if you're leaving yourself a half ball cut, you're gonna. It's a 10 out of 10, isn't it, with that pocket?
Yeah. So a glimmer of hope for the Ian Alley fans, but
but Shaun will know how important this is as well, because it's not just a frame on the board; it's a momentum shift. You might even be able to play the double and know that if he misses it wide, it's going to flick the yellow and go towards the pocket as well, which will obviously give him a little bit more equity in the frame, because if he ends up with the 8 ball over the pocket and the yellow next to it.
He's got down on it a few times now. He's now big ball, big moment.
Shot.
Oh! Wow. Yeah, he's potted the yellow into the middle as well. So ball in hand, which makes life easy for Ian. He had a tough ball here on the side cushion if he didn't have ball in hand. Oh, that's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's still a little tentative, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But again, Ian will know how big a frame this is.
Absolutely huge. This could be a game changer. It could be a momentum shift the other way. Are we going to be looking back at this frame and saying, well, that was a key, because that was, for a 6-frame lead, and a 6-frame lead. First to 15. He's like the first player to get to 15, so he's halfway at the halfway mark. It's another little mental tick off in the box.
Yeah, I mean, the psychology of the game is huge here, because I mean, Ian will have been needing that help. He needed Shaun to mess up to get back in it, and from Shaun's point of view, it's not a technical error. It's not a ball he's missed as such. I know he didn't get the 8 ball, but what I mean by that is he's had a bit of a brain fart when he's decided to get on the 8 that way.
Big angle here, but he can just naturally use the cue ball up and down the table. If that rolled another half a roll, he was in trouble, but it just holds on. They just let the cue ball run up and down the table. And Ian Ali gobbles up this opportunity to come back within 4 frames. Big moment. Gives his crowd something to cheer about. And there we go.
Shaun taking a little walk down to get himself under the air conditioning unit, as he does before he breaks each match. Quite disappointed you're not set up under the air conditioning unit, Nick, to be honest. Could have rearranged the club better for that.
I agree. Our referee in charge of this game is Brian Moss, very experienced referee from the northeast of England. Been in charge of many games, including the World Final.
Also a nice guy to chat to as well.
Yeah, top lad.
You can't say anyone's had a dud rack off of him so far today, can you?
Pretty much an identical break from both players. Maybe Ian's cue ball is just maybe half an inch to the left of this spot, but
yeah, Shaun's hitting a lot more towards the middle to the top of the cue ball, whereas Ian's plumbing the bottom of it. As I said, flirting with the middle pocket quite often.
He's done that a few times. Didn't flush it, and as a result, didn't get the split. Didn't get that explosion.
Yeah.
And we talk about those momentum shifts. We look back at that last frame again. As I say, will we be talking about that later in the match?
Yeah, definitely. And you can't say this isn't a good chance, because it is. But it's a little bit fiddly, if we're being honest. There's been easier chances in the match so far. So Ian does need to make sure he's got a good pattern and a good cue ball for these.
I think had Shaun cleared that last frame and Ian was coming to the table, 15-9 down with this split, you'd have said it was a bit tricky for him. But having just got that last frame, you feel that he's gonna get through these.
Yeah. And if he does get through these and sits in his chair, he can be thinking one more dry break from Shaun and I'm level.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how much a positive thought helps you out there.
Yeah, it's a lonely place. I mean, you can have all the fans in the world behind you, but it's still a lonely place when you're the man at the table with the cue in your hand. It's just you and your mind. And this game, I mean, all these guys can pot a ball. They can pot a ball anywhere on the table, but the game is 75% played between the ears.
Yeah, definitely.
Just needs to make sure he leaves the right angle on his last ball, just to stun across for the 8.
Yeah.
He's covered the potting angle for the 8 to the bottom left.
I think as long as he gets high, he can either stun across or he can roll through for the 8 in the middle potentially as well.
Oh dear, tentative. Still okay though, still okay. You fancy him for this much more than you fancied Shaun for the last one. But it was tentative.
Game on. So, a big break for Ian Ali.
Yeah, indeed.
He'll want nothing more than to absolutely crunch these. Cue ball in the middle of the table.
I'm going
An absolute Marys on both colour
I'm
sets.
going to call a break clearance here. Just feels the way the game's going, it just feels like he's going to rack another one off here. Ooh. I called it too soon, but he didn't get through that break, did he, at all?
Didn't seem to, no. I'm not sure whether it's playing on his mind a little bit, the fact that he has gone in off quite often. I'm not sure whether he tried to come slightly up on the cue ball there, potentially.
Maybe just trying to control it that little bit more. I think it felt like he just took a little bit off of it, and as a result, didn't time it. Just got no explosion whatsoever. So, yeah. I was absolutely miles away with my break clearance prediction. Sorry, Ian. Again, a little bit of work to do with the cue ball because they didn't split that well. So there's that yellow that's just above the 8. There's a path through.
Yeah, I think it's in 3 balls time. I think you see Shaun take the one down the rail as we're looking, leaves him straight on the other yellow, past the 8 ball into the top right as we're looking at the screen at the moment.
Yep.
And that leaves him absolutely plumb on that yellow
to top left.
To the centre, yeah.
Oh yeah, the one to centre, yeah.
And then it's just a case of topping through potentially. The other 2 yellows and the 8, you're leaving the yellows on the right side of the table for the 8 ball then. Having said that, it's quite an easy game when we're sitting here, isn't it?
Never miss.
Exactly.
Just taking his time, just plotting it out. Just really needs one good positional shot. I think that's okay. He's plumb on this one now. Well, maybe not quite plumb, just a bit more angle.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
Can he just stun down onto the red?
I'm not sure if he can get to the red. I think the natural takes you into the 8 ball. It might be worth playing it because these 2 balls over at the bottom of the table here are the issue at the moment. Yeah, so I think that tells me he's going to play the one in the same middle as he's just played.
Yeah.
And try and screw the cue ball back to leave the gap. And then play the one in the opposite middle.
He needs to find that gap though. There's not a lot of. The yellow does pass into the. You could see from that camera angle a second ago, the one nearest the middle pocket did pass into the top. As we're looking at the table now, the top left.
Yeah.
But he's found the gap.
He's found the gap and he's fine.
straight or just fractionally high. Nothing for low here. I mean, it's okay if you finish a couple of inches low, you can just run through, but...
Yeah, I think if you use the cushion like Shaun is, it takes the pace off the cue ball, means you can get a nice good hit on the ball you're playing, and yeah, no danger at all. Good finish from Shaun, considering the mental error he made his last visit from the table.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a big frame. And swallowing up the chance that is presented by the dry break from Ian Alley, and restores his 4-frame lead.
Yeah, very important for Shaun to have won that frame, because you don't want Ian getting on a streak. You need to keep him stop-start as much as you possibly can.
Frame 27 of a possible 59. Shaun Storry breaks. Great cue ball. Straight up the middle of the table. Look at this split. Oh, just a little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah.
I mean, the reds were an absolute dream. And that yellow's just come in front of the red at the obvious opener, and now probably forced to go yellows.
Yes. Yeah, very unfortunate, because as you say...
When you look at it here, you think, oh, this is going to be perfect. And the yellow just comes down and sits on.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not sure he's got an opener on the reds. Clearly, as you can see there, he can't see the red to the left of the table as we're looking. I don't think he can see the red to the right of the table near the other yellow.
And yellows are a bit smelly, to be honest. It's got the one on the left-hand side cushion. It's
very smelly.
Wow.
I mean, it doubles. So there is a root on yellows. That's what you would say. And you only have to pick a route on yellows. It's not a route where you have to include the 8 ball, because it always goes. But there you go. It's a bit of game management from Shaun.
Yeah, I quite like that. That's I mean, you mentioned it earlier. It's like, well, it's a bit of an ordinary chance, so you have a go.
Yep. Ian happy to be patient.
Not taking the bait. They're just...
I think you'll see Shaun knock the yellow away here and leave the cue ball plumb behind the red.
Yeah.
And nowhere to go for Ian. And there's your chance on reds.
Trying to make sure he didn't leave a red, and he has. He's left attempt to the one just below the bulk line. It's when you fancy him to get. I mean, there are now a couple of reds which Oh man, they've got pockets, but the two that are just above and below the right centre pocket.
I always find it interesting there with a different style of plays, because obviously you can see what both players are trying to achieve with that tactical battle. But I think if Shaun had been left the same shot as Ian, the shot he's just played, you'd have seen him take a lot more time over it and try and think of several different ways and places that he could leave and decide which is the best. Whereas it looked like Ian just sort of wanted to more get on with it.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. Hello. I think that might make up for Ian's earlier, potentially.
Oh, that's got to be a big blow. He missed that by a fair margin as well.
Yeah.
And he's landed plumb on one of his tougher balls.
Yeah, I seem to remember, I think Ian had a big one to go 4-2 up or 5-2 up, was it earlier?
Yep.
Where he left himself very difficult, had to cut a great red back, which he potted brilliantly, and yeah, the 8 ball flew around the table and ended up plumb over the bag for him.
Yeah. Well, he actually, with the ball that he potted, that he cut back in, he actually fluked it. He missed the pot.
Really?
It was the black that knocked it in.
Ah.
Yeah, he missed the pot, it rattled in the jaws, the black knocked it in, came around the table and left him plumb.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I thought it was, I remember it actually, but only because I thought it was strange that Ian had cue ball in hand from the break in that frame and did not use his free visit.
Yes, yeah. That's not gone as planned. He anticipated the kiss, but he just wanted a slightly fuller contact to get it on and off the cushion. Now I just wonder whether the yellow's guarding the potting angle. From that angle, it looks like he may still be able to get to it. But
yeah, but I mean the red clearly went beforehand, and he was always playing on the red he's about to play next. So they look like they joined really well together. I'm not sure why he's tried to move that, to be honest.
Maybe having to leave that as a double, but then the yellow looks in the path. I mean, the overhead suggested that it may just go past. I mean, he can clearly get to the potting angle, but
yeah, I think he's thinking he's got the angle here to potentially move it, because he doesn't need to move it a long way, and assuming he hits the top of the red as we're looking, he's guaranteed to be on the other red.
If he screws back to where his hand is, he's actually on the bottom line of it though, isn't he? Maybe just can't get past that yellow.
Yeah, I mean, it potentially goes, i.e. you can see the potting angle, but it's not a shot anyone wants to play, is it?
All the eggs are in one basket here.
Oh, big pocket.
Oh, that'll do.
That is a big pocket.
That'll do.
Oh, and I think you've just seen a few of Ian's fans' heads drop there.
You could tell from the silence from the Ian Alley camp that he's giving it the one eye. Giving it the beady eye, but I think this is, it's fine. And not even hampered himself. Comes past the yellow.
So we can chalk that one up as a very, very tiny bit of run for Shaun in that frame.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Hence he waves to Ian's fans when he's finished.
Yeah, puts his hand up in apology to Ian Alley, but Ian's having none of it, just a very, very subtle shake of the head. Just notice it. Frames to 11, so Shaun Storry now across that halfway line. He's on the home run. 5-frame lead. Momentum's with him.
Yeah, and I think at this point, probably still taking every frame as it comes. You know, if he's probably thinking, if I just share the frames for the next sort of 6 or 8, I'll be in a great position, and then it'll be a case of trying to really ramp up the pressure in the last session for Ian and seeing how big a lead you can get potentially. From Ian's point of view, you know, he's probably already thinking, I need to be as close to 20 as I can at the end of this session.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still another 13 frames to play in the session.
Yeah.
And he's going to want at least 8 of them. At least 8.
Oh, that's harsh.
Ouch. Just a pained look across to his camp there.
Yeah. Yeah,
I can
unfortunately,
understand why.
what can you do about that? He's got to find himself the best place he can to hide the white ball, or he's got to find something extraordinary.
His break is just not his friend at the moment.
Is he going for the yellow in the middle, off the cushion?
Oh, what an effort. What an effort that was. I thought he had it. I must admit, I thought he had it.
I did as well, but
He's left a
got to
golden
say,
opportunity.
yeah, it was a win or bust shot, wasn't it? Couldn't have got much closer, in fairness to him, and I do admire the way he plays.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's measured, isn't it? I mean, it's not just, he's not, you know, just a crazy, he's not, I don't want to say like Shaun Chipperfield's a crazy player, but I mean, he's, you know, he plays with a banda, doesn't he? I mean, he's just going to go for everything and damn the consequences. Ian's not at that level, but he's a very, very attacking player, very aggressive.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Shaun Chipperfield plays like he is the best player in the game because he knows he probably is.
Yeah. It's like Tom said on comms earlier, if Shaun could find his break, then he'd just be actually unplayable. You know, Shaun with Tom's break would be an absolute monster.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we look back at this match so far, then really the difference in score is a lot down to. I mean, they've probably traded as many mistakes as each other. I think Shaun's played, you know, the better within the last sort of dozen frames, but Ian's given him the chance because of his break. You know, I mean, if you look, Ian's probably been in off 4 or 5 times. I think Shaun's been in off twice.
Yeah.
And that really is just a difference at the moment.
I mean, for me, if you're not counting going in off the break as a mistake, because obviously a lot of these get kicked in. I know the cue ball's got to go somewhere for me, and I think it still is quite unlucky to get kicked in off the break. So if you're taking those out as a mistake, then there's probably a strong argument to say Shaun's made more errors than Ian so far in the match.
Yeah. Wouldn't have planned to leave this plant, but he's just not quite got the angle on anything at the middle. Still absolutely fine. He's come straight around to look and make sure that he can still get through, and he's not stuck on the 8, but he does have that ball over the pocket if he needs it. I think he's absolutely fine here though.
Yeah, he looks good here. He'll just be making sure the route he chooses is absolutely foolproof as much as it can be. No angles where you have to cannon anything, no angles where you could potentially go behind balls.
I mean, actually, the yellow to the bottom right is probably the most difficult ball to get onto the 8.
Correct.
Just because of the red's just above it, and also the red in the middle of the table plays pretty big. But
unfortunately, the yellows in the middle of the table dictated that they had to be potted in this order.
Yep.
So yeah, not an ideal ball to leave to last, but what he can do is make sure he leaves an absolute natural angle so that he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball if he wants to.
Yeah, it's one of those you don't want to be screwing it straight back, because it's far more difficult to judge pace.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, again, if you're teaching someone who's never seen pool before, I would definitely say, play this cue ball off the side cushion, off the bottom cushion, and leave yourself a natural angle. But for Shaun, his style and his pattern is based a lot more on, I know I can get the cue ball where I want to get it through years and years of practice. So, although that red does look quite big there,
I mean, where the cue ball is now would be
ideal.
Would be perfect.
Yeah.
And he won't risk going anywhere near that red. Lovely.
That's fine. Half flirted with potentially going the only way you could snooker yourself, but sometimes that's the only way you can go.
Ian's still pretty stoic, but he's just staring into the distance at the moment. I think he's just trying to get things right in his head. I mean, in fairness to Ian, he's not been given much in the way of chances.
No.
His break has dictated the fact that he's just not had great chances recently, and Shaun's basically mopped up everything that's been handed to him. So, he just has to know that, I just need to sit here, just bite it out. I've been here before. There's only 6 frames. Shaun still needs another 13.
Yeah.
There's always going to be momentum shifts.
Correct.
He's still got his best game in him.
Yep.
Just.
And although it looks bleak out there for Ian at the moment, from Ian's point of view, he's just got to remember that Shaun has missed balls. He has had a couple of lapses in concentration. He has missed positional shots. Ian needs to just get as close as he can to Shaun as quickly as he can and put some pressure back on him, because the more, obviously, it goes without saying, but the more any player is playing without pressure, the easier the game is.
Yeah. And for Ian, he needs his crowd behind him, but only he can get them behind him. He needs to reel off a couple of frames now to get them vocal again. It's in his hands. You've got to say it's been pretty much the perfect kind of middle session for Shaun so far. It's gone like a dream for him. And again finds another ball.
Yep.
And you could argue that the toughest ball on the table, he's probably forced to go yellows here because because of the way the 8 is. If the 8 was in the open, you're probably going to go reds.
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. I think yellows definitely are the better colour set, because the red that's next to the closest to the cue ball as we're looking is probably the hardest ball on the table, potentially.
The only reason I would say reds, because he's on it. He's on that ball now,
Yeah.
So I think if the 8 ball was on its spot, I don't know. I think
I agree.
I'd choose reds just because
if the 8 ball is on its spot, then you've got a decision to make.
Yeah.
But where the 8 ball is,
it's no argument. Yeah.
If you go yellows, you're also sort of half safe in the knowledge that if you do miss, the other guy's got to do something.
Yeah.
You're not just leaving the frame dead.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's probably trying to work out if he can get on these 2 at the top of the table now off this yellow, or whether he needs to figure out another route. He's played that well.
Yep.
Lovely.
That's okay.
Much better to come across into the middle of the table and up, because it meant he had a lot more margin for error to land the cue ball in, whereas if he went up the side of the table, overhitting meant danger and underhitting meant danger.
Yeah. Straight would be ideal here.
Yeah, doesn't want to get caught in the trap of just playing for the ball in the middle here, I think, personally, because if you're just playing on one ball
if you get it
and you
wrong,
don't land on it.
Yeah, if he targets the red that's directly above the 8 spot, if he targets the right hand side of that, it's kind of got a choice of potentially 2-3 balls.
Yeah.
I think in the ideal world he'd want to be fairly. Oh, that's
yeah.
not
I mean,
there.
I think he's okay, but this is what I meant, because obviously he's played for the ball in the middle there.
Yeah.
And if he went probably an inch further, he's got a tricky plant, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's basically because he's played on one ball.
Yeah. And as I mentioned, if he comes down the other side of that red that he's come down the side of, then he's probably got 3.
Correct. Yeah.
Could just get past that. He just played it with a tracer side just to drag it around the corner.
Yeah. Just to clarify, it was still the correct ball to be playing on for the clearance.
Absolutely, yeah.
But there might have been a way to play on it where you had a lot more margin for error if you weren't on it.
So interestingly, he's looking at just stunning through the gap to play the left of the 2 balls here.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was straighter, you'd probably make a case for playing the right. Well, I mean, it's probably just a question of choice in the angle that he's left.
Well, I think it's a question of cloth, to be honest, Nick, because this cloth, as we know, the cue ball will throw a lot wider.
Yeah.
So topping it off the bottom cushion, the cue ball's probably actually going really close to the yellow.
Yeah.
Whereas stunning, as he has through this gap, it meant he can control the cue ball a lot better, and it might necessarily, I mean, it's a personal preference which yellow you want to take in which order anyway, but I think the cloth dictated he had to go that way, really.
Yeah.
So, does he come off the cushion for the 8 in the corner, or is he going to drop it in the middle?
I think the cushion. Not hampered, he can play alongside the red, so a simple 8 ball. Now this is the biggest lead that there's been in the match so far. He's extended it now to 7 frames.
Yeah, and you have to say, the way it's looking out there at the moment, it's only Shaun that can tell from here. Does also seem to me that the energy has potentially gone out of the crowd a little bit, because earlier on when it was level there was a lot of back and forth with the crowds, whereas now when Shaun's winning frames it's almost expected from Shaun's side, and Ian's side have been quiet for a little while.
Yeah, they are just subdued. There's a few lone voices trying to gee him up, but you know, the crowd have got no momentum behind them either.
Yep, but all Ian can do is keep trying to do his job. He knows he's done the prep. He knows if he gets a chance he's going to take it. Yeah. He just needs to get those chances.
Yeah, trust your fundamentals. I mean, another nice solid break.
And this time, I mean, it's a better chance because he's actually got a first ball that he can play. But again, there's work to do on reds, there's work to do on yellows.
Yeah, I think yellows are probably the ball, and I mean, they all have a pocket. It's just, you know, he's going to take reds. I mean, you can understand why. Just because the one that's on the bulk line and the one that's above it, I think they both have pockets, but trying to get on those 2 balls is near impossible.
Yeah.
So you can understand why he's gone reds here, but he's got that problem with the red on the left-hand side cushion.
What I would say there is, if he did go for yellows, you'd think it would be slightly more difficult, assuming he's going to get a breakout shot here. But you would have had equity still, whereas he's taken reds, and he's pretty much he's had to take first the only couple of balls that made Yellow's harder. So it's a bit of an all eggs in one basket finish again, really.
It is, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to leave anything to get an angle to break that ball out, so he may have to double it. And he's got the angle now, but there's a wall of balls in the way, so... And that's not...
I think he's tried to leave himself half ball on that one so he can nudge into the Reds' next shot, potentially, but it never looked like he had the angle, or if it did, it looked like he would have had to play it with a load of right-hand side to check it up, potentially. And unfortunately for Ian, that is not safe. So Shaun, if he's anything like me, will be having a little fight in his head at the moment. I've got the natural angle to nudge that yellow out, but I don't need to because it goes.
Yeah.
But I want to.
He's not going here. He's going to play a containing shot.
Okay. To be fair, it's absolutely fine.
I don't mind it. I think he's left a double though.
Yeah. If he's left a double, it's not good. If he hasn't left a double, it's great because it's a bit more torture, isn't it? He's got his opponent down and he's almost kicking him a little bit.
Yeah, from that perspective, I don't mind it at all. But if Ian gets a double here, the crowd will erupt. And maybe he didn't leave it. He's just trying to tie a couple of balls up. It's given Shaun something to think about.
And for me here, I mean, I know Shaun obviously got that shot he played ever so slightly wrong by maybe a couple of mil. But this is actually now on Yellow's a slightly more difficult chance than he had last time he was at the table.
Yeah.
And the Reds are now better. Also, not a huge amount of places on the table to hide the cue ball, so he's sort of got to go. He's got to play the plant. And it's a tough opener. And now there's pressure on it because the Reds go if he misses.
No. Some way away. I mean, it wasn't an easy plan by any stretch, but I thought he'd get a bit closer than that.
Yeah, and I think he might be sitting down with a tinge of regret that he didn't go when he come first to the table after Ian missed, or played safe, I should say. That's a great shot.
Yeah, very nice. Great cueing.
Had to be straight on this one in the middle to make the finish easy, and if he was low on it, fine. He had a lot of error for hitting the ball harder there, but landing short made it really tricky, so he's done really well to get the cue ball that far down the table from there.
So it gives Ian Ali and his fans a bit of a lifeline, a bit of hope.
Yeah, it looks like it's just woke a few of them up from their afternoon nap. I'll tell you the thing I like about our referee Brian the most, Nick, and that's his haircut.
He's in the club.
He's in the club, isn't he? Yeah.
Let's make no mistake here, Ian Ali is by no means out of this match. He just needs to think about the little mini sessions, break up the game into mini sessions, look at the next 4 frames, try and win them 3 frames to 1. That gets him back to 19-15. Then look at the next mini session.
Yeah, but obviously we mentioned momentum a lot, and at the moment Shaun's been getting more chances, and they've been better chances. And the last couple of frames that Ian's won have come off the back of you could probably say mental errors from Shaun, basically. And what you don't want to happen, from Shaun's point of view, is for the chances to swing the other way, because that will change things very drastically. And that's what he needs to keep doing.
That's another
Keep
great
making a ball.
break. That break is a proper weapon. He's played that break. He's almost got it on repeat.
Yeah. And for me, if the cue ball goes past the yellow to get to the red on the bottom cushion here,
Unfortunately, you've got to move your part in front of the start feet to get out.
it'll be reds.
Is that right? No, he's got to. You can just reverse straight back. Yeah, you reverse straight back. I would do it, but I won't.
Just a little problem here, guys, because of the executive parking position Nick's taken up in the club. So yeah, Nick's just left us to continue with the valet parking offer that he has here at Legends in Braintree. Just move his car into a slightly safer spot. So a good shot from Shaun just to nudge the yellow out of the way. Clearly the red ball goes now. If he can get to this red at the top of the table and just nudge on and off the cushion, then he's in a great spot again, you have to say. And there you see, absolutely plumb on this red in the middle of the table into the middle pocket. If he's got the angle, he'll play across for the red to the left as we're looking now, that's closer to the cushion, because he'll want that out of the way and he'll want to transition down the table from the red the other side, because it's much easier, much less congestion, and much easier to pot the ball and control the cue ball. Lovely, just off straight. So now he needs to pick his angle. He is straight enough that he could come down for the red in the middle of the table now and clear the bottom two, and then go back up for the top one last to get on the 8. So he should be able to just roll this red in, leave the cue ball playing through the gap of the yellow ball and the 8 ball to cut this ball in. But I don't think he's found the gap. And that makes this about 10 times harder than it was a shot ago. Still got the gap to find, but now it's about pace control. So the two things he'll be looking for here is, one, he'll want to get as close to this red as possible, and two, he won't want to leave the cue ball on the cushion. So he's going to play it with a bit of right hand side, let the cue ball hit the cushion and then track down the line. Otherwise, unfortunately, something like that can happen. And there's a bit of one-word input from our technical director. I've just been informed that I can only hear that in my ears and you guys can't hear it. So for anyone out there wondering what it was, there was just a bit of a wow. So good news for Shaun is he hit the red as expected, and he might have potentially left it slightly in the way of the 8 ball. Bad news is I don't really think that's going to make a lot of difference. Although that might make a little bit of difference, because if they don't plant now, Ian might be forced into a safety shot, whereas if they do plant, which I think it's clear they do now, he can keep going. So it is the safety shot from Ian. In all honesty, if you're Shaun, although it's not a great spot to be in, you would have taken any single chance at all back at the table in the position you were in a little while ago with Ian at the table. So the fact that Ian's needing a couple of bites at the cherry to get the frame done is going to give Shaun a little bit of confidence, and he's basically got a bit of a free hit at this now. Could potentially go one cushion, aim somewhere just below the white line that's in the bulk area as we see it there, with a bit of right hand side, or obviously go a little bit further down the table and play it straighter. He's tried to stitch Ian up. Not a bad effort at all, but he left Ian on. And these ones should be a formality to get back within 5 frames. I was just talking a little bit earlier about the couple of errors that Shaun's made in the last few frames, and you know, people are going to make mistakes out there, especially with this sort of money on the line. He's not a robot by any stretch of the imagination. No one is, but this is where it takes the mental strength, because from Shaun's point of view, he'll probably be thinking that he should have another at least 2, maybe 3 frames on the board, and Ian should have 2 or 3 less. And the difference that would make to the scoreline is potentially from it being a bit close as it is now to almost being all over. You'll be happy to hear that you haven't got to put up with just me anymore, and young Nick Finn is back from his parking escapade. Just been out for a quick race, Nick, have you?
Apologies for leaving you in the lurch. They said, park your car there, no one's going to want to move. And then it's like, oh, the bar staff want to move, can you move the car? It's like, great. Action replay. Yeah. I mean, Shaun's action replaying you know, parking the cue ball in the middle and a great break. Ian at the moment just battling with those top corner pockets.
Yeah.
I mean, every time it's a little kick, but it's in the vicinity. When it's in the vicinity,
yeah,
you're risking it going in.
And all the balls are heading that way, as we've said before. The cue ball's heading towards, all the other balls are heading towards that way. It's going to happen a lot more often that way. But just to fill you in ever so slightly on the last frame, Nick, Shaun had another ever so slight lapse in concentration in his route, and ended up snookering himself on his last ball. Ian needed 2 bites at the cherry, but got the frame on the board. His fans were up, and then unfortunately for him, as has happened for most of the match so far, he gets a frame or a couple of frames on the board and then sinks the cue ball.
Just can't get that rhythm, that momentum that you need just to get yourself 2, 3, 4 frames in a row. It's like I said earlier, that little mini session that we were talking about of 4 frames.
Yep.
He won the first 2.
Yep.
Then if he can find a break this, that's 3. Almost a chance of 4-0. Guaranteed to win the session 3-1.
Correct.
Dumps the cue ball and changes the whole complexion.
Yeah, dumps the cue ball, and again, with the free shot, Shaun's getting the only yellow out the way that made reds ever so slightly difficult. He'll now take this red below the 8 ball, which opens that up, and he's just got to mind his work at the top of the table. And again, safe in the knowledge that if he does miss, the yellows aren't drop-ins. There's work to do.
Yeah. A little bit surprised there he didn't just play a little bit shorter with that, maybe 4 or 5 rolls less to give himself the option of that one up the right hand side rail. I know he can come back to it, but it's not a natural ball to get on, so I think that would have probably been my target as the next ball, knowing if you do it, maybe he did and he just overran it, but I mean, it's not a major problem. It's just one of those. I think I could. I mean, you could have landed on that, and if you get it wrong, you've still got the ball you just potted. So
correct. Yeah, I mean
that would have been my target.
That would definitely have been my second ball as well.
Yeah.
Purely because it doesn't really fit in with the pattern here. I'm assuming that Shaun's going to leave the red ball that would effectively be on the blue spot as his last ball.
Yeah.
However, I've assumed wrong before.
Or not. But this comes back because he's playing this because he wants to get on the ball. So he's going to leave an angle to try and either come back to the ball on the right-hand side or try and get on it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so leave an angle to come across on it now. And this is what I meant. If he takes it as his second ball, then he doesn't have to play the shot he's just played.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, as in the last frame, it could come back to bite him ever so slightly because now, effectively, no matter where he lands, he's got to play half a shot at least to get on the 8 ball.
Yeah. I mean, we're nitpicking here, aren't we?
Oh, definitely.
We're definitely nitpicking.
That's our only job, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, we're here to pick nits.
But sometimes our nits are there to see.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't necessarily have to go for this ball now if he doesn't want to, because where he's put it, if he does get absolutely dead bang straight on it as his last ball, he's definitely going to be on the 8 ball.
Yep.
So he could potentially leave it as a last ball and just drop the one in that's closest to the pocket.
He's eyeing up though, he is going to take it. Delightful flick. I think he's fairly straight on this ball, but he's got just enough angle there that he can punch out anywhere around about the bulk line.
Yeah, played it confidently.
Yeah.
And yeah, if he does leave himself half ball on this, the natural angle is tracking towards the 8 ball. And again, here it's just about how greedy you want to be. You know, potting this with a ever so slight flick of right hand side is going exactly plumb down the line of the 8 ball, so it's a case of how close do you want to get to it.
Yeah, delightful. Frames to 13. 6-frame lead. Shaun Storry slowly closing in. Still needs 11. Still a long, long way to the finishing line. But Ian Ali needs to win 17-10 from here. That's pretty significant. I think that's quite a significant stat.
It's significant if that's what he thinks in his head, Nick, definitely.
Yeah.
Because then it becomes a struggle.
When you start to weigh it up like that, 17-10, I mean, if you were playing a race to 17, would you fancy Shaun Storry, a warmed-up Shaun Storry,
not to hit double figures,
who's left all of his nerves behind?
Yeah.
Do you fancy beating him 17 frames to 10? I mean, that's a big ask from here.
Yeah, not unless you got, 80% of the chances, at least. But I meant to ask you as well, Nick. Are you aware of Ian Alley's prep for this week mainly?
Yes, I am. Yeah, so I know. Obviously, played Tom with the start, got away to a flyer, but Tom obviously pegged him. I didn't get to see that game because obviously it wasn't streamed. And then he played
Richard Toomey.
Rich Toomey, yeah. I was struggling with his first name. It's only because I know a guy that I know fairly well. I mean, this probably won't mean anything to you, but there's a guy I know fairly well called Toomey, who was a guitarist with a band called the Zombies, who were a huge band during the 60s.
I remember him.
Yeah. So now he's taken up guitar with the Zombies. He's touring all over the world with them, and I had his name stuck in my head for a second. Anyway, that's just...
We digress.
Yes, that's digress. So, yeah, and then he played Rich Toomey and lost to Rich as well. And that's a game...
Of it, yeah. He lost both matches.
We spoke about that beforehand, and while it's good to get match practice, while there's money on it as well, if it doesn't go your way, that surely is going to have a mental strain. Whereas Shaun has just been doing what Shaun's been doing.
Yep.
He's been practicing with Tom.
Yep.
And that practicing with Tom is just like
He's not changed his routine.
You just can't buy.
Yeah. That's what I mean. He hasn't really changed anything about his routine. He's just ramped it up and done it more.
Now,
whereas
if Ian wins those two matches, or even if he, kind of expect to lose to Tom, but if you take Tom close and then go beat Rich, then you're in a different mind space. But having lost two of those, you're almost carrying a little bit of baggage.
I feel the
You've
same
almost
way,
got to prove a little bit to your fans again,
Correct.
even though you've got all these money matches behind you. And you wonder on reflection whether, I mean, it's easy to say after the event, Chris, obviously.
Yeah, it is. But
and I certainly wouldn't be one to criticise his manager's way, but maybe they'll learn something from that.
I mean, to be fair, at the time when I learned that he was playing Tom and he was playing Toomey, I thought to myself, what a masterstroke.
Yeah.
But obviously, because he's lost both the games, I'm now thinking to myself, anyone that's ever run a marathon in the past to draw parallels will know that you never run a marathon as a warm-up to run a marathon. You just get close to doing it, don't you? Because you don't want to do the thing you've been building up to do.
Yeah.
I just wonder if there's a bit of that in his head.
Maybe in hindsight, one practice match race to 21 or something, perhaps. I mean, as I say, it's easy. In the same way I've never missed the ball from here, it's easy in hindsight to draw these conclusions. But that's what we're here for. I mean, it's it really is an interesting conversation. But there's another frame on the board for Ian Alley's side, and that's 19-14. So he's just telling Shaun, I'm still here. I've not gone away. There's one back on the board. I'm still back within 5.
Yeah.
Five for Ian Alley is, if he starts getting a roll and his crowd start getting a bit of a roll, this could easily be turned around. Ian Alley, let's make no bones about this. This guy is a top quality player.
Yeah, definitely. If Ian gets more chances from now until the end of the game from here, it's going to run close. But Shaun just needs to keep making a ball off of his break and getting opportunities, and that's all he can do. Shaun will be happy to draw the match from here on in.
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah. I think we're going to see that. I've just got an inkling. We're going to see that Ian Alley fist pump again. He's certainly not going to do it 5 or 4 frames behind, but I think he's going to get close enough that we'll start seeing him believing. Well, as soon as you see that fist pump back out, you'll know that in his mind he's back believing again.
And he's breaking a lot wider here, Nick.
He is, yeah. I wonder when he was going to change.
Middle pocket for the cue ball this time.
Well, let's hope not for him.
Is that that's a cut break, isn't it?
It was almost a cut break.
That
He
was
will take
definitely
that
a
black
cut
going
break.
in. I was going to say he will take that black going in. Wow.
Sean's just realised that it's his go.
Both players are already looking at each other and they're just saying, do you want a re-rack?
Well,
I think
in fairness, I think it's within Sean's benefit not to have a rematch because it's Ian's break.
Absolutely.
If you're Ian, you want a re-rack because you want another go at the break. If you're Sean,
why would Sean want to
play
re-rack
it out?
here? Yeah, play it out.
Yeah, and if you can, I mean,
absolutely.
I'm sorry for the viewers at home here, but if you're Sean, make it last 15 or 20 minutes because that's the worst thing for someone like Ian Alley.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I think Shaun almost sort of asked the question, and the referee said, "Well, you're not having a re-rack at this point."
Yeah, rightly so.
A lot of play in this one. I mean, as you say, why would Shaun want it? I mean, I'd probably just be crowding a few more balls around that pocket.
Maybe so. I mean, it doesn't look. It looks like the yellow is the better ball to come out. So if Shaun could somehow take yellows, put a yellow first shot, and then extract a free visit, he would be able to play the red off the top cushion onto the yellow, effectively leave the red there potentially and knock the yellow out.
But he's offered the re-rack. I'm surprised. I'm very, very surprised. He's basically said, "Go on, Ian. I'll let you off. Have a free go."
Yeah.
How can that be an advantage to Shaun? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, because like I said, I think there was definitely a better colour set there.
Maybe in his mind he just wants to get on with it.
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm 5 frames ahead. I don't want to. I've got the momentum. I don't want to change that.
Yeah.
Playing a 15-minute frame. If I do go on to lose it, then maybe that just takes a sting out of my tail. Like, why do I want to change what's going on?
I think the problem comes, unfortunately, as with many things, when there's a decision to be made. You know, if the players knew that they couldn't just offer each other a re-rack in that situation and get on with the next one, then they'd clearly play out the frame. But once you know you can make that decision, it then becomes a lot harder potentially to play the frame, I guess.
Yeah.
But Ian's cut broken again, and this time he's potted.
So Shaun's pretty much given him a lifeline there and just said,
yeah, I mean, one tough yellow on the table for Ian, but he's got a yellow that goes in the middle pocket down the same side, and as long as he lands half ball on that, he can nudge this yellow out. But he's taking it now. See, that ball he's just played first would have been my ball to be nudging this yellow out down the bottom here.
Yeah.
Because anywhere in the top half of the table is pretty much a natural angle to do so.
Yeah, and attacking it from above, you can't fail to get it out. If you attack it from below, it can get stuck on that red.
And he had 2 balls to land on afterwards.
Oh, this is shy of pace as well. You have to play a little cannon just to slow the cue ball, but now he's forced into leaving an angle on this one to.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's chasing from here, to be honest. He can snick this one into the bottom of the table that he's looking at, and he will definitely leave an angle on one of those 2 balls.
Yeah,
but it depends on what angle he leaves and where the cue ball is as to whether he can go into that other one or not.
The key to this, Chris, for me, is the fact that the right middle pocket is covered by that red. So even if you've got the yellow out, you're not gonna get the yellow out and leave it over the left middle. You have to try and get it to right middle.
Hey, I'm not going to disagree with the voice of Paul. And I think he's left Shaun a natural angle to pump into this red first shot if he wants to be aggressive. If you absolutely could choose how you get the cannon, you're playing the red that's on the black spot, stunning across to hit the yellow half ball, to knock the red out into the middle of the table, and the cue ball's coming down and potting the ball over the hole at the same time.
He's locking up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second time we've done it, so it's clearly a tactic that must be in his head, isn't it?
Yep. I think, to be honest, this game. Are you allowed to do this?
Yeah, I think he's asked for a total snooker.
Oh, of course. Sorry. Of course he is.
As we can
Silly
see
me.
there,
No,
it's not.
That's a proper brain fart by me. I thought he's asked the question, can you get a ball through there? I'm like, what's
I thought
what's
I was
going
going
on
to
here?
struggle calling on these rules, to be honest, so I'm glad you've done that.
Wow. That's a moment. That's a senior moment, that one.
So, not a total snooker, which means he has got to hit a cushion after contact here with this ball. And he has. But again, for me, I know Shaun's decided clearly in his head that it's a tactic of his that he's going to keep it tight and not give anything away. But I'm not sure that he's in a better position now that he's come back to the table.
No, absolutely not.
If he wants to win that frame, he's still got to move that red. He could actually screw through the gap of the two yellows here if he wanted to be hyper aggressive.
I think that's what he's eyeing up, you know.
And that couldn't have come out much better.
What a shot that is. What a shot that is. Controlled it beautifully. A lot of players would have gone for a much deeper screw just to make sure you get everything out, but that was controlled so well.
Yeah, and I think he knew, again alluding to the cloth again, that the harder he hit that ball, the wider it was going to throw after contact. So it was probably a case of, you know, that was probably about the hardest he could hit it and guarantee the line he had.
It's tight. It's definitely tight past the yellow because he's had a couple of looks at it, but
I think he is on it, isn't he, at the top?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's decided that he has. It's definitely tight. May even just have to play it with just a, tracer left side just to. I think he's fine.
There you can see.
Difficult to see if he's in part inside. No. You could tell by the way the cue ball reacted. He's played it natural ball. I think he's tried to come just a fraction higher. He wants to play the one on the black spot, just because again it doesn't go to bottom left. I mean, he's got a couple of options available to him. He could play the one to middle, then the one down the rail, and he's coming around now to see what angle he wants to leave. I don't think you want to do that though, because anything but the perfect angle, you're going to struggle to get back up table for the red. He is going to play that way though. So he needs to come really low on this, because he needs to come right. He needs to be right up near the bulk line.
Yeah, I mean, for me, again, I'm probably going the other way. I'm probably the red he's eyeing up now. I would have taken the last shot he played, and then left, because for me, if the cue ball's where it is now, and that red by the 8 ball spot is not on the table, you're in great position. Because you can screw up the line, and there's no angle really where you can snooker yourself on your last red. So it's just about pace control to leave yourself away from the cushion.
You get absolutely nothing for straight here. For straight or high, you've got to be low down the table on this one.
Yeah, and you risk hampering yourself on the yellow as well, the further down the table you get.
Nothing for straight. May have just enough angle. If he's just off straight, funnily enough, if he's just off straight the other way, then he can play it with loads of top and side and come off below the middle pocket.
But you're asking for the pocket to chuck the ball out of it then as well, aren't you? I mean, it does look like he must be straight, because he's eyeing up top and straight through for the red in the opposite corner.
And that definitely is short position. There's not a lot of space there.
But in the pool world, if there's ever going to be a really hard place to think as clearly as you ever thought before, it's going to be when you got 180 grand on the line. So
no. Oh, maybe. It looked just, when he let it go, the cue ball kind of just kind of stopped before it released again, and I wondered if that was just going to take a bit of pace off of it. As it is, he's a bit in no man's.
Yeah, I mean, he can potentially cut this back, but it's anyone's guess with the cue ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on to going into the 8. If he puts it, to be fair, if he puts it and the 8 in the same shot, it's a win, isn't it? Oh, is that all right?
Wow.
Is that right?
I'd say so. I'd say you take that all day long.
Oh, I think we have a little wave to the fans again there, don't we?
Check your shoes.
Someone in the crowd just pointing out that Shaun may have had a bit of rub there.
Well, Ian had exactly the same earlier, so...
Yeah, I think I'll make that 2-1 to Shaun now.
Yeah, true. The rub has just gone fractionally in Shaun's direction.
He's gone for the double.
Well, I'm genuinely shocked. I'm genuinely shocked. Like, is that not a half ball cut? Like, not half ball, maybe just over half ball, but that was very cuttable.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to be extremely confident on your doubles to be turning down a pot in order to double it.
Cue ball, like it's a big pocket down here with that yellow over the left-hand side cue.
But the thing is, I would understand that if he was maybe hampered and bridging over a yellow, because then it's harder to control the pace.
Yeah.
But no, I think he could have dropped the 8 in the middle and stopped the white ball well short of that pocket.
I mean, this is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Absolutely in the middle of nowhere. He's going to have to play a double. I mean, if he gets a double, he's plumb.
And he has.
Yeah, nails it. Yeah, I'm a bit miffed. I must admit, I'm a little bit miffed. But I'd be interested to ask Shaun about that one later on. There was obviously something in his head that meant that he did not like that.
Yeah. I mean, and from Ian's point of view as well, I mean, you fancied him to get this, but from where the balls were at the start, he should be much better on it.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a little tester. Oh, there's the fist pump. So it was actually back within 4 frames, this fist pump. Yeah, he's feeling it now. He strides out for a bathroom break. And this is what I was alluding to just a couple of minutes ago. We've just gone from a place where Ian was just sat in his chair, the eyes were just starting to droop a little bit, and just didn't seem to have that energy. And now suddenly, I mean, he was just sat in the corner a second ago. If we'd have caught him, and his head was bouncing to the music, and now he's stood up, looking eagle-eyed at this table, waiting for his chance, ready to pounce. Suddenly, maybe the game's got a slightly different complexion. Looked to be one-way traffic a few frames ago. He's looking at the ball up the rail, and although that may be the right shot, that's a real tester. But I don't know how you get back on it. If you don't take it now, how do you land it? You can tell he's come around and looked at it twice. He doesn't want to play it. He's just starting to find a bit of momentum, and he just doesn't want to take on a great big shot that could potentially cost him the frame if he misses it. But he's forced to, because you can't come back on this ball. There's no way. What a shot. What a great shot. Real tester. Never looked in doubt, did it? So he can pick his angle now. He just needs to make sure he leaves the right angle on the red closest to the pocket, so he can just screw straight back for the other one. This looks good.
Apologies, Nick. What have I missed?
You missed a cut break from Shaun, in which he didn't really time it well at all, and didn't make a ball. And we've got a reverse dish, or a reverse clearance, should I say? I don't like.
You don't like a dish?
Are you a dish man or a? So now you see a very different Ian Alley, animated, shaking his head at his fans. Now he can suddenly hear the music, nodding his head to the music, more in tune with his fans again, playing more as a team, a little nod, G'ing himself up.
Yeah, he fancies it.
Very, very different person to the one we saw 5 or 6 frames ago.
Correct.
Now has that energy again.
And strange to hear that Shaun hit a cut break as well, to be honest, because his head break has been one of his better weapons in this match so far.
Absolutely. I don't think he'll be hitting another one. I think he's going to go back to front ball after that one. Only 3 frames in it now, Chris. I mean, wow.
Yeah, and I mean this is best case scenario definitely for Ian, because not so long ago, Shaun probably would have thinking, you know, oh, I can't go in behind in the next break. What sort of lead am I going to have? But it might be dawning on him now as a reality, with Ian being G'd up and fist pumping.
Where were we? We were 18-11?
Maybe, yeah, in 18-12, I think.
Yeah, we were.
Oh, would you believe it? Ian has managed to go in off on a cut break. When it's not your day, it's not your day.
I honestly don't know how many in-offs this is from Ian Alley's break. I wish we were taking the stat, but that must be. It's definitely 6. It might be 7. I mean, that's massive. absolutely massive, because it just kills your momentum. Dead, gone.
It does if Shaun takes out a finish.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you would say is that looking at Shaun's demeanour, it doesn't as yet look like Ian's sort of mini fight back and the crowd being up has had any sort of adverse effect on him at this time. He seems still quite composed.
Yeah.
Getting on with his job.
That was one of those shots that you're kind of hoping more than planning. When you're hitting them at that pace and all those balls are moving, you're hoping that it comes out in your favour. I mean, to be honest, it pretty much has, because now the yellows are a tough little cluster, and all the reds are in the open. So.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that's come out as well as it could have.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean. You don't know exactly where all the balls are going to go, but you're giving yourself a good chance of pushing them out.
Yep.
Yeah, and you couldn't really hope for a better chance, could you, to be perfectly honest?
Of course, all the buzz in my neck of the woods at the moment is the Glastonbury Festival. We're not a million miles from that, and that's. Are you a music man? Are you?
I am.
Yeah.
I am. All sorts of genres, Nick.
Yeah, me too.
One of my favourite bands, which might surprise you slightly, just for the viewers and the listeners out there. I am 41 years old, but yeah, one of my favourite bands ever are Dire Straits.
Oh yeah. I mean, hard not to be a favourite. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. I remember my old man took me to a concert at Wembley when I wasn't very old. I might have been about 10 years old, and it was Dire Straits, sold out Wembley, and the lead guitarist was in hospital with his wife as she was giving birth to their child.
Oh.
So the replacement they got for that evening was Eric Clapton.
Oh wow, that'll do. Yeah, so I mean, I'm fairly close to Glastonbury. Well, I mean, it's nowhere near Glastonbury actually. It's Pilton, but no, obviously widely known as Glastonbury now, and it's just crazy. The roads are manic. Everywhere you go around the area, it's gridlocked.
Yeah.
There's so many people going down there. I don't go just simply because I'm not a fan of camping, and I'm a bit old to be sitting in a field. I used to go Reading Festival all the time, but I kind of use this as my learning experience of music, because I'm firmly like 70s, 80s, 90s kind of guy.
Okay.
But I love watching it on BBC. I watch loads and loads of bands, loads that I've never heard of before.
Yeah. And
I just like fall in love with like loads of sort of new music, which I've kind of like I haven't done for ages. I've found so many good bands recently. They're incredible. There's some really good music coming through.
Yeah, I mean,
it's been fun.
I noticed the other day, without really meaning to look, that from my Spotify profile, the amount of songs I've added on there.
Yeah.
I could technically listen to Spotify for about 8 weeks without listening to the same song twice.
Yeah. Is it keep pressing the favourite button when they come on? Is that what it is?
That's it.
Yeah. There's nothing more I like actually than just sticking it on a random song and letting it just go on its own course.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
Anyway, in the meantime, we're waxing on about music and not on about the game, which I'm sure
in fairness
at home are.
Yeah.
There wasn't
we knew
a
this
lot,
was a formality.
There wasn't a lot to commentate on that frame, to be honest, because it was.
All the balls were out in the open. The black was sitting there, so it's basically personal preference, and you can't really go wrong.
And that in off from Ian. So he pulled back within 3 frames. The crowd are suddenly behind him.
Yep.
And we talk about momentum killers. I mean, that's it in a nutshell there. So, if he finds the ball there, finds the clearance, he's back within 2. Everyone's pumped up. He's buzzing. He goes in off, and now he's 5 behind again. Yeah,
but I mean, when Shaun hit 19 for the first time, if you'd have offered Ian 22-18 at that point, he probably would have taken it. And
sorry,
now
4 behind. I said 5-4.
Yeah, I mean, and now he's from Ian's point of view. I mean, from both camps, they're probably going to be thinking, if I can win 3 out of the next 4, I'm in a great position. from two different perspectives.
So yeah, it's amazing how much the break plays a part on the mindset. You're almost now, you're looking at that as your next point in the match. It's
I'm hoping Shaun goes back to the head break. He is. Yeah.
Kind of thought he would. I mean, I know he's gone dry there, but why would you ever change that break? It's just an absolute bomb.
Correct.
Everything's it's just unfortunate not to make a ball, but if you keep hitting them like that, you're gonna make balls more often than not.
Yeah, definitely. Yep, I agree.
But another super chance for Ian.
Again, not the greatest of first shots.
No, just not quite come far enough. Would have loved another roll. Yeah, now he's got that. I mean, he would have been wanting to take the ball that's kind of at the top of the table as we're looking at it now, nearest that the middle pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I can only assume that the ball at the top of the table of the 5, as we're looking now, is going to be his last ball potentially.
Yeah, again, he's tried to get on that one.
So I think he's in about the best position he's been in the clearance so far here, because he can take this one near the bulk line, deal with the 2 on the left-hand side, and then drop the one in the middle, and he's on the 8. Just needs a good angle here though, and that's not great.
No, he may have to play the one closest to the cushion now.
Yeah.
And he definitely wouldn't have wanted to. That's a far tougher pot than the other, but he's got the wrong angle on the other ball.
Yeah, so it depends how confident he's feeling, because a confident Ian Ali takes the outside ball here, knowing that it's the right shot, and knowing that if he pots it, he's out.
Yeah, so he's
whereas
rerouted.
Instead, he's taken the easier option, if you like, without the guarantee of getting out.
This angle needs to be right. I think it's okay. I think he can just drop through. Yeah, he doesn't like it.
It looks like the natural angle, if he just drops it in, is taking the cue ball behind the red that's above the 8, potentially.
Thought he could float through the gap and...
yeah.
That's okay.
It's good. It's harder than it needed to be.
Yeah.
But he's home.
So that's another dry break and a reverse clearance. To play until the next break.
Yep.
Frame number 38. Three of the most important frames for both players that they'll ever play.
Yep. And from the point that you said he needs to win 17-10, he's 4-1 up.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yes. I thought that cue ball was going to go in the middle pocket then, just because it's been doing that all day for Ian. But it stayed up, And he's got a presentable chance on these yellows.
Yep. The 2 yellows closest to this bottom left pocket. If they're not a dead set plant, you can certainly make it. But I think you can probably pot them independently anyway.
Well, there's half an argument to say that the yellow he's closest to now could be planted onto the yellow over the hole at the bottom first shot, because you're not going to miss it because the ball's over the hole, and the likelihood is that you leave the 2 yellows that you would leave there in a better position than those 2 are. It would also left him with one of his most difficult ball, second shot into the clearance as well.
He's going to have to play a shot here. He's been playing these well, it's got to be said. He's nailed a few of these. Crowd will get going if he makes this.
Yeah, and things like that won't go unnoticed by Shaun. He's left himself, again, he's put more pressure on himself than he needed to, but he's come up with the goods.
He's got a little strut in his step now.
Yeah, I mean, what you would say is that he looks like he's got belief, doesn't he?
Yep. This is some turnaround from 18-11 behind. We knew it would happen. We knew it could happen. Yeah, we knew there was going to be some twists and turns.
Yes, just come enough up the table to make this comfortable.
Yeah. Well, he's nailed another one.
Yep, and this is a decent chance. And if he gets them, he knows he's going to go into the last session in front.
It's just a bit fiddly, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
The reds, well, he's got a thin snick into the middle, which I assume he can snick into the middle, but...
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go yellows, I think the first ball is this ball that's in a direct straight line with the cue ball down the table.
Yeah.
Because you're coming below the red and the 8.
Yeah.
And you've got half a chance of nudging your what would be your bad yellow out.
Yeah. I think it has to be yellows as well, doesn't it?
Not an ideal first shot though.
Is he looking at playing a containing shot?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, he's left the red on in the middle, but he's made one of the reds a lot harder, so...
Yeah.
He's basically saying, if you are going to go,
yeah,
it's hard work.
Ian's not taking the bait.
Yeah.
They're just going to chase this ball down the cushion.
Yeah, that's the best description. You've given it the best description you can there. That changes things slightly, because if those balls are close together or sort of close to touching, then it's very easy for Shaun to hit this quite hard.
Yeah.
The red's going to come down the table, it's going to clatter into the yellow and some other balls, but the cue ball is going to be absolutely welded behind that yellow.
Yeah.
And that's going to leave Ian in a world of trouble.
I just wonder if he's conscious that he's pushing that red down towards the other red, and you could push the black in.
Yeah. I think it looks like it, from this angle, it looks like it hits the yellow before it gets to that red, potentially, but...
Yeah.
I mean, it's certainly an aggressive safety shot. So, yeah. I mean, that shot there, it's a good cue ball, but it's actually made the reds,
reds
probably a slightly better colour set than the yellows, potentially.
They don't look too bad.
I can't quite see the red to the left of the table above the middle, if that's potable, i.e. can you drop it in, and I can't quite see if you're going to have the angle to be able to double it later on or not as well. But Ian's thinking along the same sort of lines as us, that reds are a better colour set here.
Apologies, we had a small blip there with the internet in the club. We just lost it for a couple of seconds, so you've all probably had to reset. Apologies for that, but we're back now. We've only just missed a few moments, and you join us when the game is really taking a twist.
Is he playing the half ball cannon here, Nick?
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, who saw this coming at 18-11? Ian Alley with a great chance now to have things all square at the next break. He's going to get back within one frame here, you know.
And he is swagging.
Wow. I mean, already, he'll be desperate to win the next frame and get in at levels, but already he'll know in his head, like, that's pretty much job done.
Yeah.
Like, even if he loses this next frame and he goes in 21-19, from being 18-11 down, it's just such a different place.
Oh, definitely.
But he will be targeting this next frame.
And he's actually winning this session now, 10-9, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah. Incredibly so, from where he was.
What you would say, though, regardless of how this frame goes, is that the break is coming at a good time for Shaun.
Yeah. I mean, he's gone from a place where he had to win 17-11 to now he needs to win 11-9.
Yeah.
Much more manageable.
Yeah, definitely.
Bite-sized chunks.
Definitely. But at the moment, obviously, as we know, the players will have a break for 20 minutes or so after every 20 frames. And like I said, regardless of what actually happens in this frame, Ian won't want the break, and it'll be very welcome for Shaun.
That's, very true. Massive break here for Ian Alley. And it was a massive break. And he gets a break. Goodness me, that cue ball, how has that not gone in off? I mean, he grits his teeth. But
it's not the best, is it?
It's not the best, but I mean, he's very lucky not to lose the cue ball. I mean, the amount of times he's been off, he deserved that break. Don't get me wrong, but he just keeps sending it over there. So this is probably the 4th or 5th time we've had this little exchange at the start, where neither player can wrestle an advantage. It's a good little shot. It's difficult here for Shaun to get this safe.
Yeah, and I mean, at the moment he'll try and be working out which colour set he wants to potentially leave him, if any, as well. Because, I mean, from that shot, I'm not sure if the red passes, does it, at the top there?
I'd say probably, looking at the overhead, probably not, but we're soon going to find out.
But you can play a red onto a yellow.
Yeah.
Which is, again, a little bit of a lapse in concentration potentially there from Shaun.
It really is. This is a great chance. Just that one
but I've
shot.
got to say, I was completely with him there because I forgot you could play the red onto the yellow as well.
Yeah.
So I'll call that 1-1 between us as well, Nick, all right? Because you didn't know about the total snooker earlier.
Ooh, what about that? Yeah. What about that? I mean, he's still got the recovery ball at the bottom of the table, but this wasn't what he was leaving himself. He's got to move that cue ball now.
Yes, but he has landed on a plumb angle that if he wants to, it's a typical Ian alley shot. He could screw between the gap of all the reds, basically, so he's coming down to the bottom right-hand pocket.
Yep.
And you can't really overhit it, because as long as you hit this side cushion and the bottom cushion, you're going to be one on one of the two in the middle.
Yep.
It'll take some cueing, but he's got it in the locker. The other option is obviously stunning, potentially to the right-hand side where you see he's put his cue on the table there.
Yep.
Certainly an easier option, but you're going to leave yourself on one ball and it's going to be a bit tricky to get on the next. And even then I think he might have come so far too far that he's actually on this other ball to the middle as a cut now.
He's on it to the middle, and that's definitely not what he left.
No.
And he's looking at the cannon on the other yellow, pushing it towards the pocket.
Well, I mean, it looks like a natural for a 2-in-1 and leave himself straight on the black here.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wow. I mean, Ian's as miffed as I am.
I can only think to myself that he maybe played it with a trace of left-hand side to help the pop, but it's actually pushed the cue ball over to the right with the speed he's played it at and ended up hitting it at the wrong angle.
Yeah. I mean, Shaun could have been left with an easier opener. He's got the one in the middle of the table, the one kind of just to the left of the yellow in the middle of the table, which goes top right.
Yeah, he's also got the hard ball, if you want to call it that, on the rail. He's also got a free shot at it if he plays it a certain way.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be hiding the cue ball.
I was looking at that ball, and I'm just, can he hide it though? Because you'd think that Ian would have a look at the one at the bottom of the table either way.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, he's played it, so he's sort of left the half ball, but I mean, how hard is it to pot that and get on the other yellow?
Yeah.
If he wanted to be ultra careful, he probably could have played that shot and actually left the cue ball on the top rail, so he was on this red in the middle.
Yeah.
And that would have left Ian an even harder shot if he missed, which would have been able to cut the one back on the blue spot into the corner pocket.
I actually love the way he played it, because it shows a difference in mindset from early in the match. So early in the match, he was playing shots. I think he played a black and screwed the ball, cue ball around the table to try and leave the next shot safe, and so you knew. I mean, it was a hard black, but he didn't fully commit to it.
Correct.
That shot he's fully committed to.
Yeah, I mean, and there's even an argument to say that earlier on in the match he might have actually played safe there and not tried to clear up at all.
Yeah.
But given the fact Ian had the chance, and it was a good chance to get back level, and it looks like for all the world here that Shaun's going to take the frame and restore a 2-frame lead. all of the good work that Ian's done to get back to this point, he's going to be a little bit peed off with himself because he had the chance to go level.
Yeah.
And that would have been massive.
Yeah, you would have had to have said at that point from the 18-11 scoreline, if Ian gets it back all square, then you've got to make him a bit of a favourite.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, Shaun's still clearly favourite at 21-19.
And with a break coming up. Yeah. In two ways, because he's got a 20-minute break to regroup, and then he's got the first break when they come back as well.
Still not work fully done yet. He's going to have to leave a plant here.
Yeah, I mean, probably not his ideal first choice. He was probably planning to be straight on one of the two balls in the middle of the table into the corner here, and that would have left it really, really easy. But he's got enough room that he can play the cue ball wide enough to widen the angle off two cushions, and that gave him a much bigger margin of error to land straighter on the plant, which makes it a lot easier because any angle with these sorts of shots,
it's horrible.
Very hard.
Hard to control the cue ball as well, whereas here he can just stun straight
shot.
back.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it wasn't the full recovery from Ian Ali, but surely he has to be over the moon with the fact that he's pulled back within 2 frames from the position he was in at 18-11. But
you'd say so.
I mean, both players will have something to take from that session. I mean, Shaun's got a lot to take from it because, you know, he played really well. He had that lead. Ian's going to take a lot from it. He's going to be bitterly disappointed he didn't get back to 20 each, and I saw him give one of his mates a wry look as he walked away from the table.
Yeah.
That little bit of negativity will play in his mind, but on reflection, he has to be happy that he's back within 2.
Yeah, because essentially he could be out of the match at this point if things had gone the other way.
Yeah. So that's the second break, guys. We're going to be 15-20 minutes. And again, we're going to be back with the action, so do go take a breather, get yourself a nice cold drink. It's a warm day, and we will be back with the action just as soon as it gets going. We'll see you soon. So back with the action for what's going to be the final session. We are very much at the business end of this tournament. Shaun Storry needs 9 frames. Ian Ali needs 11. That is the simple maths. I'm joined again on comms by Chris Day. Chris, what are we saying?
Well, firstly, I'm saying apologies to everyone out there because we spent a good 20 minutes looking for someone else to come in the commentary box, but you're stuck with me.
You're doing a great job, mate.
But yeah, I'm happy to see that Shaun's absolutely crunched his first break back. Not Mary's, but he's at the table, and that gives him control. As you say, as always, as we get closer to the business end, the races get shorter. Effectively.
I think reds are okay here. Just that little nudge on the yellow just opens up everything for him.
Yeah, it looks like the red now goes into that top left pocket. So if he could see the one in the middle now, ideally he'd probably play that one because then he wouldn't be cannoning into any other balls.
Would you take that one, or would you leave that as your penultimate red to get onto the red at the bottom of the table?
Well, ideally I wouldn't be playing a cannon because something like that can happen. And in my eyes, if he'd rolled the red into the right centre, he was still in control of the visit. He could have mapped the clearance from there and played every shot as he wanted to play them. And I probably would have, at some point, I would have come down to the red underneath the 8 ball during that visit and not left it till last. Basically, because it's difficult to get on that with the yellow there and leave the angle to get on the 8 potentially. But with playing the cannon, he's forced to reroute effectively because he's pushed the red into the middle of the table. And if his plan was to play the other one so he could leave that one over the right centre to come down, he now can't anyway.
Yeah, it's suddenly just got a little bit tricky. He needs to keep hold of the cue ball here. It's going to be really interesting to see this session now, just to see how it plays out, who's going to hold themselves together as they near the line. It's £180,000, and I don't care who you are, that is going to play large in your mind.
Yep.
That's a lovely shot. That's well controlled. He's given himself the right angle. Simple enough, but he just needed to make sure he got the cue ball out far enough, and he has.
Yeah, I think one thing guaranteed about these two players, as we've seen in the past, is both have got plenty of bottle, haven't they?
Yes.
Obviously, there's times in your life where nerves can get the better of you. It happens to everyone, but if they both hold their nerve, what a finish we're in for.
Absolutely. So he's got the right angle here just to punch the cue ball across. Again, just needs to make sure he gets through the cue ball. Don't quit on this one.
Yeah, and I'm not sure of the angle he's got with the red and the yellow together there, because if he lands high, he might be cannoning into the yellow. I think ideally he's going to want to probably land straight or a touch below straight here.
He's playing it with side. So yeah. Lovely.
That looks like he can now choose any one of 3 pockets to put the 8 ball in from there. It's a good composed visit to the table.
It really is. So during that break, a bit of fresh air and just a little plan in his mind of what he wants to do, and he's executed the first part of that to perfection. That's a break and clearance in favour of Shaun Storry. Re-establishes his lead to 3 frames. Now just needs 8. Ian needs to refine that energy again.
Yeah, and we're getting to the as you say, the business end of the match here. And there's almost now, with the 3-frame lead, there's almost now becoming a little bit of pressure on Ian's breaks. Because if he were to lose the cue ball here, you know, next time he comes back to the table, he could be 5 behind again.
So you see the little rack that Brian's using. That's the rack as designed by Alan Yates, who is here today watching on. I think it's a great little design. I mean, it's given him the perfect rack just about every time, hasn't it?
Yep.
It's been a good advert for that piece of kit, really is.
And very quickly for the referee as well.
Yeah.
So an absolutely great hit from Ian. This time the cue ball's well controlled. Initially, at least. It's been punched around the table a little bit after that, but again, you'd have to say a slightly smelly chance. Yellows are okay, all the yellows go, but again, you've potentially either got to play plants or move a yellow before you can put another yellow, and it's got work to do.
Just going back to that rack we mentioned a second ago, that is the Smart Rack. If you're interested in purchasing one, they are now widely available. You can get hold of Alan Yates. I think it's 8 Ball Direct is I think it's his business, and yeah,
I've had a little look on there. He's come up with a few good inventions, hasn't he, Alan?
Yeah.
I've also heard a rumour, Nick, that the Smart Racks are about to be incorporated into Ultimate Pool in the future.
Excellent. I think that'll be a good addition. They've tried a few different things. They obviously tried the Shark Rack template, and yeah, I mean mixed reactions to it.
Yeah, I mean the problem with the Shark Rack always for me were the 2 problems. Well, one, it made it slower to rack the balls up for most people, as Ian crunches another one in down the rail, and 2, you always had to move it at some point after the thing, so there was always a good chance that it was going to get in the way.
Yeah, I think this smart rack's kind of sold itself today. It's been fabulous. It's not just the two players have had to make the breaks themselves, but equally they've that rack has been set really well every time. I think Brian's very happy with it. Big advocate. That's a clever little shot, just going rail first, just making sure that yellow ball came out, guaranteeing himself another shot. If he played it direct, he probably wouldn't have had a shot here. That's a smart little clearance. Very nice from Ian Ali. What a great start. What a great start for both.
Yep. Back over to you, Shaun.
There's going to be some nerves jangling in the crowd, because between this crowd you can guarantee they've probably got 70-80% of this £180,000 pot.
Oh, definitely. And for you, Nick, I mean, obviously it's probably no secret that I quite want Shaun to win this match. But if I didn't have any particular allegiance to either player here, what I would want to see is for them to go about 26-all, and then for the next few frames to be absolutely chop fests with people missing balls all over the place.
Yeah, if we get 26 or 27 all, we could definitely see that.
I don't want to see people, just absolutely taking out clearances when they're in no danger of missing. I want to see missing all over the place. I want to see the drama of it. Or I should say, I would have wanted to see that. What I'd actually like to see is for Shaun to get 8 clear chances.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Another solid hit.
Yeah.
Parks a cue ball in the middle of the table. That is not what Ian Ali wants to see.
No, and you can just see Ian in the background scanning the table, and I can tell you firsthand he'll be scanning the table to see where it could possibly go wrong for Shaun.
Yeah.
And he's not going to like what he sees for these red balls.
Yeah, the hard work here really is finding the gap between the two yellows to make sure he gets on the lone red on the right-hand side of Bolt. But you feel that he can
do that quite easily. First shot with a plant.
Yeah.
So rightly taking his time with what's on the line here, but he should just be planning his route here on reds. Might be deciding, does he want to leave the red at the bottom of the table until last, because although it's near to the 8 ball, it's not necessarily an ideal ball to get on the 8 ball unless you're on it in the right way. There isn't the one in the middle of the table that goes into the middle. If you could leave that as a drop in, then you're plumb on the 8 ball. That's how my brain works.
Yep.
But in this instance, it might be harder to work out a route to leave that as your last ball than to actually just leave the ball at the bottom of the table as your last ball.
So I think he's possibly.
It looks like the 2 on the left.
Yeah, he's gonna play that. 2 on the left, and then play that one through the cap.
Top right.
It naturally comes down and links up with the ball in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
To come down table. So
the only reason I don't like it ever so slightly is just because there's traffic from getting from the one in the middle to the one at the bottom.
Yeah.
Again, we're nitpicking, which is essentially our job in here. Yeah, but it's not unnatural. He's leaving himself where he's got to play a shot.
Yeah, but I think
half a shot.
I mean, he's got a lot of space. If you come wide across the table to the cushion, there's a big gap between those 2 yellows. So. Or he could just take it all out of the equation and come right down table, but just about the angle here, just slightly off straight. Yeah, just like so. Now he can pretty much screw straight back through that line. I don't mean straight back, I mean, you know, screw across table.
Yes, it's pace control.
Yeah.
But I mean, if he hits it too soft, obviously the 2 yellows come into play. If he gets into it too much, the far yellow comes into play from getting behind that.
Does he use the cushion? I think you use the cushion here, don't you? Unless he can just float. Oh, he could just float through the gap.
Yeah, lovely. Played it with some left-hand side just to make sure the cue ball through the gap. And now just a drop on and off the cushion.
So the perfect start from both players, and 2 breaking clearances from Shaun Storry, sandwiched either side of a breaking clearance from Ian Ali. But the pressure is really starting to build up on Ian now, so that 3-frame lead, I mean, that can be extinguished pretty quickly, but the thing is now, you know, the break goes back across to Ian. Any mistakes here, and he could be 5 behind.
Yep.
And that's where the scoreboard pressure is really going to be immense now.
Yeah, definitely. But he's got to get thoughts like that out of his head as much as he can, and just try and take the next chance if he gets it. I think as well, it's been noticeable that even though Ian obviously broke and cleared up the only frame he's got to the table so far in this last session, his crowd were up and they were with him, but they seem to be more galvanised, Ian included, with a mistake from Shaun than they do with a brilliant finish from Ian.
Yeah.
So I think if that mistake or those mistakes don't come, it's going to be tough. Out of the two, he seems to have the better, more controlled break at the moment. As Ian breaks and leaves tapas.
Absolutely. You just wondered, that cue ball just got nudged a couple of times. You just held your breath just for a second, but as you say, he's got a delightful late.
Yeah. But there aren't many times I can think of really, and I might be wrong here, but if he's not got it off, there aren't many times I can think of where the cue ball hasn't been behind that bulk line for his first shot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only when he's a couple of cut breaks that he's done.
Yeah.
The yellow on the at the top of the table as we look at it, I mean, that goes.
Yeah, the one in the middle is going to be his last ball by the looks of it. Just a little sort of stop shot here.
Yeah.
And then he'll drag that one in. Oh, he's gone the other way. He's got the angle now, so play it now. And then drop the other two in, yeah.
Yeah, you don't even need to use the red here. What a standard of pool we're being treated to now. What a standard. Both players doing exactly what they need to do. Ian just constantly reminding Shaun that I'm still in this game, I'm only 2 behind, I'm 1 mistake, I'm 1 break of serve. You make any kind of error, you have a dry break and I'm on you.
Both players really sticking well to their own rhythm as well, because both of Shaun's finishes, he's stuck to his sort of considered, you know, taking his time, making sure, which is his style of play and his natural rhythm. And Ian, as you can see, both of his finishes, they've been there and he's taken them out fairly quickly, which is his rhythm. Good sign for things to come, hopefully.
44 frames have been played. Just 2 between them. And it's noticeable as well. I mean, it shows what confidence they have in the way the balls are being racked. That not one player has gone down and checked them.
No. They haven't had reason to, have they? At all? Yep.
No. He's going to make one, is he?
Yeah, he's already made one in the bottom corner, I think. There's already a yellow in.
Oh, he had, yeah, you're right. So I was looking at that ball creeping towards the middle pocket. I didn't realise one had already gone in.
It literally went in pretty much straight away. I think a couple of the Ian's fans were caught out with that as well, because I heard a few come on Favy shouts. But yeah, yellow went straight into that bottom corner. Pretty much as soon as he hit him.
Not a brilliant layout though. I mean...
No, you sort of want the yellows, ideally. But you're probably going to be forced into the reds.
Yeah.
And it's all going to be about, as we're looking, the reds to the sort of foremost to the bottom left of the screen. I mean, it goes in the middle. There's room to get on it in the middle. But it's just a little bit guarded.
I mean, he'd desperately love to leave the red over the pocket that he's closest to, because, you know, he can use that. If he runs out of position, he can use that as a recovery ball. But I'm not sure what else he's got as an opener.
Well, I mean,
if he doesn't.
I think he can. I think he can get on its second ball, basically. If he plays the ball he's closest to now over the middle and sort of leaves the white pretty much where it is, he's going to be half ball on the other red ball that he's closest to at the moment,
yeah.
which looks like he's sort of looking to cue and play now. And he's going to be able to either leave a natural angle or just stun in behind his tough red.
Holy moly, that's a foul.
That is definitely a foul.
Wow. I'm surprised. I mean, I know he was close to his work, but if you're playing across the face of the ball, you don't really have too much chance of a push shot. So I don't know whether he just caught it on a feather or whether it was just a fake shot.
I think he's just tried to sort of play it off the side of his tip, hasn't he? And it's one of those shots you do if you're sort of playing a little safety shot where you want to leave a guy in trouble and not move the white ball a great deal.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, hindsight's a wonderful thing. He could have gone sort of half ball on it either way and potted it.
Yeah.
And if he was that worried about it, play it to guarantee you on reds and then reroute to get on the other red a little bit later. But I guess, you know, he never for 1 second believes he's going to foul there.
I mean, I assume that the red go passes to middle because he's not on this. I was going to say, this one must pass to the corner then. I was going to say he's fine. Should be fairly plain sailing from here.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned previously, I think Ian and his fans are going to go a bit big for this frame because it's come off the back of a Shaun mistake.
This is a mistake that Ian was looking for. Just needs to cue this. He needs to get across table. Can't drop it in because the middle pocket's covered, so just needs to play across. That's fine. Holds the pose, nods to his fans.
What I would mention is that last time Ian had the chance to go favourite, or go level I should say, he had a good chance and he won't be happy with the outcome, and this is the second time he's had a chance to go level. I wonder if he's learned from his past effort, because he will feel getting level from the amount of time he's been behind and the frames he was behind. He would feel, I think, really, really good if he got level.
Oh,
but again,
that's exactly what happened last time.
There's a bit of tension in the arm, and he's come straight across it and gone in the middle pocket of the cue ball.
That's the first time from that break that he's gone anywhere near the middles. He's been at the top of the table every time.
And that's the first time really that I've seen, again, the two mistakes really that stand out for me, and are the one that he had to go level last time, and this time, that one I would call a mistake, because there was definitely tension in that arm for him to go in off in the middle, because he's been nowhere near the middle all day with his cue ball from the head break.
Just a couple of little conundrums just to work out here for Shaun. He's got the ball in hand, the free shot, but he's got a couple of problem balls. Reds have obviously got a couple tied up, yellows have got a couple tied up as well, so I think he's going to try and develop 2 yellows at once here.
I'm not sure if he's not playing the yellow, to
punch
come
the
over
other one out
and punch the red ball out, to then leave the yellow on the side and go reds.
And that wasn't.
But I don't think he's executed what he meant to.
I mean, yellows are still okay. He's got a ball or two that he can try and develop that one on the side cushion, or try and extract the red at least.
Yeah, I mean, yellows are still the better colour set, so definitely get yourself on yellows. But it's going to be a case of, does he stick or twist?
But this is a huge frame for Shaun. Just in the context of the game, having that breaker serve in the last one, if he can, just stamp that fire out immediately, then he's going to feel much better for it. But if he can't find his way through these, then obviously swings back, and it's a massive moment for Ian. So this really is a key frame.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's decided what he's going to do with that yellow on the cushion yet, if he is going for the clearance. But he might potentially have the angle to nudge the red that he's closest to out the way and putting this yellow in the middle, which would open it up for the double potentially.
It's not in a nice place to double either, really, is it? I mean, it's
all right if you're high on it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if you play it sort of, if you punch this yellow in the middle now and do move the red far enough out the way to leave yourself on the double, you're going to be guaranteed to be on your next ball at least. But it's another very aggressive option. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind that as a choice of shot.
Yeah.
Because he's basically, I think in his head, he's thinking he's got a free go at the yellow down the rail. He knows he's going to be potentially getting his yellow and Ian's red out.
Yeah.
But worst case scenario, he misses and he's got 2 buckets covered.
I mean, let's be honest. If he makes it, then it's his frame. I mean,
correct.
They're wide open.
Yeah. And if he doesn't make it, Ian's got work to do.
Is Ian going to play a combo here? I don't think you can you? The yellow's not in a great place for it. He's probably a little bit too close to his work. Well, there he is.
I think he's got to. Yeah. He's very good at skill shots, to be fair to him. Very good.
Ooh, wow. Found gravity. Still work to be done, but he's controlling that cue ball well at the moment.
Yeah, and if he's straight on this one to the top right, which it looks like he is, he should be able to come down and play position for the middle of the three reds into the left centre, which would then open it up perfectly for him with the last balls. He would have wanted to be much, much straighter than that, I think, because if he was a bit straighter, he could have dropped it in the middle and he'd have been on a choice of the other two balls, probably the bottom one first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a big moment for Ian. You can see the look on his face. He knows it.
And again, the mistake comes when he's close to getting level. You can see it's a big thing for him mentally, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Ian was never behind in this match until 10 frames to 9. It was the first time Shaun went ahead, and Shaun's held the lead since. And at one point had a 7-frame lead. And Ian just keeps pushing back at him, but as you say, he just can't cross that line to get all square.
It's almost as if Ian's mentally saying, if I can get level, I've won.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if he gets level, I think you'll see some emotion. I mean, this, under normal circumstances, should be a fairly ABC clearance, but we are not playing under normal circumstances here. It's
correct.
Shaun Storry versus the table versus Ian Alley versus £180,000.
And you can see Shaun's just playing to leave the ball in the middle here, next. But again, for me, he's playing for one ball, which is where things like this can go wrong, because although he's absolutely fine and he's going to be plumb and everyone at home will be thinking, yeah, that's a really easy shot, if he'd have played off the cushion to come off the other cushion and come into the middle of the two balls.
Yeah, he's got a choice of either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just about, absolutely right, it's just
and
about...
I'm talking about, you know, a difference between getting a clearance 99 or 100 probably, but...
Yeah. I mean, that looked, and for all intents and purposes, was a simple yellow into the top corner, but you know, he still had to stroke it in. And just a few words with Ian's crowd there, because I think maybe someone just said something when he was down on that ball.
Yeah.
And Shaun just giving a little bit back.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to benefit Shaun to get involved here, to be honest.
No. The thing is, it's okay. Like, they've been fairly mute, and you want to keep them fairly mute. What you don't want to do is just stir them up.
Yeah, you don't want to give them a reason to want to talk to you a lot while you're playing.
And if you do, then well, there's always a chance that that can come back and bite you as well.
Yeah, again, you know, not being in Shaun's position and the amount of pressure he must be under. If someone has had a little word with him on his backswing or something there, what he'd have been much better off doing is just giving it to his crowd, giving it the big come on, and sticking it to them that way.
Yeah.
Because getting involved with the opposition fans, unfortunately, now means the opposition fans are probably going to do it again.
Yep.
And Shaun's probably going to be expecting it as well.
Cue ball. Cue ball. I mean, that's unlucky. Part that cue ball in the middle of the table, and it just got kicked top cushion and around.
Yeah. Well, what you would say again is not absolute tap-ins. Although with the what I do keep forgetting, you got the one free shot and then one visit, so they could be made to be tap-ins fairly quickly.
Might be taking yellows now.
Yeah, the problem Ian had there was obviously he always had to move one of the two balls he was next to at the top of the table, the red or the yellow, and also had to use whichever ball he moved to try and develop the little cluster by the 8 ball as well. So it was probably a case of play it with reds in mind, but see which colour set come out better after the shot and go from there.
Yeah.
I think the red above the 8 ball does go in the right centre.
Yeah, that makes life a bit easier. I think you can probably just screw back into these two balls as well. Can't you just screw into the top one?
Might be able to screw past them potentially. Always tried to.
Just a little nudge, and
Oh dear.
that's no man's land. I mean,
Oh dear.
I'd have rather see him maybe screw into the top one of the two. Maybe he didn't have the angle to, but if he screws into the top one, then he's guaranteed some kind of shot.
Yeah, I mean, if he thinks it's that tight, he's got other options. He could play one of the two in the middle of the table and come back for them. He could have easily just topped the ball through that way.
He had his heart in his mouth for a second with that red going towards the pocket. If it drops in, then he's in trouble. But as you say, it's a pretty decent shot.
Not the worst outcome. Don't think we'll be seeing Shaun attempt a pot here.
I mean, in the ideal world, you'd probably just drop that cue ball in behind the 8 and the 2 yellows, but
yeah,
he has to hit a cushion. So
correct. Yeah, I'm just not sure. I think the angle he's got. I mean, if he hits the yellow directly in front of him with the angle to top the cue ball through into the gap you were talking about, it depends how much of the red that he would be initially hitting as to how hard he would have to hit the ball.
Yeah.
Because as you say, the last thing you want to do is effectively get the snooker, but don't hit a cushion and leave the frame. But yeah, he's played it well.
Actually, it's a really clever shot because it takes away the one cushion escape for the red closest to the pocket as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if he actually tried to put that red across there, but if he did, that's really clever.
The only thing he'll be slightly annoyed about potentially is the fact that he's not necessarily going to have a clear-cut chance.
That's way short.
Wow.
I mean,
that's there's really no need. There's really no need for that, is there? Because I can see what Ian's trying to do. He's trying to obviously leave the cue ball as close to the reds as possible, so Shaun can only play the 2 down the table and make it really, really awkward. But there's a massive difference, as we know, between making it slightly awkward for your opponent and giving them ball in hand.
I quite like personally I like splitting the 2 next to the 8 ball here because you've got other options at the top of the table to break open those 2 yellows. Whereas you're going to struggle to break these 2 open if you don't do it now. I mean, you can glance off the side, come around 2 cushions and leave yourself in bulk with a little angle just to pop that yellow at the furthest up the table and just nudge into the other 2.
I mean, if he's feeling slightly more adventurous, the 2 yellows at the bottom of the table where the cue ball, where it was, I know it's been picked up now, he could have doubled that on and off the bottom cushion to split the little cluster at the top and just topped through to leave himself on the yellow next to the 8 in the middle.
A little bit, I mean, I don't mind it, but I mean, you're advancing your position at the top of the table. You've still got these couple of balls at the bottom of the table. It's not a difficult snooker for Ian to get out of, and you still have to develop these 2 balls by the 8.
Yeah. But I mean, what you would say, which is not the same as earlier shots he's played in a similar vein, is that regardless of whether Ian gets out of it or not, as he has done, yellows are in a better position than when Shaun left them this time.
Yeah, you're going to just flick that red across the face of it.
Yeah, because I think if Shaun can get the cue ball underneath the 8, the yellow goes up the top, and then it opens up the other yellow for the middle. The way my brain works with this slightly, Nick, is that obviously at some point you're going to try and get the cue ball below the 8 so that you've got a shot into the top pocket. So I would be wanting to clear the balls at the top of the table, bar one easy one, so that I could come down and get underneath but leave myself a bit of margin for error, because you can't guarantee the angle you're going to leave yourself at the bottom of the table. So I'd want to leave it so that I had an easy ball at the top of the table as a get out clause.
I mean, he's got an angle here that, I mean, there's a bit of risk because those two reds are in the middle of the table. He does have an angle. He could just run down into those yellows, just a gentle nudge into the middle yellow. He'd be unlucky not to be on one of them.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Yep. Obviously never ideal pushing one of your balls closer to a cushion, but they both go now, and there's a good route to get down there. If he can see, I'm pretty sure he can see the yellow of the top two that he's closest to, and if he can, then he can leave himself a good angle on the other one that's closest to the pocket to get down the table. Looking to be getting on the one on the rail and then topping it through potentially to leave the yellow in the middle as the last ball.
Yep.
If he can take this ball now and then track the cue ball essentially along the white bulk line of the table and leave himself half ballish, that would be ideal. Bit further, that's not too bad. He's the right side of straight there.
Yeah.
He's looking like he's coming down the table that side.
I think it's that kind of betwixt and between angle. He could probably choose to come down the left-hand side of the table, or just maybe pinch the angle and screw straight back. But I mean, I prefer the left-hand side of the table. I think.
Yeah, I think so, definitely.
Use the cushion. No, he's come straight back. Needed to judge that. That was a harder shot to judge when you're screwing straight back, but he judged it really well.
Yeah.
Could probably play forwards or backwards here. Looks like he's going to play back and play the yellow into the left centre.
Yeah, come back off round off two cushions, which leaves you your margin for error. So could have hit that a foot harder and he'd have still been plumb on this ball.
Yeah. I think the Ian Alley fans would have just loved seeing that rattle just for a second, hoping it stayed up, but
well, it didn't stay up for about 3 or 4 seconds like Ian's did earlier on in the match, did it? I must admit that's another one of the black ball rules that I'm not too sure upon. I'm not sure how long it's allowed to sit over the pocket before it drops. Are you? It's 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Good finish from Shaun. Would you like to point out to our listeners out there that Ian's got to win 8-4 from you?
I did that earlier, and he made a great comeback. But you look back on reflection of the scoreline now, and you just look at those moments where Ian was just so close to getting level. And as you say, in his mind, level is as good as a lead for him mentally.
Yeah.
And every time he's just got close.
Yeah, I think if he is to end up on the wrong side of this, Ian, then his sleepless nights will be based on the fact that he'll be thinking, if I could have just got level, I'd have won.
Yeah. Still very much in this game, but still hanging in the balance. But he needs to get this break working. And does. Oh, wow, the 8 ball was nearly kicked in.
Oh, dear.
Wouldn't have wanted to see that 8 go in, because it would have been a re-rack.
You say that, Nick,
Yeah.
but that red at the bowl, at the sort of triangle end of the table,
It's pretty
I'm
ordinary.
fairly
isn't it?
sure that that's just nipped enough that it now doesn't go.
Yeah.
And if it did go, obviously he'd have the plant to open himself up with, and everything would be very easy from there onwards. But I think that red and yellow at the bottom of the table is just going to change his plans slightly. So much so
Yeah, he's decided
that
to
he's
go
gone
yellows
yellows.
instead.
I mean, is he going to leave the skill shot, or is he playing short position, do you think?
I think you've got to try and play short position. I mean, with the red where it is, you can use that as a target as well. So
Yeah.
it
It looks like he's got it in his mind that it's his last ball.
yeah.
So if he runs through and leaves himself the same distance, the cue ball the same distance away from the cushion as the yellow ball, as we're looking, that will leave the natural angle for the cue ball just to be tucked through off the side cushion and tracking towards the red ball, which is ideally where he wants it, but he doesn't necessarily want to go too far because he hasn't got the option of the middle if he goes too far. So I'm not too sure he's not leaving a skilly here.
Well, is it going?
Wow.
Just got there. Just got there. Needs to. Yeah, could just hold the cue ball in that gap. Wow. Super clearance.
Well, now he's played it, you've got to say it's a great shot, because he had literally zero margin for error trying to get on that ball in there at that angle.
I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? If it's half a roll different, half a roll harder, half a roll softer, he's pretty much got no shot. Played to absolute perfection. Probably just a little bit closer to his work than he planned, but even so.
Drama, folks, drama, as if there wasn't enough with 180k on the line. It's going close.
Look, my heart can't take a hill game. I'm just putting that out there. If it goes hill, I'm getting in the car and going, I mean, you can finish the match on your own. My heart can't take it. I'll watch it on my phone.
Not sure the viewers can take listening to me on my own, to be honest.
So just a very short break. Shaun's just popped away for a bathroom break.
Yeah!
in the context of the match, that last clearance from Ian was absolutely spot on. I mean, 26-22 would have been a mountain to climb. So much pressure on him at that point, and to pull back within 2, that really does just, as I say, reminding Shaun, keeping the scoreboard pressure there. I'm on your shirt tails. Don't make a mistake. Ooh, one of the last balls moving.
And again,
its way.
Yeah.
One of the last
crowd
balls
were
moving. And the cue ball got a couple of little nudges. He could have gone in off, but he's okay.
At first look, I'm not sure he'd have wanted the ball to drop.
Well, yeah, he's again not going to pull the trigger. I wondered if he may have. I think that's the right shot. I mean, yellows don't look an absolute car crash. Obviously, the 8 ball's in a very tricky position.
Yeah. If he wants it, he's got a chance on yellows. He could also play the yellow he's closest to quite hard, jaw off the other pocket and down the table, and leave the cue ball welded to the red ball.
That was close.
That was close.
This is going to be close to a push shot. Ooh.
Tension out there.
Ian now just having a little exchange with Shaun's fan. Someone questioned whether that was a push shot.
I think it was Shaun himself who questioned it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Good touch from Shaun there. Very good touch. Well, but for the 8 ball, which is in a not bad position to double, yellows might also be slightly favourite here, potentially, if you can pot a yellow. I think again Shaun's trying to nudge this red away and leave the cue ball welded behind the yellow.
That's no good, I don't think. I think he's left this red. He turned away quickly from the table and
I'm not sure he's left the easy one on from that angle.
No, maybe not.
But he might have left a big pocket for the double.
It's okay, another fraction of a roll on that red would have left it really awkward, but it does drop in the middle.
And he can come down for his other hard red now. Just needs to avoid that yellow.
Yeah, that's perfect. I was going to say, I thought he was just going to brush the yellow. That would have been.
So this finish, you feel, is all about the 8 ball. The ball he's closest to now at the bottom of the table. If you take the other 3 reds off the table when he's at this angle, it's ideal to get on the 8 ball. So
yeah.
I think that's what will be in his head.
Yeah, just needs to run this through. If he finishes just a ball on the other side of the yellow, that's I think that's the okay.
Bit of a reroute here.
Yeah.
I think he's decided on the double, hasn't he?
I would have. I mean, maybe he had this in his mind all the time, but I'd have rather seen him get a ball the other side of the yellow to leave this angle to then screw down the table.
Yeah.
To leave the ball you mentioned to get onto the 8.
Yeah.
But he obviously fancies the double.
I think that may have been what he was trying to do, but he just landed a little bit off straight on the ball in the middle.
Massive
to do
shot.
that.
Massive shot. He's got it. Middle of the pocket. Middle of the pocket. As he did earlier on, he cheers with the crowd and walks straight out the arena to go and take a quick bathroom break, just to reset after that.
Fairly significant as well, you think, this time with the bathroom break, because he's had 2 chances to get level, and that's where his mistakes have come.
Yep.
Now he's got another chance, potentially.
I mean, 49 frames played, just 1 frame between the 2 players. Fairly fair scoreline for the way the match has gone so far, do you think?
Yeah, you'd say so, wouldn't you? You'd say so. You'd rather it would be this way. I mean, you've obviously seen a lot of money matches down the years, and quite often, I'd say probably upwards of 70% of them, there's always one guy that plays well and one guy that doesn't, and they end up running away with it, don't they?
Yep.
So, for the sake that it is the biggest money match of all time so far, the sort of the least you wanted from a fan's point of view was for it to be close, didn't you?
Yeah, and I think any neutral would agree that, I mean, we always knew that these 2 players were closely matched, and this just proves it.
Yeah.
But that is a dry break, and Shaun's just slipping his shoes back on.
Perhaps trying to put Ian off with the tactic of smelly feet out there, I think.
Again, couple of little issues, but the yellow that's tied up on the bulk line next to the red, I mean, he's got an angle now that he could play the yellow in bulk and just top through and just give it a little nudge, and he's going to be on the other ball in bulk.
Yeah, I think the more pressing yellow is probably the one which I think is just below the 8 ball. So I don't think he's seen an immediate way to be able to get on that one later in the day without leaving it slightly awkward. Clearly it goes in the right centre, as we can see there, but getting on it brilliantly.
That's not the nudge you wanted.
I'm not sure, did it not go? It might go.
It may go, that's really tight though. That is very tight. Oh. Don't know, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, that's I'd say no from there. I mean,
maybe
we're not
on a
exactly
new cloth
behind it, but
if you're dead behind it on a new cloth near jaw first,
yeah,
maybe.
I think he's pulling out.
Yeah, ideally you don't want to play it, do you? You don't want to.
Just another couple of mil and he would have been able to pull the trigger here, but I think he was looking for a containing shot, but there isn't one, so apparently there was.
Well, I think he's left Ian on this red to the left middle as we're looking, potentially.
He has. I mean, this is a risk because
It is a risk, yeah.
these reds all have a pocket.
Yeah. And we can only be assuming that Shaun's assessed that yellow doesn't go, and that's why he hasn't tried to clear up. Which, in Ian's mind, is probably giving him a free go at the clearance, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he can land on the one to... Yeah, he's covering a pocket now. Oh, maybe there's something here I'm not seeing, because I thought he could have dropped that in and played the one to middle next.
Well, he could have punched out a little bit and played the next red in off the yellow potentially as well to open it up.
Yeah.
Quite good to see, I think, though, from at this stage of the match, both players recognise the match situation and what's on the line, and neither of them are prepared to go, too gung-ho to give the match away.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think either one of those players play the shot they just played if they're in practice, but...
Correct, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Reds are a big favourite from here, you would think. So, from Shaun's point of view, I don't think there's a lot of defending he can do. There is the potential that he could flick off this difficult yellow that it's at the bottom of the table and potentially pot the one that's over the top bag, that's over the pocket. And of course, he's also got the skill shot a bit later in the visit, should he need it as well.
Yeah. I mean, the red is just set to the side of the pocket, which makes it a little bit trickier, but it is one that could be made.
Yeah. I mean, if you're assuming that he's going to play the plant next, he would then leave himself the ball over the hole to potentially go in to his difficult yellow, knowing that he's going to be on the next ball in the middle after that. I'm not sure he can cut this one in the middle and get across there now, potentially.
Yeah, pretty thin. Maybe he thinks he can. That's what he's lining up, but it looks like he's really got to square this.
I tell you, if he's really lucky here, the cue ball goes off the two cushions, comes behind the yellow, and the yellow tracks down and pots the red over the bottom. Oh, there you go, fooled us all. He could get through to the top one with the angle to punch it out.
I think Ian will be licking his lips after that one, though. I mean, this is now...
Yeah, but the shot Ian played, Shaun always had to really, I would think, try and clear from here. There wasn't really another option. There was no defence.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
So now, can you cue a long half ball one into the bottom bag and keep it going?
Yeah, and a ball over the pocket doesn't help him in the slightest either, so... And he's right behind the one in bulk. Any thoughts of just dropping that into the middle? I know it's a cute angle, but...
Yeah. I don't think it's as good a cue ball.
Oh.
So the shot he's played there was, I think, both shots were tough, but this shot gives him a much better cue ball because where he's landed, he's got the angle now to pot this and come down the table and potentially pot the red over the pocket as well if he wants to, or disturb the yellow, or both.
What a shot that was at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
What a shot.
Whereas obviously you could argue that dropping the yellow in the middle was the easier pot, potentially, but he was going to still be digging a lot with the cue ball. That pot's giving him a real good chance of an out here.
Yeah.
And if he does get out, it's really, really going to hurt Ian. The way he's playing it, if he's cueing Looks like he's coming round.
Yeah,
so
two
yeah,
cushions,
he's
isn't it?
obviously quite happy with the skill shot by the looks of it. Needs to play it now if he's going to, by the look of that angle.
Yeah.
With the angle he had, I know it's a risk, but I would have been tempted definitely to play the natural and bring the cue ball down the left-hand side of the table.
Yeah, try and dislodge something.
Correct.
Get lucky. That's what he's going to play. Hold on to your hats. Well, he's just controlled it. The trouble is now he needs to hold for the 8.
Yeah, well,
And
he can
it's-
stun onto the red potentially.
Oh, there's a lot going on with this shot.
Yeah, I mean, as we're looking, if he plays the yellow into what is essentially the centre of the pocket, it's going to pop the red off the jaw on the side. And on these cushions, it's going to slide the red in, so it's going to get out of the way without a double kiss and push the yellow through into the centre of the hole.
Massive moment coming here. No. Never had a chance.
Yeah. And I think if he could have put all of his efforts into the skill shot, he probably makes it. But
Yeah.
the fact that he had to
There was a lot of
stun
factors
into
going on with that
the
shot.
red with
Yeah.
the position. Yeah. So it looks like he can get on that ball in the middle to drop it in the middle.
Ooh.
I think he played to move it by the...
Do you? I thought he played to come past it.
No, I mean the one by the middle. He must have been playing to move that. I mean, he's obviously pulled out at the right time, and you still make red's big favourite for the frame here, but
If Shaun
he'll
can
be
get that 8
disappointed.
moving.
Yeah, and he'll be disappointed he didn't get out there, I think, Ian. And again, from Shaun's point of view, from where he was after he missed the skill shot, any chance after that you would take, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, just to have any kind of shot. So he's looking
Yeah.
at just going below I mean, the natural is, the red's in the way of the natural. In fact, the middle pocket's in the way of the natural as well. So he's going to have to go low with a view to coming bottom cushion and into the back of the red, which is the 8 ball, which is going to give it the best chance to get it moving.
I think if he can aim to be cutting the 8 ball across, if he does hit it sort of a bit more fuller, there's a chance that he can go off the bottom cushion off the red and in that pocket as well, potentially.
Surprised he.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't play that with some pace.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, what was he hoping? What outcome was he hoping for playing at a controlled pace?
I don't know. I think Ian is always still going to be in control. I mean, unless Shaun obviously gets right behind it and snookers him, which I guess must have been his plan. Because obviously just laying onto it, doesn't really gain you anything, does it? I mean, perhaps with obviously what's on the line here, he didn't think the right shot was to put his cue through it and have a whack. But sometimes, if that's the shot you're left with, that's the shot you need to play.
I have a feeling that when Ian Ali pots this 8 ball, you're going to see a little bit of emotion. Because he's been searching and striving to get back all square, and he does it at 25 frames each.
And you can see the relief in Ian Ali's eyes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a race to 5 for £180,000. 9 possible frames left. How many are we going to see?
Apologies for any language you might have heard over the microphone there. Unfortunately, we can't control who's standing where. Trying to keep it as child friendly as we can, aren't we, Nick?
Yes, indeed. .50 frames played. Scores are level.
Wow.
Well, he will absolutely love what he sees ahead of him. That cue ball bent. Oh my goodness. Just as look, it's still spinning there. It's got so much energy still left on the cue ball. If it just flicks that ball just slightly differently, it finds its way into the pocket.
But as it is,
yeah, I mean, it's just
what it's the sort of chance you want, isn't it?
It's a delightful table.
I mean, technically, either colour set here, you could argue.
I think
maybe argue reds. Or
if he was slightly straighter, on the yellow down the cushion, I think he plays that first, and then it's just.
Even if it was earlier in the match, I think he might have taken it first.
Yeah. He did look at it, but it was one of those. It was, you don't really want to be cutting back to a blind pocket with your opening shot. An evil eye from our referee. There was a shout as Shaun was about to play that shot, and the referee looked across and shook his head. Stern looks from Brian Moss.
Yeah, and surprisingly, you have to say, everyone's been pretty much really well behaved for the first 50 odd frames. It'd be a real shame if the last 10 were marred.
Absolutely.
Or 9, I should say, if we get that far.
He's going to top this through and take his medicine and just drop that yellow into the middle.
I think so, yeah. I think if he was slightly off angle, he might sort of stun and take all 3 balls in the same pocket, potentially.
Yeah.
But if he's straight, drop through, leave yourself just off angle on the yellow in the middle to drop it in, knowing you're going to leave yourself natural on the other yellow for the 8.
I think you're right, they all go into the same pocket because dropping that in the middle, it leaves the next one a little bit tougher just to get on.
Yeah.
Someone else just calling out on the shot there again. Shaun just asking the referee to deal with it. Doing the right thing, not getting involved in himself, just asking the referee. You're saying any more of that nonsense and you're going to be out the door. Just unnecessary. You know, I know these guys have got their hard-earned on it, but it doesn't give anybody the right to shout on the shot. It's just horrible. Just horrible.
The guy in the watch is getting thrown out. Or maybe it's his last warning.
I think Shaun said that's about 3 or 4 times now, and Brian's just said he's had a final warning. He does it one more time, he's out the door, and you can see Brian's got a keen eye on it. It was just unnecessary.
Fabulous shot, you have to say.
Eventually just played absolutely delightful position shot. I mean, that's the best way to do it. If the fans are getting on your back, just shut them up on the table.
Correct.
We got up off that shot twice and then just nailed it.
Great finish. Great finish.
And that is the problem, isn't it? You've got 100 and something people in the room and it only takes one to spoil it. That's what you get drinking on an empty head.
A mistake I've made many a time. So, Ian spent all that time trying to get back level, and it lasted a frame. Can he do it again? And that, you have to say, is a good chance again.
Wow. Super break. I mean, he can count himself. Just so unlucky there.
Yeah.
Especially the way that the red and the yellow, right at the last second, they kind of just crossed each other, and they could have so easily gone on top of each other.
Correct.
He's got an open path there now with a, you know.
Well, it can be reds or yellows, because obviously if you take
absolutely,
the two balls you were talking about, if he takes that red first, he's naturally going into the other red.
Get the other one out.
And yellows, obviously, he doesn't necessarily have to make any cannons.
Yep.
So he'll probably make them favourite. It's just whether he can get past this one at the top of the table.
I think he can get to the one which is kind of bottom left of our picture as we look at it. I think he can just get past the yellow just below the bulk line to that one. The other one's, it's just a bit smelly, isn't it? Because you can get the angle, but you're queuing over the red.
Yeah.
Well, from there it doesn't even look like you can get the angle, but I'm pretty sure from the overhead you can get past it. I think he's okay on this one. Yeah, he can.
Yeah, he can get that one. That's great. If he can hold for the yellow in the middle, that's even better. Yeah. So he'll be playing for the yellow in the middle. Next shot. So now about the order he wants to take these balls at the top of the table in. As you can see, he's just pointing his cue there to leave himself on that yellow in the middle.
Yeah, I think he goes middle, top of the table, and middle again, and uses that one that's thin to the middle as his transition ball. It's not an ideal ball to use, but it's just all about the angle exactly there. So just between those reds on the bulk line, and the yellow below the black passes to bottom left anyway, so he doesn't have to do too much. If he finishes fairly straight, he can just come through a few inches.
Yeah.
looks okay. I think in the ideal world, maybe just a eighth of the ball just to the right-hand side.
Yeah, which I think is better because obviously this way, when you're pushing through, the cue ball's coming into the middle of the table rather than into the cushion.
Yeah.
I'd like to be straight enough on this so he doesn't have to punch the cue ball on off the cushion.
I mean, in practice, these three are already gone. This is far from practice.
Yeah, I'm sticking to
every shot is huge.
Correct. Yeah, you have to say, in these circumstances now, any finish is a good finish.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay. He would have dearly loved to have been, just to play through that, and he was making sure of it. But ideal world, he would have been, straight or just off. And still a lovely shot. Yeah. Again,
he left a natural.
Picking hairs, he left a natural. Yeah.
Yeah.
Two-frame lead to Shaun Storry. He's closing in on the 30. He needs 3 more frames. In Ali needs 5. What a game of pool this is. What a game of pool. Let's just make no bones about this. These last couple of clearances by Shaun, they were very gettable clearances, but with the pressure on it, he held himself together really, really well.
Yeah, and you have to say, at this point of the match, when the pressure is on its most, those 2 clearances were probably the best cue ball control he's had.
Yeah.
In a long time.
Absolutely.
He made sure he was the right angle. He made sure he was dead behind the ball if he needed to put a hard one. Every angle he had was pretty much the right angle. He did exactly what you want to do under pressure. It's just make the next shot as easy and as natural as you possibly can.
Oh, that cue ball. It's done that a couple of times now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I could just see that almost slow motion playing out before my eyes. It was almost destined for that middle pocket.
Ian electing to move the yellow ball out the way and take it off the table to clear the path for Reds.
So again, a very, very makeable clearance. One under normal circumstances you'd expect him to get.
He doesn't want to be straight on this one in the middle if he's taking it now. Needs to just come on and off the cushion if he can, just so he leaves a decent angle on this next one up the top of the table.
Yeah, he couldn't do a lot with the cue ball, could he? He just couldn't punch it in, so he just did as much as he could with the cue ball.
Tiny bit loose, really.
Yeah, yeah, cue ball's travelling here. Controlled it really well, though.
Yep.
So again, much of the hard work done.
Yeah, the only thing you would say is the 8 ball obviously clearly only goes in this bottom left.
Just about to say, I mean, in the ideal world, you'd leave this ball on this angle as your last ball to get onto the 8.
Yeah. I mean, if it goes in the middle, then he's absolutely fine here, and if it doesn't, then again he's got a shot to play.
I think it does. I think it does. He's relentless with his pace, isn't he? I mean, there's literally just there's no let up.
No.
Just plays the same fast pace.
Yeah.
It's great to watch.
Sees it, plays it, doesn't he?
Great to watch.
Oh yeah, flies in. Shaun will have a lovely view of this from his seat.
Lovely. Shaun's turn to take a bathroom break. He's just going to step away. I'm going to quickly do the same. Leave you in the capable hands of Chris Day for a couple of minutes.
So, Ian looking ready to go. Brian just setting the balls up. Shaun is back in the arena. Steely focus from Ian. He'll just be hoping for a good cue ball and any ball and a chance to get level. And he's got it, as you can hear from the noise from Ian's fans. At this stage in the game, really, with a chance like this, just keep holding yourself together and keep potting the balls. Put the pressure back on the other guy. Ian looks in really, really good shape here. Nice and straight on this ball to the corner. Looks like to screw back somewhere into the gap that he's in now. Might have been trying to play for the one in the middle there, but no problem if he wasn't. He's got long and long. And he's absolutely plumb. You guys probably won't be able to see this on the stream, but the gentleman who was giving Shaun a little bit of stick has now piped up when Ian's about to play his shot as well, which wasn't very helpful. I think Ian's just asking for the chap to be ejected.
How'd you fancy this, Chris? Race to 3
Oh,
for 180,000.
I love a best of 5, Nick. I love a best of 5.
Oh,
always
my
thought
goodness me.
In a best of 5, I could only ever lose by 3.
Wow. For me, it's all about who's going to hold their nerve here.
Yep.
Wow. What a game of pool we've got on our hands here, ladies and gents. It's come down to kahunas. Whole crowd's holding their breath on that one. Makes a ball. Makes a red. But what's he on? Just going to try and tie up a couple of balls here, I think.
Yep, did just reach the cushion.
Certainly did.
Doesn't want to get a double kiss here, Ian. Under normal circumstances, probably wouldn't be too worried about it, but considering he was stretching over the yellow, it's quite easy to not get the cue through where you want to and double kiss that red, so he's just decided to play a different shot. What are you doing here, Nick?
Exactly what Shaun's going to do, which I think he's going to play another little containing shot, isn't he, somehow? I mean, I don't know what there is, I'll be honest, but I mean, if you're really adventurous, you can take the thin cut to right middle, cue ball into those yellows and break them out. But
you've got some minerals, haven't you, for 180 grand?
Yeah, exactly. I can play him from here. You know, it's not my money.
Yeah, I think the problem Shaun's got is the red that he's closest to is frozen to the cushion. So, and obviously in these rules, you have to hit a cushion after the point of contact. So that red would have been deemed to have already touched a cushion, which makes it very hard to just roll up to it.
Well, Ian's got a similar shot to the one I mentioned a second ago, but it's a lot closer to his work.
Yeah, I'm not sure Ian is going to be able to turn this one down.
I think he has to play it. Yellow to middle. come in between the two yellows, you'd be unlucky not to be on something.
Yeah, all the 4 yellows at the bottom of the table go. The 2 closest together need to be taken in the right order, but
He's definitely taking it on.
oh,
Wow.
well, he's got second prize there. If you're going to miss early and mess the table up.
Shaun should be able to take some control here.
Unfortunately, still not a decisive colour set after that shot, is there? I'm not sure it benefits you to be on a colour just yet unless you're clearing. I mean, what you do have to be careful of is the red and the yellow at the bottom here. If there's no colour set denominated as yet, then obviously someone could play yellow onto reds to plant that and give themselves a decent chance potentially on reds. So you need to guard against that. But yeah, I think both players are going to say over to you. Who's got more patience? I don't mind a frame like this, Nick, at the nitty-gritty. I mean, I'm not saying I want to play in it.
I just realised I'm sat here holding my breath. I don't know what. I'm just so engrossed in this game.
Do you think at this point either one of them wants to turn to the other and say, do you want to just take 90k each and call it quits?
Well, he's got that plant you mentioned.
Yeah, but where Shaun's just played that red, I think the yellow goes and the red doesn't.
Yeah.
So,
Shaun probably just plays into that now just to break up that plant and
I'm not sure. I think that's the key to the frame for me.
Yeah.
I think whichever player is potentially tempted to move those 2 balls without a colour set would be second favourite potentially.
I mean, this is a frame for the pool lovers, this one.
Oh, Ian's tried to go. I'm not sure. I mean, it's difficult to gauge Ian's intentions there. I always think Ian's intentions are to clear up, so I can only presume he was trying to pot that ball with the intention of clearing up. So I was interested to see what he was going to try and do with that ball at the top, but
I mean, surely this is a time just to take it and then maybe just
chip it out.
Get that pocket, is it not?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. I mean, that ball
at
the top of the table.
Yeah.
Just chip it out.
Yep.
Because yellows are a much better colour set here, aren't they?
Yep.
Perfect. Well.
Oh.
I mean, not ideal.
It's not ideal, but it's not that bad actually for Shaun, because the yellow does go from short position, and obviously that creates another headache for Ian. So,
yeah, I mean, Ian's just obviously tying up this yellow at the bottom of the table. He's in full defence mode from here. I don't think even Ian's going to look at these reds and think I can get these. So it's just a question, really, of patience for Shaun, I think.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and come up and connect with the 8. Just clip that yellow out. Just going to try and stun up onto the 8 ball. Yeah, plays it really well. And that's... well, again,
Always put it back.
Again, yeah, he has, but it's potable from where it is. And it's covered the line for the red, so... Kind of... Oh, double kiss.
Has he left the angle to spot the yellow in the middle and screw into that?
I was just looking at that myself.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know these rules well enough to be able to guide anyone here on the tactical frames. I need to phone a friend, and I'd be calling Liam Dunster.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the man for this situation. The one thing for Shaun he cannot do is pull the trigger too early here, and he recognises that. Another ball at the top of the table, just...
Yeah, good shot from Ian.
Yeah. Can Shaun not just play into that?
Well, it doesn't help him being there, certainly, so I think he needs to play into it, but he also needs to be aware that he needs to probably leave it in that vicinity so that he's not leaving a very easy snooker on for Ian to play.
Yeah.
I mean, can Ian, the ball that's on the left side on the rail, can Ian cut that down the rail past this yellow to leave it over the hole? Because if he can get it there, he'd become he'd be back in the frame, put it that way.
He's popped one out. I think the intention was to push the red a little closer to that yellow. Now Shaun can get a ball at the top of the table and lay claim to that top left pocket. That works.
We may just be able to get the red in front of it, but not. Although the red probably goes past the yellow, it's a very difficult shot to keep it in front of the yellow and take the pocket. It's more likely the red goes in from that angle, I think.
Yeah, yellow's really in a commanding position here. I mean, he's obviously got that one yellow tied up in the bottom cushion, but almost any contact on it, you pretty much can't fail to develop it. Just need to make contact into the red next to it. Chances are you'll probably pot it.
Yeah, and I think Ian's aware that with the 3 reds at the bottom left as we're looking and the yellow over the pocket, Shaun's going to have in mind very, very soon that he needs to move that yellow as soon as he can, which is why Ian's played that shot. Because now, if Shaun were to just pop this yellow out, there's a bit of jeopardy, because the red at the top of the table goes past the yellow.
Yep.
And there's a finish on for reds.
Yeah. Yep.
So we started with 2 balls tied up, not knowing which colour set's the best, and now we've got different 2 balls tied up at the bottom of the table, and in the same position.
He can't play the yellow to, as we're looking at the top right pocket, and screw back along the cushion.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or can he just drop this in and get a better out? Oh, he's tried.
No, he's tried to. Yeah.
I
see what he's trying to do there. Yeah. I mean, you can sort of say it's unlucky, but from Shaun's point of view, the most important part of that shot would have been the cannon, because if you push the yellow over the hole, you win, don't you?
think I was going to say, he doesn't want that to go too far. I was going to say, I thought he could flick off the yellow and just push that red towards the yellow, but he's pushed that 6 inches too far. I think that goes now.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a good chance for Ian. This is about as best a chance he could have hoped for.
I'd have much rather seen Shaun flick off the yellow because it would have pushed the red lower. Ooh. Wow. And conversely, a great chance for yellows now.
Tension.
I'm not going to say a great chance. I mean, the yellow on the side cushion will go off the red, but he's got to take it in the right order because he doesn't want to push that red into his yellow that's on the cushion.
And the yellow on the bottom rail, the red's just gone close enough to it to look quite big at this point of the match.
Yeah. What a frame of pool.
Shaun's not going to want to play the yellow up the top because at the moment it's giving him a bit of equity in the frame. He's also not necessarily probably going to want to play the long yellow down the rail off the red that he's looking at here, because potentially if he gets that wrong he puts the red in the way of his other yellow.
Certainly not a disaster. I mean, he's the yellows promoted. The yellows are in a lot better shape than they were.
Yeah, he's favourite, but not overwhelming favourite.
No, absolutely not.
Especially if we see an Ian Alley special from here. Well, that makes it a bit harder, I think.
Oh, that's a horrible flick.
I didn't know whether he could have dropped that ball in and then played the red, which is sort of near the brown spot if you're looking at a snooker table, down the table off the cushion to move the other yellow out the way.
I just wonder whether he was actually anticipating potting that clean, or whether he was hoping it would get a little flick on the yellow on the way through. Almost felt like it was unavoidable to get a flick on the yellow to open the pocket up for the other red, but ultimately now Shaun's been patient in this frame and he's got a gilt edge chance now.
So if he's straight enough here, he'll be topping this one through to get on the ball in the gap between the two reds and get on the yellow at the bottom of the table, assuming that passes the other yellow over the pocket. But I can guarantee you nothing will look easy to either of them out there at the moment.
Oh, it's just wonderful when you're watching other people's pain, isn't it? It's terrible.
So yeah, he's decided again to pull back.
Yeah. You just can't blame him.
You can't disagree with it, but you just wonder. There you go. See, Ian's made it difficult again. You just, like I said, you can't disagree with his choices to sort of rein it in, because he is in control. But control can flip quite quickly, can't it?
Indeed. He needs to be careful here. He doesn't leave Ian the red to middle. Especially leaving it red to middle with an angle to go along the bottom cushion and get into that bad red, but he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, but I think you could set these reds up in this position and give Ian 100 goes, and I'm not sure he'd get more than 2 or 3.
No.
But he has left him a rick through to this yellow at the bottom of the table, and the key to this frame.
Yeah, he just needs to nudge it out, doesn't he?
Yeah. Again, not ideal, you would say.
No.
He's still a big favourite, and it shouldn't have a big effect. But he could have put that yellow in a much better position, you feel. So it looks like Ian has played a really clever shot there, in all honesty. Put his red in front of the two yellows to make them a bit awkward and welded the cue ball to the red, meaning Shaun can only see the two yellows that Ian's put the red next to.
Yeah, I think he's not going to run into it though, is he? He's just going to go cushion first and just nudge into this one.
You have to say, from the superiority of yellows, Ian's done well to last this long, in all fairness.
He's going to get this red. Ooh, gee.
And he's decided,
Yeah, enough's enough.
I've got a sniff, I'm having a go.
Why not?
Double. Oh,
Ooh, look where that red's gone as well.
just in front of the 8 ball.
I mean,
folks.
this was an absolute gimme finish. And that red is just coming across the 8 ball.
Yeah.
Just giving
But I
Shaun
think-
something to think about.
I don't think Shaun will be at all niffed with that, because he will have realised that if Ian made that double, he'd drop this red in the middle and the other red at the top goes past the yellow.
Yeah.
And then he would have either had a double as
double or
minimum, or
something, yeah,
potentially
yeah.
been able to leave himself on that ball
Yeah.
down the rail.
Yeah.
So
Be almost a little bit of a sigh of relief.
correct. After that first shot Ian played, which was really, really good, I think Shaun will just be happy that he's back at the table.
Just getting his mini butt extension just to. He's a tall lad, but he doesn't want to risk overstretching.
And now he knows what it's like to have short person's problems. Sure, problems you never encounter yourself, Nick.
I'd be tucking that shirt in, I know that much. There we go. I think I'd tuck it in a bit better than that as well. Take no chances here.
Leave the extension on for this one. We want to get as close as he can, ideally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah, that's okay. It's going to come. I think, is he going to target the red on the right hand side, do you think, or is he not going to risk that, just come into bulk and play it to middle?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be leaving myself a shot to the thin middle.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Because that red just looks massive, doesn't it, if you're trying to play around it.
He has come around. He's tried to come around. This is a bit smelly. With pressure, the red ball is going to be, it's not going to hamper him, but it's just going to be in his eye line.
Yep. And this pot, I think, requires 100% commitment.
Absolutely.
Do not worry about anything else. Just do your routine.
Give it the full beans.
Pot the ball.
Nailed it. Middle of the pocket. What a shot. What a shot. The kahunas are starting to swing. What a great frame of Paul that was.
Yeah.
What a great frame.
And as if there wasn't enough pressure on that pot, the fact that yellows was such a big favourite all through the match would have been weighing on his mind as well, I think.
Yeah. Well, folks, what to say? What to say? Still another possible 4 frames here.
Our referee's just decided to play snakes on his mobile phone for a little while we're waiting.
He's just going to give it to someone and say, sort that out for me. He moved on Ian by a couple of frames and
We've just enlisted the help of our IT support to help with the scoreboard.
We couldn't work it out.
We're not 100% sure whether he's going to get back out there before the match starts. Here he goes, he's gone for it.
You just needed to hold it down, that's all.
You just needed to hold it down, who knew?
Well, the ref inadvertently moved Ian on 2 frames, and Ian will be hoping that that's an omen.
Let's not let Brian near the scoreboard again, and then we'll be all right.
Yeah, let's not forget we're still on serve here. That was Shaun's break, that messy frame, and now it's Ian's break, trailing by 1 frame, needing 3. One of the last balls moving, makes its way into the pocket. And
the other 2 last balls moving just make themselves a bit of a nuisance. The red and the yellow together at the bottom left again.
I just wonder whether he can get to the potting angle past that red. I'm not quite sure he can. I mean, he's got space to move it now. He can just come over and cannon into the red. Yeah, that's nice. Well, assuming, I think he's on this one to middle, so
I think he's okay.
May still have this one. Yeah, I think this one still cuts back as well to the top left, but I don't think he'll want to play that.
Yeah, I mean, always trusting a little bit to luck with the cannon, but the earlier you can play it, the more chance you've got of landing on one of your other balls, as he has. And now he's in good position.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I mean, when you think about in the context of the game, if Ian can find a break and clearance here, actually, he's going to be in a pretty good headspace because, Shaun's really had to battle to get his frame, and now Ian just steps up and a little break clearance, and don't know what all the drama is.
Yeah. No, looks like best of 5 becomes best of 3.
Just a quick word here for the referee Brian Moss. I mean, we often say that not actually noticing that the referee's there means he's done a really good job, but in all honesty, what a job he has done here. Like, if you watch him around the table, he is just never stopping. He's never in the player's eye line. He's the consummate professional. Finds his way around the table really well. A really eagle eye, controlling the crowd well, and he's been racking the balls exceptionally well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I think the best in the business is often used a bit too often, but Brian certainly is up there with them.
Helped out by the smart rack, of course.
Indeed, yeah. There's the details for the smart rack. Worth a mention again because I think, as I say, it's done really well in advertising itself today. It just means that just set the balls down there and push them into the rack with your fingers just to make sure they're all touching. It's a simple invention, but it really does work. And the great thing is it's very, very portable as well. It comes with a little strap that you just strap onto your cue case, and it goes everywhere with you.
Yep.
The inventor of that smart rack is just over to our left-hand side. He just took the drinks bottle off of Brian Moss to go and get him a drink. I think they would have travelled down together, actually. Alan from up around the northeast as well.
Ian re-enters the arena.
Yeah. But we will just touch on our other sponsors. You can see the one on screen there. It's World Q Sports. Also, they have a Facebook page as well. They do so much to promote the game. Absolutely fantastic. Also, All Stars and Pete Wallington. Some amazing clubs down in the southwest, Exeter, Taunton, Weston-super-Mare. And also just touch on to Pigeon Promotions and Daddy Promotions, and also Ace Competitions. Thank you for all of your support and making this absolute spectacle happen. Wow. Wow. What a time. His break has been the strongest part of his game. What a time to go dry. What a time.
Yep. Hit him well, parked the cue ball as well.
Yep. Would have been desperate to see a ball. I mean, how fickle is this game? If Ian can find a clearance here, that might be the last shot that Shaun Storry plays.
Yep. And then they'll be wondering why he bothered.
But there's some work to do here. There's some serious work to do here.
I think he can top this through to leave an angle on one of the next two reds. Or actually even take this one at the top of the table first, and then leave an angle on one of the two reds near the middle to come down and go into his sort of bad red.
I mean, it's not the worst table to try and develop, but given the pressure of the situation.
Looks a bit straighter than he wanted to be, does it?
I would say.
I mean, he could take this one in the corner and sort of go off two cushions, but
could go wrong though.
Yeah,
and it has.
Didn't like that option. Did not like that option.
No, absolutely not. There was so much that could go wrong with that shot. I mean, to be fair, he didn't have the angle to do much else, but I mean, he could have rerouted. And tried to get a better angle.
I mean, obviously, we after the shot, it's very easy to say, but I mean, if you're going to play that sort of shot, I think you're better off to play it with lots and lots and lots of run inside, because you know the cue ball is going to hit the cushion side of the object ball you're playing, and the run inside is going to push the cue ball and almost squirt it up the cushion, which is going to give you a shot on your next ball, no matter how that comes out.
I mean, Shaun will be over the moon that he's at the table, but it's not a particularly nice leave, and it's just going to be a containing shot. He seems happy with it.
Yeah, not a great deal on, I don't think, for him. The double potentially.
Well, he's left a very ordinary plant into the middle, which isn't particularly nice, but I'm not sure what else Shaun has here. He may be forced to taking this.
I mean, he could play a similar sort of shot again. I mean, if he flicks off the yellow he's closest to, he's going to push that towards one of the reds, and the cue ball's going to go off the cushion and land behind the two yellows again.
Yeah.
It's going to leave Ian in a similar sort of position, but probably a little bit worse if he nails it. But obviously the...
I mean, that plant's tempting though, isn't it? I mean, it's
tempting, yeah. But are you more likely to get the plant, or are you more likely to get the safety shot? I mean, that's the thing you need to weigh up.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I just think the reward for the plant, if you make it, I think the frame's there at your mercy, but if you know, this is, for me, one of those kind of lion moments there, whereby, you know, if he takes a plant, makes it, gets a clearance, then you look back on the match and go, I did it right there. I mean, do you go down as a lion, or I'm not saying it's the wrong shot.
Yeah, I do get what you're saying, but I don't personally think. I think if you get the plant, I still don't think you're actually 100% guaranteed to be out.
No.
But you don't want to spurn past it.
That was my worry.
It needed to be a lot thicker than that, because he had a lot more margin for error playing it thick, because he would have pushed the yellow onto the red, and the cue ball would have gone off the cushion and had to go into the two yellows, which would have guaranteed the cue ball where he wanted as well.
The problem for me is if you get the safety shot wrong, you kind of die wondering whether you know, you could have made that part. I don't know. It's so easy to say it from here. Look at that. I mean, that can't be.
But I mean, what I would say again as well is that there's no guarantee on these reds, because I think
especially with the cue ball where it is.
The yellow's got slightly in the way of the 8 ball by the looks of it, and the red above the 8 ball is not in the best spot it could possibly be in. And that doesn't help. He's now going to have to play red off the red.
Red off the red, and then hope the other one goes.
Yeah. Unless he wants to play cushion first and pot the red and guarantee to leave himself the angle to get on the 8 ball.
I mean, red off the red. Looking at this overhead, that's...
There you go, look, see? Because if he pots this, he's guaranteed to be on the angle to pot the other red and be on the 8 ball. I think that was the right shot.
I'll tell you something. If that red had just finished like a few millimetres, if Shaun can see the potting angle of this yellow in the middle, then this table's at his mercy. But that red has just come far enough to cover the potting angle of that yellow.
Yeah, and I think the yellow on its own over the other side of the table, away from the other 6, will be clipping off that and getting the cue ball up in the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be controlling the frame from here. Absolutely should be controlling the frame.
Oh dear.
Oh.
He's left a sniff here.
He definitely
needed to he obviously needed to play it a little bit thinner to guarantee the angle, but I think he might have been a little bit worried about the in-off potentially if he played it that thin. So he's erred on the side of caution, and you can't blame anyone for that.
I mean, Ian has to pull out an absolute monster.
Exactly. It's still you've left him a sniff, but
he's saying nope. No, sir.
Yeah.
It's not time to pull the trigger yet.
And that's where you would say Igan's game has improved so much over the last sort of few money matches he's played. Because there would have been a time
on another day
a few years ago where a Rory and Ali absolutely pummels that in, doesn't he?
Gets the crowd.
Yeah.
Gets the crowd absolutely raucous if he makes it.
Yeah.
And probably wins the match there and then. I mean, that would have been it. That would have been the time. You know, I mean, if you see a, you know, kind of have a rush of blood there, then that would have been so easy. Shows such a maturity from him. Such a maturity.
Yep. Shaun's still massively in control of this frame. He just needs to decide the way he wants to go forward. Does he want to be aggressive and push his balls out into the open, or Oh dear. Oh dear.
That's trouble. That's trouble.
I was going to say, or does he want to be defensive and make sure? But
I mean, he's played 3 defensive shots here and he's not executed any one of them particularly well.
yeah,
And,
but I mean, in that shot, there didn't seem to be a particular concentration on one aspect of it. Oh,
Whoa! I did just wonder whether he could get that cue ball out. Wow. Well, Giorgio.
it's going to have to be, isn't
It's
it?
going to have to be Giorgio. No. Oh my goodness.
It's a great effort. It's a great shot because I don't think Shaun's got an easy opener here.
Yeah, that's some serious pressure on Shaun's shoulders now.
We're sort of a bit 50-50 here, aren't we, Nick?
I mean, he's got a thin cut to middle. Cue ball's going to be travelling.
Yeah, I mean, the other shot he's got potentially is of the yellow that is furthest up the table, which is on the white bulk line. He can play from here, cushion first, into that yellow, with enough pace just to push the yellow onto the top cushion, and he'll leave the cue ball sort of where the yellow is and leave Ian snookered.
Yeah, there is a wall of 3 balls there, but I mean, he's looking at it. I mean, he's not got one of these right yet, and this one, well, do or die.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you hit it as full in the face as you can, and hit a cushion afterwards, because obviously the cue ball hitting the cushion before it hits the yellow is no good to him. In these rules, you do have to make cushion contact with the cushion after the point the cue ball contacts the object ball. Oh dear.
Oh, not enough pace.
Oh,
he got just.
It must have been how he played it. He must have played it that way.
I assume that's exactly how he played it.
Yeah.
In which case, it's a great shot. But when he let go of the cue, I thought, I mean, if he hits that full in the face, he's got no chance of. Surely can't bend this, can he? Shaun looking on. Ian thinks he can. Oh my goodness me! He's got a double. Or has he? Well, he has.
Well, he's got a double in the middle. He's got a double in the corner. He's got a cut in the corner.
Yeah, he's got the thinnest of edges for a cut. I feel a bit sick, if I'm honest. Oh my goodness.
He's going for the double and the good cue ball.
There's only 180 grand on this, guys. He's made it. He's made it. He's only gone and made it. Ian Ali is on the hill.
Yeah, and forgetting what's on the line and forgetting the state the match is at the moment. I think Shaun will be disappointed because he was in control of that frame.
Absolutely. Surely one last twist in the tail. Come on, let's see the decider, eh? All the Ian Ali fans are desperately not
That's what the fans want.
Well, the fans on the right don't. The fans on the left definitely do. What about you guys at home?
I mean, this is the first time Ian's been in front since 9-8, isn't it?
It is. It is. It is. Wow. What a match. Whoever wins this match, what a match we have been involved in here. Absolute
Ian getting ready
privilege.
to break off. If his heart isn't pumping at 150 mile an hour,
Well, mine
he's not
is.
human.
Mine is.
Nothing down.
He is dry. He is dry.
And that
Ladies and gentlemen,
Looks
he
nice.
is dry. I don't think anything looks nice here, does it, Chris? I mean,
As nice as it can look. I mean,
at this point, I could have 7 balls over the pocket, and it still would look.
I mean, you'd be 6-1 shot there anyway, Nick.
Exactly.
In all honesty.
I would, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, these yellows are good. This yellow that he's closest to, and he can screw on and off the cushion with right hand side, and then it's just about your order and minding your work, I think. Well, I say that, I'm looking at this angle now, I'm not sure he can avoid the 2 reds, but on the overhead it looks like he can nip it and do it.
Yeah, I'm with you, but
if you're not sure, just play the one in the middle now.
yeah, just come back. Just come back
Play
to
the one
it.
in the middle now and come back to it.
He was happy.
Yep,
He was happy he could get to it.
that's fine. It's on one to the bottom left corner. Is this? It's now a good time to ask what cut of the pot we get for commentating, Nick. We've got to be on 40%, haven't we?
Oh, it has to be. I'm an emotional wreck.
Should we just sort that out with a winner?
Yeah, you can ask him. I mean, I'll take 4%. I mean, I'm not greedy.
So, bottom right corner as we look,
Yeah.
bottom middle as we look, top left corner, potentially.
I'm glad you can see this because yeah, I think he plays this and yeah, just holds for the one
Correct.
into the middle, and then he's
So leave
gonna-
the cue ball there, and you're
Yeah.
on what is essentially your hardest ball.
Yep.
So yeah, as you can see, he's going to be leaving the cue ball where this yellow is that he's going to pop.
Yeah.
And he wants to be straight so he can screw on and off the cushion for the ball below the 8 ball. Come up for the one in the middle. That's his route.
These are the ones he's just composing himself. Don't decelerate. Shoot through the ball.
Yeah, I think here, you know you're going to hit one cushion, you're screwing back to. If you aim to hit the second cushion, then you're giving yourself a good chance.
I think that's perfect. I think that's absolutely perfect.
I think he has nailed it. Now, everything for above the yellow here.
Yeah.
Because then he can drift down for the 8 ball in the middle.
Holy moly.
If you're feeling that way inclined, top it through off 2 cushions and come naturally behind the 8.
Yep.
If you're feeling a bit nervy, just drop it in.
I'm definitely feeling nervous. That's all I'm going to say. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we made history today. We made history with a pot of £180,000. And we have given this match. Look at the crowd.
Getting a big round of applause for both players here. It's good to see.
This is just incredible. The biggest pot that's ever been, £180,000. It's a one-frame shootout. Now just think back to that lag at the start. Shaun Storry won the lag. He will break the deciding frame.
And if he pots off with it, it's a good lag to win.
Wow. This is everything that we wanted it to be. 29 frames to Shaun Storry. 29 frames to Ian Alley. The size of the pot commanded a classic match, and this has been one of the matches of all time. The first rack that Shaun Storry's checked, and quite rightly so, because it's the biggest break he's ever made in his life.
If you're Shaun, you just want a ball to go down. If you're Ian, you just want a chance.
Yeah, you're just, from Ian's perspective, even if a ball goes down, you're just hoping for a couple of clusters. You're hoping for a bit of work. What a match of pool we've been treated to. This one will go down in history. We'll be watching this match and talking about this match in 10 years from now.
You think in 10 years from now we'd have had people playing for a bigger pot?
Oh, I'm sure. Probably
Not
if
you,
this
though.
one goes to a rematch.
Yeah, well, hill. If you wanted to guarantee a rematch, you go hill in the first one, don't you?
You can understand this from Shaun. Just wants this to be perfect. Equally, he doesn't want to overthink it. The last thing he wants to do is just spend a lot of time worrying about the pack, and then
You get the feeling he'd like to rack him himself.
Yeah. Putting Brian under some serious pressure here. Shaun's happy. Brian's happy.
Here we go.
Stern look from Brian. A stern look from Brian. He puts his hand out and says, "No more, please. No more, please. Best of order. Best of order."
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls.
The biggest break of Shaun Storry's life. Heartbreakingly dry for him. Heartbreakingly dry. I mean, he cannot have connected that much better.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say for him is that there was no tension in his arm. It's not like he cued across it. It's not like the cue ball squirted towards the side rails. He hit it exactly as we want to hit it. It's just come out dry. What can you do?
I mean, it's an open table. Every ball has a pocket, but there's going to be some testers along the way.
First chance to Ian.
He's got this yellow just above it's the bottom middle pocket as we look at it. It's just above that left middle pocket. Has to do something with that. The 8 ball. It doesn't go to right corner, but it looks like it goes to left corner. Noticeably, Ian taking about as long as he's taken on any shots, and you can understand why.
Indeed.
His headache here is going to be this ball on the left-hand side.
Yeah, ideally he wants to pop this ball he's on now and then clear the 2 to the left hand side and leave the 2 potentially to the middle till last, because they leave an easy access to the 8 ball.
I gotta say, I'm nervous for him. Oh, wow. Just that little flick on the yellow, that's made it horrible. I mean, it was pretty ordinary already, and now it's...
Back double.
Has to be. I mean, he's nailed these doubles. He has nailed these doubles.
You have to say, if he drills these last 2 in and gets on the 8,
he deserves.
At least he's done it in typical Ian Alley style,
yeah,
eh?
He absolutely deserves it if he makes these.
Great shot. One more. So I think he's going to choose to punch this in. He's going to try and get the cue ball to come below the red as we're looking for the 8 ball in the bottom left. I'm not sure it goes in the other corner.
No.
If you're looking to get the cue ball around the blue spot, anywhere around the blue spot from here.
Shut up, you trap!
Best of order, please, crowd. Best of order. Huge shot. Oh, wow. What a moment that is. What a moment that is. Sorry, I'm just absolutely speechless.
Shaun needs to concentrate on what's going on the
Shaun
table.
just needs to focus on what's on the table. I'm struggling to find words to sum this up at the moment. Emotions are running high, as you would expect. What a massive shot that was for Ian Alley, and he had to step up off the ball.
Yeah, unfortunately, someone over Shaun's side of the arena was obviously having a bit of a word with Ian while he was trying to play it. Subsequently, Ian's missed, and a few of Ian's fans have sought retribution with that man.
I mean, hats off to Shaun for just being able to put it behind him for a moment. Ian Alley would just be praying for any chance. I mean, whatever's happened in this game, it is an absolute credit to both of these players. Absolute credit. Both players can hold their head so high. I have the utmost respect for both of these guys. They've both played in the very best of order, and they have given it absolutely everything on the table. Ian Alley said in a statement on Facebook that he would take Shaun Storry to places he's never been. And he most definitely has. 29 frames each.
Well, purely probably because he's never played a race to 30 before, Nick. If he's straight enough on this one in the middle, then he can potentially play these the way he wants to. Yeah, he was just off straight, so this is not ideally where he wanted to be on these last two balls.
No.
He wanted, I think, to be straight on this one, so he could play position on the last red along the rail into the big pocket where the yellow is and make it unmissable.
A huge shot.
So I think he's now going to leave it sort of half ball, or is he going to come across?
Oh, look at the cue ball.
Oh my goodness.
Look at the cue ball.
Well, if you had a dream that you're going to win this sort of money, and you've got one ball left on the 8 ball, this is not where you'd put them.
You wouldn't have wanted it here.
On the plus side, he's only got to concentrate on potting the ball.
He just needs to back himself and focus. I don't think you're going to shut up the Inali fans.
I think Shaun just wants to get on with the shot.
Absolutely,
I don't think
he does.
cares.
Absolutely, he does. This shot for £180,000. Made it. Made it. Pumps his fist in the air. Well, that's disgraceful.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but that is absolutely disgraceful.
Wow.
That is an absolute disgrace.
Well, the thing about that for me is that Shaun still had to pot the 8 ball there. He had to pot the 8 ball. I mean, he was favourite to, but he had to pot it. And for me, I can't see any other result than the fact that Ian's side should really have to concede. Well, it actually looks like Ian's team are beckoning him to leave. And that looks like that's what he's doing.
It'd be nice to see the winning 8 ball potted. It would be nice to see.
Well, are they conceding, or are they just saying
Concession,
we're
but
going?
It would be nice. It would be nice.
Well, when everyone's gone, perhaps we'll set it up and see if he pots it.
Wow! After all that, guys, it's a concession from the. Oh dear me!
I tell you what wouldn't be at all funny, Nick, is after Ian and all his fans are gone, we set that exact shot up. Shaun absolutely chucks his shoulder at it. Misses it by a mile. We send him the video.
You're a cruel man. You're a cruel man. Well, there we go, folks. I mean, it is not the way we wanted this match to end, but end it has, and it ends with a concession. I mean, it was a gimme shot from for Shaun Storry. I mean, in all honesty, I don't think he was ever missing that ball. But we wanted to see. I mean, there we go. There's a little bit of history for you guys. The biggest pot that's ever been played in pool, £180,000, and it didn't have a winning shot. Didn't have a winning black. There you go. That'll be one for the quizzers in about 10 years' time.
Well,
we did not have a winning shot.
The score says 30-29. That's all it can be.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, the score reflects the correct score line, and well, there we go, guys. It's time to wrap things up, and a little bit of an anticlimax after all that for me. But
I'll tell you what we will say, Nick. The coverage of the game was spot on, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was just about to say, so so many thanks to Beard Productions. They travelled all the way up from Devon to cover this game, and they wanted to bring you a great game and a result, and I think they've done the very best job that they can. We have no control over what goes on the table and what goes on around the table. What an amazing day, an amazing game, and we're signing off from Braintree, Essex. Until we meet again, thank you so much for joining us. See you soon.